Good morning, everybody. Please do take your seats. We're just going to start in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And a really warm welcome and a good morning to those of you in the room. Thank you so much for joining us here physically in Goa. And online, we have an audience as well, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're based. It's also being recorded, so you can view it and share it afterwards. My name is Bruce Douglas. I'm the Chief Executive of the Global Renewables Alliance. More on that in a moment. But first of all, just a word or two about this morning's event. As you can see on the screen, the agenda. So first of all, we're going to have an introduction to the topic from Julia Sauder, the chair of the Global Renewables Alliance. I'll make a short introduction in detail about 24/7, and then we're going to have two panels split into about half an hour each. The speakers you see here on the screen, a fantastic, esteemed panel of experts from a range of different topics, both policy, technology, and business. So it's delighted to have them present today with us. We're also going to have some time for audience questions. So if you do have a question or a comment, please do raise your hand, and we'll come to you. There's microphones in the room. We're going to kick straight off then with, I'm going to pass to Julia to do the introduction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bruce. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you. Thanks. Lots of juggling. It's what we're all doing. And we were all joking that we feel like this is 24/7. We're just always on the go. So thank you again for your time, your commitment to making a difference, and part of the conversation today. We look forward to hearing from all of you. This is a really important topic as we're working towards achieving our SDG goals, especially number 7, about really getting the affordable, accessible, reliable, sustainable electricity, and working together on decarbonization. Thank you again, Bruce. We're also really excited to introduce the Global Renewables Alliance. This is an organization where you had 6 global organizations come together on the theme of these meetings, collaboration, to bring together a single voice where you have solar, wind, geothermal, hydropower, green hydrogen, and long-duration energy storage working together on common themes to start really implementing our journey today to scale up renewable energy so we can meet our goals and our decarbonization needs of tomorrow. And again, 2030 is less than 7 years away, so we have a lot of work to do together. One of the key pillars of the Global Renewables Alliance is the 24/7 CFE, carbon-free electricity, 24/7 clean power purchase agreement. This is critical to all 6 of our organizations and a wonderful tool that we can create more innovative ways and build on existing experience to start implementing to decrease emissions, to track in an accountable, clear way how we can meet reliable 24/7 clean power every hour of every day of every year with 24/7 clean power. And so this is a great way for us to start working on a tool that we can start making changes available. So really looking forward to the panel discussion today to highlight this. The Long Duration Energy Storage Council is really promoting the collaboration of the GRA. For all of this to work together, you need storage. And we need storage for multiple hours, multiple days, and years to really match the seasonality and just making sure that we need that flexibility. We hear this word a lot. How do we have a flexible, reliable, green system? And this is something that you get with long-duration energy storage. We get that energy shifting, and what 24/7 provides is a supply matching, that flexibility. When you have the winter sun that's not blowing or shining, then you need storage to fill in those gaps. Today, those gaps are met with fossil fuel. Tomorrow, they're going to be met with clean energy and long-duration energy storage. And this tool that we're looking forward to having the communications about today and debate and discussions is a really good mechanism to help us really track and really give that certification of every hour being met with clean energy. Again, just want to highlight that the 24/7 CFE really does bring an increased effectiveness of decreasing emissions. This is critical to all of our shared goals and collaboration. Really highlights a path to meet our Scope 2 targets, matching supply and demand in a clean way, and bringing in the industry voice as part of a participatory tool and a group that really wants to be part of the change. And we're bringing in long-duration energy storage to really show that we're decreasing cost. We're bringing that affordability because we're not curtailing solar and wind as much as we need to. We're actually saving that energy and using it for later, which is bringing more affordable clean energy on the grid 24/7. We're also making sure that as industry continues to step in and be part of the change, we're making more cooperations toward more technologies maturing, more scaling also increasing. Like, we need to scale up. We need 8 terawatts of long-duration energy storage to meet the hundreds of terawatts of wind and solar that we need globally. And this is something that's so critical, and the only way we can do this is by working together, having tools that are innovative and that are realistic, like the 24/7 CFE, and collaborative ways that we can all kind of continue to partner on. And one other thing is that we need to continue to have conversations about what kind of international cooperation, international body holds us together to really track and account for meeting these every hour of every day, of every month, of every year. And as we continue to evolve this current structure and continue to work together in a collaborative way to make sure we're getting that flexibility, the energy security, the affordability that we need, it's great to kind of have the GRA to lean on and be part of the conversations where you have 6 of us working together to really promote this international clean energy renewable alliance to put forward different tools, targets, and implementation on collaboration. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you. The GRA, we're looking forward to hearing your voices, your participation, your collaboration, and your new ideas so that we can really start meeting the scaling that is necessary. Again, we all know the urgency in the room. We all know how much we're all working so hard together. And we all look forward to, again, implementing the tools that we're talking about and creating today to really push us forward. So thank you all again so very much for your participation, for your insights, for your strategy, and for your action. Because again, all of us need to continue our commitment to making sure that we decarbonize, we decrease emissions, and we bring access and affordability to all. This is really important, and again, thank you so much. Look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you so much. We really appreciate your leadership and vision as the founding chair of the Global Renewables Alliance. Before we go into the panel, I'm going to do a few introductory slides of the what, the why, the how of 24/7. I apologize if some of you know that already, but I think it's important to get a baseline understanding of what the topic is. And also, before we start, not only the Global Renewables Alliance, this is a co-organized event with Sustainable Energy for All. Now, Kanika Chawla, I don't know if she's in the... hi, Kanika. Sorry, I heard you were going to be slightly late. So thank you so much for Sustainable Energy for All for your collaboration in this event. And you're going to say a few words as concluding remarks at the end. This event could not have been done without your support. Me. Okay, so towards a 24/7 carbon-free energy future, the what? Well, carbon-free energy has been a corporate procurement strategy for many years. As you know, PPAs have been in existence for a long time, but they've always been annually matched. And here you see the journey towards increased carbon emission reduction using hourly matching. And it is a journey. So none of us here would say that we should move immediately to 100%, and it's a stepwise journey towards that. It can be done in parallel, so hourly matching can be done in parallel to the existing annual matching strategy, and so this does not undermine, for example, the RE100 commitments, and it can be done in addition. So what is it in more detail? Well, 100% renewable matching on an annual basis does not necessarily mean 100% carbon-free. For some people, that's difficult to understand. Why would that not be the case? But you can see it here graphically. This is from a data center from Google. And you see that their procurement strategy on an annual match basis for their data center takes the renewables in green and tries to fill the data center electricity demand, which is in gray. And so it fills the gaps. But those periods where the wind and solar is not available, you see that it's relying on the grid. And of course, it depends on the carbon intensity of the grid, depends on how much the emissions are, but it's not 100% carbon-free. If you move to hourly matching, and this is an example from Peninsula Clean Energy, it's a utility in California, who by 2025, they aim to provide all their customers with 24/7 hourly matched renewable energy. Yeah? And so moving from the top graph, which is the annual matching, to the bottom graph, okay, it's 99% hourly matching, and we'll come on to that in the discussion about the difficulty of that last 1% in filling that last hourly matched piece. But you see the difference between the green carbon-free part, between annual and hourly. Now, in order to do that, we obviously need increased renewable supply, but we also need increased innovation in terms of flexibility, demand-side management, and as Julia said, storage of all types. So why should we do this? This is the question we get quite often. And it's not just us saying this, the Renewables Alliance, or the corporate off-takers. It's some very credible academic and international institutions who've modeled and analyzed this and shown that there's multiple benefits. I'm going to list 5 of them here, you can see, and then I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on each one. So first of all, as I said, it can eliminate emissions and fossil fuel reliance, not just reduce. And elimination is where we want to get to. This is a long-term vision we have, but this is, we think, one way to accelerate it. The second is about price hedging. Now, already long-term contracts such as PPAs provide some hedging benefits to corporates, and that's hedging against volatile fossil fuel prices. 24/7 add additional hedging benefits to that. The third is on technology and innovation. So by pushing for hourly matching of clean energy, it actually accelerates and incentivizes storage and flexibility. The fourth is about system benefits, and I'll show a slide in a moment about what I mean. By having hourly matching, it can actually provide system benefits and also drive clean energy, and it says here, in the right place at the right time. So really bring on renewables to the system. The fifth is increased accuracy of carbon accounting. Now, in this session, we're not going to go into the details of the greenhouse gas protocol review, but it's important to note that by having hourly or granular matching and granular certificates can also increase the accuracy of carbon accounting. And one important topic is about that ESG credibility, is about the elimination or reduction of the possibility of greenwashing. So I'm going to dive deep, quick into each one, but briefly, just to show you. So this one shows the carbon emission reductions. So this is a study by LDES, by the Long Duration Energy Storage Council and McKinsey, and it shows from left to right there the carbon emission reductions based on the grid average, if you were not doing anything except just pulling electricity off the grid, moving to 100% solar, 100% wind, those two are annual matched, and then finally the 24/7 hourly matched. And you see what I mean about the elimination, the complete elimination of carbon emissions. Now, of course, you've got to go to 100% hourly matched in order to do so, but there is significant benefits of moving in that direction. The next one is it's the same message, different organization and a different graph, but this is from Princeton University, showing, again, from left to right, annual matching and the carbon intensity, that's the emission rate, moving to 100% hourly matching on the far right, so a significant reduction and complete elimination of carbon emissions. Now on costs, many people say it's more complicated, it's more costly, but what we've shown here, and this is the Technical University of Berlin, is that to get to approximately 90% hourly matching, it's cost comparable. So there's no cost premium of moving towards 90%, but what that does bring is significant carbon emission benefits. As I said earlier, to move to 100% has quite significant cost premium, and that's because there's not enough renewable supply on the system at the moment, and also to close that gap, and really there's no wind and solar available, you need significant long-duration energy storage or other technologies to fill those gaps. In terms of system benefits, so this is the IEA's analysis, showing, again, annual with the orange circle and then hourly with the green. So there's 2 times the system benefits. And this is the cost value to the system in US dollars per megawatt hour. So it's, again, a significant increase in system benefits. I touched on ESG. Well, we're seeing more and more of these newspaper articles and investigations, even court cases coming through now on corporate ESG. And this is only going to accelerate in the years to come. So for those corporates who want to future-proof themselves against this, but also to genuinely have a handle on their corporate commitments, on their carbon emissions, and their ESG commitments, then hourly matching is one extremely good way to go in terms of accuracy. Not only is the pressure on ESG, there's also now some policy and regulatory pressure. Some of this we're going to discuss in detail on the panel today. We have some of the leading experts and governments here to present that. We've listed a few of them here. This is thanks to Energy Tag's work, but two that I'm going to just pull out. One is the EU's Hydrogen Delegated Act, and in that Delegated Act is criteria for green renewable hydrogen, which imposes quite strict hourly matching criteria for green hydrogen in Europe. The second is the US government target. I'm delighted to have a representative of the US government here to go into more detail, but that's a commitment from the federal level, presidential executive order for 24/7 commitment. That will only increase, so policy and regulatory pressure on corporates will increase. So who's doing it? Well, let's be honest, it's early days. Yeah? This is a small market to start with. We believe it's going to increase, and as you see here, again from the Energy Tag database, some of the examples of the deals being done. I won't list them as you see them on the slides, but important to note one additional one that's just been announced from Tata Steel was a deal to procure round-the-clock hybrid wind and solar. So that was about 900 megawatts of wind and solar for their steel production. Unfortunately, Tata Steel couldn't be here this morning. They were hoping to be here to present that. But if you want more information about that, we can certainly put you in touch with the people. Now, going forward, as I said, we work very closely with Sustainable Energy for All on this topic, and many other organizations here you see on the slide. What we're hoping to do is to establish a global coalition for high-impact corporate sourcing, focusing on 24/7 with many of these organizations. There's more to come on that, but what we'd like to do today is also get your input from the panel, but also the audience on this, about what it should focus on. We have some objectives for this coalition. We also have a proposal to the Clean Energy Ministerial to establish a formal work stream within CEM on 24/7 carbon-free energy. And we're going to be discussing that with the delegations this week. So the objectives of that coalition are based on the hub we established in Europe on 24/7. It'll be about raising awareness, coordinating, influencing policymakers, and technical training. And finally, and most importantly, is on the implementation side. This is about how we get it done, how we get deals signed. It's the hardest, but by far the most important element. And how do we get it done? That's the topic for this morning, and I'll stop speaking and pass on to the panel now. First of all, absolutely delighted to have Dr. Catherine Huff, Assistant Secretary, Department of Energy from the USA. And Catherine, over to you. And my first question is about, I mentioned the federal commitment in the US. Could you say a few words about that? Also about what your view is from the US government about 24/7 and how you're accelerating the move towards that strategy.
Let me see if this one works. Nope. It was worth a double check. Yeah, so as was mentioned, right, the Biden-Harris administration has issued an executive order, which is how our president tells the executive branch what to do. And one of the things in this executive order, it's about sustainability in general. It addresses our purchasing power and our decision-making power as a federal government to create a default stance around how we purchase energy-consuming things and how we manage our 300,000 buildings and 600,000 vehicles and $650 billion a year of purchasing power in general. That sustainability executive order has a few goals on 24/7 carbon-free electricity, and that is 100% of our electricity by 2030 in the federal government complex. That's the goal, right, is to get to 100% carbon-free by 2030 in the federal government context. But half of that will need to be 24/7 matched. It's not perfect, right? Because we do need to eliminate all this sort of, we need to get to 100% eventually, but it's less than 7 years away, as was quite astutely noted. And so it would be quite impossible to get to 24/7 matching power. It's still a very aggressive goal. And the ways that we're thinking about doing this, it will take a great deal of action. In the Department of Energy, I am the Assistant Secretary over nuclear energy. As many of you know, the UN 24/7 pillars include technology inclusivity, and that allows for, in the countries where this is appropriate, right, in the communities where it's appropriate, forms of carbon-free electricity like nuclear power. And in the United States, in addition to clean hydrogen, which we have a sort of clean hydrogen standard in the Department of Energy, that can smooth out that gray background of backfill. Long-duration energy storage, that can fill it out. Carbon capture and sequestration, that can be part of it too. And the Department of Energy has a really all of the above, all-inclusive approach to thinking about what it could look like in 2030. Now, we have very few nuclear reactors that will be like brand new reactors online in 2030, and so we will have to move really aggressively in the nuclear context if we want to be part of that 50% 24/7. But a lot of those advanced reactors do load follow better than the previous generation. So we have a real opportunity to, with carbon-free power, back up renewables in the places on the grid where formerly unabated coal plants are actively retiring, and the grid itself requires a few hundred megawatts of now clean power to replace that previously not so clean power if it can't be mitigated with carbon capture. I hope it's a good summary, but I'll turn it back to you.
Absolutely, thank you, Catherine. And we're going to come back to you in a moment on some more of the detail. But I want to pass now to Jennifer Lake. She's the Global Director of WRI, very active in the space, and we look to you often for guidance and tools to use for our members. And my question to you is, what does WRI see as the scene globally? Yeah, and what are you doing actively to try and accelerate 24/7?
Great. Well, thank you so much for having me, and it's wonderful to see you all today. I want to just note several critical conditions that we know will need to exist if we're going to take 24/7 to a global community. And the first is really around the needs for us to develop more granular data and engage with utilities on the models and approaches that customers have for getting access to the data and information they will need to take this standard forward, to think through how they're going to address the 24/7 agenda. That data in many places of the world, even in the United States, may be difficult to get access to at the hourly granularity that is needed. Not only does an entity like a government or a corporate need to have access to their bill, they need to have access to that load profile. And they need to understand what is happening on the grid at that time. Those things are all in the broader, longer-term conversation between a utility and a customer. And many places have not yet built those kinds of customer-supplier relationships where you have the ability to act in a way that allows you to implement this strategy. The second thing I want to note about what it will take to take this approach globally is that we know we are going to need to have access to a whole variety of technologies and someone to help an entity manage the interactions around how those technologies fit together. It's too much to expect that any small or medium-sized enterprise who has an aspiration to work with their business-to-business supply chain to be able to implement these kinds of opportunities would have the ability to navigate this multiple technology landscape. So the market for services and support will have to develop. Not only will we have to have the data that's available to the customer, it will have to be available to intermediaries who that customer designates as able to help them with the procurement process for a 24/7. And then the final thing that I wanted to recognize is that none of this should be thought of in absence of a much more robust demand management strategy, really thinking through how we use energy, how we change load shapes, how we think through the ways that we consume energy, and getting that interactive signal between the grid and an energy consumer will have to be part of what an energy management strategy looks like. It's one thing to think about where am I getting my energy. It's something else to think about how much energy do I need to make the productive gains for my entity, whether you're a community, whether you're a corporate. So those three conditions are going to be critical for thinking about the ability for us to implement on a long-term basis this agenda worldwide.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. And you mentioned data, and we're fortunate to have a representative of Power Ledger who'll be on the next panel, who's going to talk a lot about digitalization and how that can facilitate. You spoke about corporates. A lot of this is about corporates, but also the public sector. We heard about the federal government, but also cities. I know WRI is quite active in that as well. Can you say a few words about that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. We've run a series of city engagements in the United States and in other parts of the world, some of those focusing on building efficiency, some of those focusing on renewables procurement. And in the last round of cohorts that we developed, we worked with 10 cities in the United States, all within a regulated utility service area, in order to bring them technical assistance and support for building out a 24/7 strategy. In doing that, we worked with them on four things. One was as understanding and establishing where a target and how a target could be part of their community's engagement with the power sector, thinking about what their utility engagement strategy was going to look like, how were they going to engage and get the data they needed. And then the final piece of this was looking at where and how cost factors were going to need to look at that, where and how the options were going to be available to them to do on-site work, to do grid-connected work, and how they were going to manage that investment over time. So the reality was many of those cities needed to move much more dramatically into that data collection space at the outset, working through their utility strategy and then beginning the process of looking at their 24/7 goals. And setting goals was the first step. Many of them, as the US government found, thought that it was going to take a while to increase that over time. So they set targets or setting targets that allow them to create incremental change. The final thing I wanted to say is that this is something that for many of the cities was about building out the capacity of their communities, not just their municipal buildings, to be able to have technology co-located in the geographies where they lived. So looking at whether you could implement within your state or within your county or within the city itself, opportunities to deploy technology and to get people into clean energy jobs, helping both low-income residents in the community as well as bringing those jobs into their centers. So this wasn't exactly only an emissions reduction opportunity. For most of those cities, they saw that as an economic development opportunity for their constituents.
That's great. It's really good to highlight those other benefits as well. And the commitments from cities, you can actually see that visibly now in the Sustainable Energy for All, the UN Compact for 24/7. If you've not looked at that, do have a look at it. Kanika's going to mention more about that at the end. But there are all these cities, as well as corporates now, more than 100 in total signed up to that voluntary initiative of the UN Compact. I'm going to pass now to Mr. Saxena, who's the Senior Director at TERI. Mr. Saxena, we heard about the importance of storage. Could you say a few words about that from TERI's perspective, and also what's happening in India on 24/7?
Thank you so much. I think it's a pleasure to be in this very important event which is organized by you all. Storage, I think, is the critical requirement for making 24/7 carbon-free energy, without any doubt. And storage of various kinds are required. We at TERI have done a discussion paper for achieving the 2030 decarbonization targets of India. We brought out the paper in July 2022. And we identified 4 storage technologies in the order of priority, starting with the pump storage, both on-river and off-river pump storage. Secondly, the concentrated solar thermal with molten salt storage. Third, the battery energy storage systems. And fourth, hydrogen. Why pump storage be the first priority? Because it has been operational in India. It is a mature technology. And it can be easily done. Off-river pump storage is something the potential has been assessed, but I think much more needs to be done for that. And it is easier to do, environmental impact is less, and so many advantages are there. Concentrated solar thermal with storage, I think earlier the issue was that the prices are very high. Now, worldwide we see the prices are coming down. The project in Dubai, DEWA, the tariff achieved was 7.3 cents per kilowatt hour. And we note that the US Department of Energy is funding a research where they want to bring down this cost to 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So I think it's very important technology which we feel that the storage component of this would be essentially and critically required. And particularly for a country like India, where the space conditioning demand when the wind and solar is not there, I think it's extremely important. Thirdly, battery energy storage systems, certainly it is very, very important. Now, various studies have been done to assess the storage requirements. The Central Electricity Authority, which is the apex technical organization in the country, they have assessed the storage requirement for India based on the modeling which they have done for 2030. It's of the order of 60 gigawatt or so. We at TERI have also done the studies for 2030 and 2050. 2030 studies already published. We also find out 35-40 gigawatt of storage would be certainly required. Now, this storage will be required at various levels. It could be required along with the generation. It would be required at the transmission level. It could be required at the distribution level. And we feel that starting from the bottom upwards, the distribution level storage is extremely important. I think let's not concentrate only the large scale storage, but we will also have to concentrate on the distribution level storage. And we are happy to inform that we have been doing a project. Indo-US project is there, which we are implementing the pilot projects in India, 3 in the Delhi capital region, wherein the distribution battery energy storage is deployed at the distribution level for reducing the distribution transformer overload, for the energy arbitrage, etc., and also for reducing the use of diesel generator sets in the residential societies for meeting the critical loads. Hydrogen, I think it needs no emphasis, but slightly a bit far. But I think all these storage technologies have to be on radar. They have to be consciously and holistically thought through and pursued. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. And maybe as I pass the microphone back, Julie, if you want to add on any storage comment, please do. But I wanted to ask you about the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. Maybe could you just say a few words about that? Because that has relevance as well.
So thank you so much. The interconnections are extremely important. I think interconnections provide the storage, without any doubt. And we in India have the interconnections with the neighboring country. We call it Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, and Nepal. We already have an interconnected system, and the energy exchanges are there. One Sun, One World, One Grid is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and the French Prime Minister, wherein all the regions need to be interconnected to make the full use of clean energy what is available. And I think this initiative is extremely important for 24/7 carbon-free energy. And we are happy to let people know that we are a part of that study which is being done. It is studies led by EDF of France, and TERI and AETS are the partners. The first phase of the study, wherein the modeling for the interconnections is being done, is underway. And in a few months, I think the priority interconnections will be identified as part of this study. And the macro vision roadmap implementation plan will be sort of suggested as part of the study. Thank you.
Sure, I just want to echo what Mr. Sexton said. Is it's really important to highlight the diversity of technologies that are available. And in the international cooperation to really value the benefits in different geographies to really capture all of the different aspects that we need to meet our decarbonization goals. And again, the bottom up, top down, being able to really plug into distribution, generation, transmission, all these areas too. We're connecting all the silos to bring multiple benefits. So I really applaud all the work you're doing in the studies to really highlight that this collaboration is key and that there's a lot of lessons to be learned here.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And the transition, I mean, no transition without transmission. You know, we do need transmission both at, at the national level, but also the local distributed transmission level. So, and the final speaker on this first panel, and then we're going to switch to the next panel, is Richard Sedano, the President and CEO of Regulatory Assistance Project. Richard, thank you so much for joining us today. From your side, what is RAP doing? What's your view on 24/7, and how can we accelerate this initiative?
It's all right. Okay, I'll just use this. Well, thanks for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here. We're just so excited with all of the stuff that's been going on that you've all heard about. Where RAP works, Regulatory Assistance Project, we call ourselves RAP, is in the implementation space. How are the people who are managing the grid, managing regulation in each of the jurisdictions that matter, which is every one, going to handle all of this? And so we've created a collaborative that has roughly 60 stakeholders in the United States to run through and to ultimately create a tariff, something that a regulator could approve that would be generally available to customers, that would allow them to select a 24/7 product. And in order to do that, you have to address all the kinds of things that you've heard about here. One of the very important things is the data. This is a nice thing for regulators because they have some control over the institutions that have the data. So in terms of creating the kind of choice that customers are asking for here, and by the way, let's not overlook the opportunity for customers to actually choose something that they want that actually has social benefit. Very often we don't find that opportunity. So creating an opportunity for government to supervise the creation of a tariff like this does require a lot of data. One of the things that has already existed in some places is a tracking system that tags all of the kilowatt hours that are produced. And for some places that just allows for tracking of renewable portfolio standards and things like that. This is going to be really important to allow for the validation that customers are going to want, that states are going to want. I mean, Dr. Huff is talking about a massive customer that's going to want that kind of validation. And every part of the United States is going to have to do something in order to demonstrate that. Right now, only parts of the United States are even have any sort of capability to do that. So a tremendous amount of back of the office systems are going to be needed to do these things. One other thing that I guess I want to say is that, to reiterate what Mr. Saxena said about demand flexibility, we don't monetize the benefits of demand flexibility for customers well enough. In some places, not at all, but in no place do we do it well enough. This is going to be an important thing to motivate customers who want to play in this game, but are going to feel like, well, our load could be managed to more effectively accomplish this matching. But how do we do it and maintain our business case? Especially because if we do it, there's value, but it's just evaporated. We're only doing it for ourselves, and the social value evaporates. So again, government needs to wrestle with these important things, these important questions. All of this great work is highlighting the important implementation issues that are going to sit with regulatory commissions and energy ministries around the world. And so this process that we're doing, that's bringing together 60 stakeholders to wrestle with these issues in a constructive coalition of the willing kind of attitude, is meant to try to make a dent in this challenge. And I'll stop there, Bruce, and see if you have any other questions.
Thank you very much, Richard. Well, I'll definitely come back to you at the end. In fact, we're going to do a quick wrap-up of the panel. But before we do so, I just want to come to the audience and say, do prepare your questions. We've got time for one or two from the audience. I believe there's a microphone around. If not, could we organize that there's a working microphone? We've got two here that don't work, but maybe if you could get those working, so we could have one for the audience. Thanks a lot. But I'm going to come to, thank you. Martand, could you just try and get that so the audience can also join in? Thank you so much. I'm going to come to the panel just to wrap up. Please do comment on what you've heard, yeah. But also, what are we going to do in the future? How can we accelerate this? What are the steps we can take from your individual institutions, but also from the GRA and Sustainable Energy for All? What's your recommendations to us taking this forward? First to you, Catherine.
Thanks for that. No, I learned a lot. I really enjoyed the conversation. I think, a number of things that were noted here, we agree with pretty strongly in DOE. The importance of procurement processes and clear accounting are going to be critical. You do what you measure. This is if you can measure it appropriately, then you can strive to do it. Metrics are critical, and being able to account for the amount of carbon emitted is essential to determining how much carbon is being emitted and how you can reduce it. So we agree completely, and that kind of work is the work of governments, right? And we definitely see our role there in DOE. The importance of customers and the products that are available, I think that was a really good note. I will say, it was mentioned in a number of places, the importance of potentially load shaving and reduction and shifting of demands. That's really important. Something we are very aware of in the Department of Energy is a number of specific applications that can be very hard to change their load profile. We operate 17 national laboratories, inside which sit some of the fastest supercomputers in the world. We're extremely proud of them. Those exascale machines also consume tens of megawatts of power at full speed all the time, because you would just keep those machines full of simulations. So you don't want to say, oh, well, you shouldn't use your world-class supercomputer as much because the sun isn't out. And so there are a number of applications like that we're quite cognizant can't be shaved. And this is true across industry and a number of other things. And so we're really critically looking at a number of different specific deployments for support of directly supporting these kind of specific difficult to load shave applications. Nuclear microreactors are one I like a lot, but there are a lot of great options there. And Mr. Saxena actually said something very specific about solar thermal molten salt storage. And I would add that any kind of thermal energy that's clean can also be used. That thermal energy can be stored with this kind of solar salt. And we in DOE actually have a demonstration reactor that we're co-funding that will do just that. The TerraPower sodium-cooled fast reactor, sodium is a metal, not a salt, has attached to it a actual salt storage mechanism so that it can load follow. Anyway, those are some of my reactions from the panel. But should I move it along to you?
Maybe we go to, thank you very much, Catherine. We're going to go in the same order to Jennifer. And what's next? What do you see as the key steps to accelerate?
Many of the elements that I spoke about are coming up in real time in many of the countries where WRI has its offices, whether that's in India, whether that's in Indonesia. And we're looking very closely at how to work with cities and governments and utilities to be able to have this conversation across different institutions. Because if we don't align the institutional incentives for us to engage, we will simply have too many barriers that will stand in the way of our ability to get to 24/7 and to use all of these different techniques to derive clean power 24/7 for any customer that is looking for that. And I want to just add, that it is really important to get the accounting right. And the comment that that's the business of government, it is so important that our national regulators stand behind, or our state regulators stand behind the opportunities to create the kind of data that will allow us to know whether we're making progress in the ways we do. So it is going to require that not just the signatories who are here, who represent civil society, research institutions, also working with regulators to get this right.
Thank you, Jennifer. And over to you, Mr. Saxena. Quick.
Thank you so much. I think first and foremost, I feel a very good understanding of the demand profile. Not only the hourly, but also the sub-hourly demand profile. We in India have seen during the COVID times, our Prime Minister had given a call for load shedding of residential loads at 9 p.m. for 9 minutes. Best of our organizations did best of estimation, and their estimation did not prove to be correct. Why? Because the distribution companies do not have a good understanding of the demand profile of various consumer categories. That was the fundamental starting point it should be, that is in our opinion, number one. Once having done that, we should have a resource adequacy. Resource adequacy not only to meet the peak demand, annual peak demand and the annual energy requirement, but resource adequacy to meet the hourly load profile, at least hourly load profile. And in India, initiative has been taken for the resource adequacy. That's the second point I talked about. Certainly, various kinds of technologies, enabling policies, facilitating regulations, etc. are required. Fourthly, I would talk about the subnational effort and initiatives. It is not only at the national level and the state level. The local, urban local bodies, municipal corporations, etc. are doing good work, and that needs to be accelerated at the local level. And last but not the least, the distributed energy resources, I would say they need more emphasis and more acceleration. I think that is not happening, and I think the DISCOMs need to see it as a win-win proposition, because the cost of supply to supply electricity to remote and far-flung areas is much more as compared to what we can get from the distributed energy resources. That will be a win-win proposition. And microgrids, I would say, are another important ingredients, because in India, generally it is being thought about that the electricity access is there, so why near universal household electricity access is there, so why should we go? But microgrids provide an opportunity wherein we can make use of local resources. At the distribution level, they can provide various support services, ancillary services, etc. So I would say these are the 4 or 5 important points from our considerations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great summary. And Richard, last but not least.
Well, as usual, I just love to follow Jennifer and Mr. Saxena on anything. And we'll just build on that to say that we have a few different kinds of utilities, delivery companies in the world. Some of them are all requirements, they do everything. Some of them are delivery only, and consumers buy their own commodity. In the US and perhaps in other places, there's a new breed of something called a consumer choice aggregator, which can take on policy challenges like 24/7 procurement for all of their citizens. What we're going to be doing in our collaborative is coming up with a 24/7 tariff model for each of those 3 approaches. And I think these are the kinds of models that can then start a conversation about what are the standards, what are the essential things that a place needs to do to actually create this offering that people can actually do, not as a one-off, but as a generally available tariff, and not just for large corporations that manufacture big things or do a lot of data, but for anyone. That's what we want to try to accomplish, and if anyone wants to find out more about our collaborative, and I know Jennifer has something too, we'll be happy to take your cards and put you in touch with the right people.
Thank you very much. It's a great comment to end this panel on. which is basically it's the early movers, as you've seen, the data center operators and so on, as it was 10, 15 years ago with PPAs and corporate procurement. But now with the 24/7, that vanguard of early movers is going to be, supplemented by many others, and inevitably, by everybody, not just large business, small and medium-sized enterprises, communities, cities, federal, states, and ultimately residents. So we're going to end the panel there, but are there any very short questions from the audience? Wow, there's a few. So we're going to take, in the interest of time, we're going to take one now, and we're going to take one it's just at the back there. We'll come to you, sir, in the next round. Please state your name, but keep the question short. Thank
Sure. Scott Hamilton from the Smart Energy Council in Australia. Terrific session. One of the things that I didn't hear a lot about was how we maintain the system strength. As we're rolling out 24/7 renewables, there is an incredible, immense challenge of how we stop mass blackouts. I'd like sort of comments from the panellists.
I would say a technology-inclusive approach to 24/7 carbon-free electricity, which is in the UN scope, would include things like more clean, firm power like nuclear or hydro backup that can provide that kind of on-demand capability. And again, many advanced reactors have the capability, are designed to load well in this way, but I would say carbon mitigation on more traditional fossil sources, if you can completely carbon capture, would also do the trick, or hydropower, of course, if it's already there. And hydrogen.
In hydrogen, I mean, all of the above. I mean, obviously the Global Renewables Alliance, I'm going to say, more renewables, renewables now. We need more renewable supply, but we need to supplement that with other technologies, storage, as mentioned, flexibility, hydrogen, innovations within that space. And there is clearly an issue with huge amounts of new solar coming on without large amounts of new wind or storage, which then would lead to curtailment and, as you say, some system issues. So it's really a systems approach that we need, and that's why the Renewables Alliance has energy storage and hydrogen within the membership. Any other comments on that one? And large balancing areas. That interconnectivity as well. In the interest of time, we do have to wrap up this panel. We'll come to the questions from the audience again in the next panel. But please, excuse me, but the panelists from this panel have to swap with the new panelists. So bear with us just for 1 minute while we do a quick change. This is like live TV. Yeah, please. Thank you very much. A huge... Yeah, huge thank you to the first panel. Storage came up several times in the first panel. What's the importance of storage? What's your company doing? And what can we do in the future?
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, now there's some energy in the room. And we got to store that energy for the entire day. Good. So what we do at Vision, we manufacture energy storage products and ESS, which help achieve 24/7. We are one of the components in 24/7. Well, I was just going through this agenda today morning, and we have said carbon-free energy, but I'd like to change it to carbon-free electricity, not energy. Energy is beyond electricity. Everyone in the room has energy, right? And we can't decarbonize this human body. Sorry, but then let's change it to electricity, okay? Decarbonizing electricity is easy. It's actually achievable to a certain extent. Not 100%, maybe, may not be, based on what we do ahead in the short duration of just 7 years, because 7 years is a very short time. We've already lost 6 months of this year. That's how time is progressing very fast. And we have still not been able to deploy a considerable amount of storage, because what Julia was saying, 8 terawatts of storage globally. I mean, 8 terawatt of storage is humongous. And we have still not even reached 25% of that. And we just have 7 years, and that's a big goal for all of us to achieve. And how do we plan doing it? So DRE was, yes, very, very important. I would say yes. But at the same time, you would also need the CNI sector, because they are the major off-takers of this energy. They're the energy guzzlers, actually. So that's we need. In fact, this hotel here, and you know, Goa as a place is a major diesel guzzler. Because, and no better place to have this energy transition meeting than in Goa, because there is a possibility that even this institution, the Grand Hyatt that we're sitting in here, is running on a diesel generator. And we need to decarbonize all of that first. Second is, we need to reduce the usage. Now I agree, yes, as you said, that we cannot say we will not run our supercomputers, yes. But what we could do is, and one simple step of decarbonization is, improve the airflow and air conditioning of this room, for that matter. The people standing at back there were sweating, and we sitting here are freezing. I mean, simple examples. Decarbonization doesn't have to be really great and big things. Simple steps, they work. This will also reduce the load of electricity. This will also reduce the load of a little bit on the storage and on the generations. I mean, I just had to take these examples. I mean, this is a little bit off track, but I had to take these examples, because at every event that I have been talking about energy storage, because what happens is, if you're not energy efficient, your energy storage increases a lot. It magnifies. So first, build in energy efficiency also, because if you want to have 24/7, you need to build in energy efficiency, then renewable generation, and a little bit of clean renewable generations. Because what happens is, even the production is to be considered. The entire life cycle of the value chain is to be considered, then you are decarbonizing. That is important. Second aspect is on the policy. We need to have more inclusive policies. Today, the policies are more in their independent silos. We need to have policies which look with each other. And there need not be a competition between the technologies. What we need today is to collaborate and not compete. When we collaborate and we have hybridization of technologies together, we are more successful. One technology cannot win the race of decarbonization, or providing the energy needs that we all globally have. Each country has its own independent needs, I understand that, but together we are stronger. We have to go to one agenda of decarbonization. Each country is looking at that. So can we decarbonize together with having multiple technologies together? Say, for example, what we did, I'll just give you a very small example. We did hybrid energy storage, wherein we combined 2 different battery technologies together. We first reduced the capital investment by 40%. Second, we went into more inclusive and circular approach by using multiple technologies together, wherein we reduced the waste. And then it was good way of decarbonization, because we substituted, or we replaced the diesel genset completely in the megawatt scale. So we have to innovate on the technology as well, because if we do not innovate on multiple technologies together, we will not be able to achieve our decarbonization goal. And 7 years, again, I'm repeating, is a very short time. So I'll just stop at this now.
Thank you. And straight after this session, we're going to go and see the hotel management, you and I, Rashi. and lobby specifically for those things you said, efficiency, renewable generation, collaboration, really like that. We're going to move straight on to Kanika, and again, thanks so much for Sustainable Energy for working with us on the session, but also wider on the 24/7. Kanika, what are your activities in 24/7, and what's the importance?
Thank you so much, Bruce, and thank you also for putting the session together, and the amount of interest in this session is actually really encouraging. The 24/7 Energy Compact was actually born in 2021 at the Secretary General's High-Level Dialogue on Energy, which was the first time that the UN General Assembly was discussing energy in 40 years. So that the last time before 2021, when the General Assembly had a session dedicated to energy, was in the wake of the oil crisis. And I don't know why it always takes a crisis for the General Assembly to deliberate on energy, but there is absolutely no doubt that we are in a crisis, and that crisis is not just an energy crisis, but one that has very severe knock-on effects that are actually just deepening day by day. The cost of living crisis that is present in most parts of the world today is triggered very much by the cost of energy. The food crisis that is, again, deepening day on day is very much an agriculture productivity crisis and related to fertilizers and things like that, and therefore is an energy crisis. And of course, the climate crisis is an energy crisis, and this is not the room in which I need to explain that linkage. But having said that, I think that the 24/7 carbon-free energy in many ways there was a lot of growing momentum, and Bruce, your slides earlier on showed how the evidence has kind of come together and there's a lot of consensus around it, but it was still a conversation that in many ways was limited to very few developed economies and was targeted in many ways to very specific large consumption sectors. And while that is, of course, critical when you think about it from an emissions point of view, which is perhaps the primary challenge that this is tailored to solving, because of the ripple and knock-on effects of energy and electricity, I think it was really important from our point of view at UN Energy and Sustainable Energy for All to democratize the 24/7 campaign of movement. And so, and I think, again, all of the panelists before us, but Rashi as well, and the slides that you presented right up front, have made it quite clear that there is a network approach here, and that is the only way to get this done. And so the energy compacts the energy compacts are a commitment process, and the reason we need yet another commitment is because they have within it the monitoring. And I think Catherine said this earlier, if you don't monitor it, it doesn't happen, it doesn't count, right? And it is to that end that UN Energy therefore takes this technology agnostic approach towards grid decarbonization. But what it does focus on, and I think that is perhaps our value addition to this, is we're trying to member states, private sector organizations, many enablers like organizations like ourselves, but also within the membership, from just as an example, let's take the member states. We have the island of Vanuatu, we have Kenya, we have Panama that have all joined this movement this year. So literally in the last 8 or 10 weeks. But we also have Iceland, we have parts of the US government. So there is this kind of, to say that this is really not something that we're just looking to developed countries to solve. This is not just about companies that work in technology and have a large footprint. They absolutely must be the drivers. They must be the base load, let's say, on the demand side. So they must anchor this and drive this forward. And it is going to be when Microsoft and Google and other signatories to this campaign in countries like India and Indonesia and elsewhere say we must do 15-minute block time matching, that you are going to push the policy and regulation to catch up at that granular level. So there is the broad strokes commitment by several of these countries. But there must also be political commitment to match that. And so we're really excited that we get to bring that part of the piece into this puzzle, and very much looking forward to continuing this network approach.
Thank you, Kanika. And the UN Compact is incredibly valuable. It's so good to hear countries like Kenya joining the initiative. And on those leapfrog effects, if you like, and Taiwan have introduced a granular 15 minutes or sub-hourly certificate system. And when we asked them, why would you do that? They said, well, why would we use your model? you know, we're future-proofing ourselves. So it's fascinating to see those developments. We're going to move straight on to Dr. Divya Sharma, Executive Director of the Climate Group in India, and everyone knows about the RE100 initiative, but Divya, could you tell us a bit more about what you're doing on this particular topic?
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, and thank you for having me here. So I just start with saying that we have a unique place in this entire conversation because we work very closely with large businesses and corporates, helping them taking very ambitious targets towards transition to energy, and looking at corporate uptake to increase the demand and to influence markets thereafter. So we work on the demand side. Most of our campaigns are on the demand side of it, including RE100. And what happens by that is that when these big businesses take ambitious targets, they not only increase the demand, but they are influencing directly the markets and also influencing their ecosystem supply chains down the line. So that is the basic premise under which our campaigns are designed. The other thing is around 3 A's. One is about the ambition itself that the businesses take. So the targets are absolute. So our 100 targets are 100% transition to renewable electricity, 100% transition to electric vehicles, and 100% transition to energy productivity. So these are 3 of them. Very recently, we've launched Steel Zero, which is again about demand side green private procurement of low carbon steel. Now, the second A is absolute, as I said, and the third A is about accountability. So when some of these businesses work with them, we have an accountability framework by which they have to every year disclose the progress that they are making towards the target that they are taking. It not only helps us understand the impact of what we are doing and tell others who want to join the line about what impact they could make, but it also helps the businesses to understand what they can achieve in the time that they have thought they can achieve. That particular element of accountability links directly with the companies realizing the policy impetus that is needed for them to, for example, transition into renewable electricity. And there we are working very closely with some of our businesses around policy asks, and I may speak about it afterwards. But I think I'll speak a little bit more about our RE100 campaign, which is, of course, a global initiative. All of our campaigns taken together have included 500 businesses from 178 global markets. RE100 companies are 411 global companies, out of which 156 have operations in India. And the energy demand is huge amongst these in India as well as globally. So the transition, if they are following the targets and if they're achieving the targets, will be really huge. The target years generally that is defined by RE100 is not beyond 2040. And we want all of these businesses, and we work very closely with this business to make sure that we are doing it before 2040. So that's our limit. Our 2026 campaign objective is to reach the tipping point of good corporate RE sourcing options, being present in 16 out of the 30 largest electricity consuming countries in the world. I would come to the challenges maybe in some time, but I think this is a good start of information about what we are doing with businesses.
Thank you, Divya. We're going to move straight on to Vinod Tiwai, and we're delighted to have one of the companies actually working in the space to solve these challenges. Vinod is the Global Head of Business Development at Power Ledger. And Vinod, tell us a bit about data, digitalization, innovation, and solutions for corporates. We heard that as one of the critical things to have the data available, but also how do you at Power Ledger use that data? How do you service the companies, and what's the future look like?
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. For us, 24/7 CFE is almost critical to orderly progress to net zero. So we are one of the signatories ourselves for 24/7 United Nations 24/7 CFE Compact as a business and also as a solutions provider to other businesses as well. And that's where we pitch in as a technology provider. So the journey for 24/7 CFE starts with the baseline measurement, and we've heard that a few times. But connecting right back to the end game, the solution, one of the critical aspects Julia mentioned earlier on was also to reduce the curtailment as well. So this is really, as the world progresses to the 100% renewable and 24/7 CFE, doing it correctly is very, very critical. So we are a blockchain core-based, technology-based company. We use blockchain and integrate other technology stack to provide the range of solutions. And the starting point, of course, becomes most businesses do not really know where they stand in what their current profile actually looks like. Most of them have a retrospective look, but in a real time, interval by interval, this building, where is the energy coming from, what is the carbon mix, and what is the carbon intensity of the energy being supplied here. So critical component is technology, and we use blockchain as a tracking mechanism for real-time matching of supply sources with the consumption point. So we provide that visualization, which is the carbon-free energy score, and that then becomes a key item for them to develop actionable strategies on how do they progress to wherever they want to progress to. The pathway might be 60% in 3 years' time, or 80% in 5 years' time, 100% in 7 years' time. So enabling those actionable strategies become an informed decision on those PPAs. And once again, the PPAs might, it's very hard to really have the 100% match with the PPA. And you already had the slide from Google that even an organization like Google had, which seemed like 100% renewable, but had lots of gaps. So how do you enable filling those gaps when there is no renewable available? That's where the offsets come into play as well. So enabling the procurement of offsets, which are created at the same time as the consumption was taking place. So granular hourly offsets. And again, in our solutions, obviously, we create these marketplaces which enable efficient buying and selling of offsets as well. So yeah, 3 stages to the journey. So baseline measurement, real-time visualization of the carbon intensity of the portfolio, actionable strategies to mitigate that. And when you cannot mitigate that fully with procurement of energy, and within this energy procurement as well, when you have these overs and unders, creating these secondary PPA exchanges for trading the value of that energy and supporting others who might be in the same journey as well. And then the offsets. And offsets also become very critical as well. You don't want to, a business in New York, if it starts procuring RECs from Texas, for example, providing a wrong price signal at the wrong end of the grid. You will have more loading of the grid at that end, and therefore curtailments or infrastructure augmentation requirement. So go as local as possible with this filling of the gaps that might exist, either with offsets or with the energy. So our technology base, our vision is about creating that sustainable future in a way which is assisted by technology and through democratization of power. So it was mentioned earlier as well by Mr. Saxena, the role of DERs will play a significant role, and we support that two-sided marketplace arrangement for addressing the world of 24/7 CFE.
Thank you very much, Vinod, and great to highlight again the importance of location in this discussion. We've got less than 10 minutes left, to fit in, I think, one short question. So we're going to come to you on the table here, and then we're going to prepare one word each from the panel to wrap up, a few words, on the key enabler. How do you see, what is the key enabler to get this moving forward? Apologies for the lack of time, but we're going to take, can we get a microphone to this gentleman? Please keep the questions short and just introduce yourself.
I am Ravinder Tanwar from Web Solar Energy System Limited. We are manufacturer of solar cell and module. My question is actually for Mr. Saxena for the last session. Since I haven't got the chance, so I just address to him. See, particularly when we're talking about the solar thermal, a lot of efforts, lot of communication, lot of investment has happened in the solar PV. But solar thermal is one of the area which has not been fully utilized in India, number one. Number two, the various like institute like TARI, who are a pioneer in the energy management, particularly when we make a communication to the various stakeholder, the solar thermal is still an area where a lot of investments are required from the government and a lot of investment required from the private. So I just want to have some idea from your side that what major efforts is from your side.
I think, first of all, I think various technologies need to be harnessed, particularly in a country like India where the scales are so high, the ambition is so high, we need to have various technologies. On the solar thermal, we did an experts roundtable a month ago or so, wherein the CMD of NTPC and from Godavari Green, One Solar, and a few other leading sort of entities were there. And gradually, I think what came out of it is that I think it is a technology which needs to be examined more closely in the Indian context. And we are happy to let you know that we will be taking this initiative forward. And the NTPC also has shown some interest that they would also be keen to explore it further. So I think we need to dig a bit deeper into this. We had made a presentation to the Secretary, Ministry of Power on 1st of December 2022, wherein we had given a presentation of the roadmap we have prepared for the 2030 decarbonization targets, and we flagged the pump storage as well as solar thermal therein. And we are very happy to see that the pump storage guidelines are already there by the Government of India, and solar thermal also we will take it forward and see. We suggest that some demonstration plants need to be set up in India so that we have the proof of concept is proven and enough of confidence is there in the technology, its operation and maintenance, and various challenges which could be there. It is not only the cost effectiveness. So that's what we plan to do.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, and apologies to the others who wanted to ask questions. The panelists will be available, they promised me, after this session, but obviously for the next couple of days for your direct bilateral questions. 2 words on enablers. Rashi, you first.
I think the developing nations are actually on a very good advantage. For 2 reasons. One is that we have learned from what the developed nations are doing. And the second thing is that we have the choice, we have the option to make the right choice for our countries. And that becomes a key enabler when we can make the right policy, right decision, with the combination of multiple technologies together to have a 24/7 access of electricity at affordable prices for every strata of the citizens in the country. And that gives us the key advantage of being a developing nation, I think. That is the key enabler that I would say. And storage is a very essential medium to bind all of this together. And storage would be at every level, at decentralized, at centralized, and the combination of multiple technologies in storage together. We just cannot say, okay, it's going to be battery energy storage, it can be only hydrogen storage, or it can be pumped hydro. No, all of them together. Get your right energy mix to actually enable 24/7 carbon-free electricity.
Thank you. So yes, when we work with the businesses, and coming back again to the niche where we work, the broad challenge that businesses have spoken about is policy barriers as well as the market-related barriers. And we've come up with, working with these businesses, RE100 members in particular, we've come up with 6 policy asks, which are global in nature, but we have also contextualized it to the Indian market. Some of which I will very quickly speak about are around creating electricity market structures that allow for direct trade between corporate buyers and renewable electric supplier. There are some of these policy asks that ask about creating market-based incentives for utilities to facilitate corporate renewable sourcing. We are also asking to support a credible and a transparent system for issuing, tracking, and certifying competitively priced renewable energy certificates. And this is particularly for India. And designing a competitive green tariff program that results in additional renewable energy procurement by corporate buyer. And last one that we have asked is removing the regulatory barriers and implementing stable frameworks to facilitate the uptake of corporate renewable electricity. This is particularly the last one is coming from the ask from the businesses that are working across different states in India. And they find that the policy dimensions are different in different states, which really makes them very difficult to look at the absolute target that they have about 100% transition to renewable electricity. To some of these broader, brighter things that the businesses need us to have.
Kanika, we're going to come to you and Julie at the end to wrap up. But Vinod, just one word from yourself.
Yeah, 4 words. So I picked standards on 24/7 CFE is very essential, and Energy Tag is doing wonderful work, so that needs to expand, and we should have the standards of what really constitutes 24/7 CFE. The supply and demand granularity of data, both from generation and from consumption side, and role of DERs, and not just more DERs, but through in a way that also supports two-sided marketplace where the DER owners are also able to contribute to the requirement of others as well. And lastly, regulations. So clarity in regulation and clear support for 24/7 CFE regulations.
Thanks very much. And Kanika, for your closing remarks.
Thank you. Just to respond to the second question, my answer is all of the above, what everyone said, but with one addition of behavioral drivers and nudges. And I think we didn't cover that one as much, but super important. We need to make this a demand-driven business. It cannot continue to just be a supply push. But I also am quickly going to say thank you to all of you. You've been this room has been, as Rashi said, has had very good energy. I'm very appreciative of how much interest this topic has. And as we've all agreed, I think that this requires everyone to play a part. And so we're so excited that there's so much interest in this. And on behalf of Sustainable Energy for All, as the coordinators of the 24/7 Carbon-Free Energy Compact, we welcome all of you to join this. There is really a role for everyone to play, whether it's analysis, whether it's the implementation, and then there's so much to learn. I mean, from Vinod, and Vinod, what you were saying about the time-stamped and location of the offset, I mean, yeah, you can have a view about offsets, and every person will have a very, very strong and opinionated view on whether offsets are good or bad. But I think when you bring in the nuance, all those views, you can always find common ground. And I think that's really what this is about. And this is no longer, should we do 24/7 carbon-free energy? It is, we have to do 24/7 carbon-free energy. How are we going to do it? And so we're very happy to be playing our small part, but very happy to use that small part to amplify everything else that everyone is doing. So thank you very much. And thank you, Bruce, for your leadership in this space.
Thank you very much, Kanika. Julia, to wrap it up, the closing remarks from your side.
Thank you, Bruce, and thank you, Kanika, very much. The shared partnerships that all of us are working so hard on are critical because we have to do this. We must do this. And I think the point Kanika raised about we're in a crisis, and somehow crises always link our humanity together. We are all experiencing floods, droughts, fires, increased storms. Like, we're all feeling this, our communities, our families. And so we are motivated to start acting. And now these inclusive actions that we're all taking together are bringing together the interactive signals, the shared access that we need, the changing policies that must happen that we're all starting to really get behind and support, using tools like 24/7 to really kind of be able to implement our shared actions. Thank you so much to the panelists today for bringing together your perspectives to incite and teach all of us and really link together how we're all really connected, even though we might come from different perspectives. And thanks to the Global Renewables Alliance for bringing together a collective action, uniting the community, the global community from industry to really start working with governments and partnerships to really kind of connect the glue that makes us all so strong. So again, thank you so much for your opportunity, for your motivation, and for participating in such an important conversation and being here today to make the changes we need. Thank you all so very much. Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks a lot, and a huge thank you to the panelists, the first panel and the second, to all of you, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Could we ask the panelists to join us at the front for a family photo, please? Thank you so much.
urban Europe. Yes, so as I've said, we welcome you to this room, those of us who have joined us in person, and to our cities and our colleagues and our partners who are joining us online. This is going to be an excellent presentation. We welcome all of our speakers that have made the time to join us. This is a high-level dialogue. We'll hear from a diverse range of perspectives on accelerating the uptake of innovative urban infrastructure solutions. I'm a former city leader, and my work with GCOM as well. I know that cities, not only are they at the front or the forefront of climate impacts, they're also leading when it comes to climate ambition, climate innovation. They have huge plans to join the national governments and the global community to meet the Paris Agreement, but obviously they need partners to accelerate the change that they see, and this is what this dialogue is about today. It is what the dialogues that the Urban Transition Mission and the Innovate for Cities initiative of GCOM do. We bring together, we facilitate conversations with cities, for cities, by cities, but importantly with partners to help this urban transition make it possible. And again, that's what the interventions we'll be speaking to in this roundtable today. We'll be facilitating this conversation, looking at driving ambition, delivering ambitious climate commitments, and leveraging innovation in cities, as I've said before. Conversations such as today are really important to springboard, to close the gap in research and innovation development, and importantly, the deployment of solutions. Cities know the priorities that they have for knowledge, for the innovation that they can see in the cities. They are partners in research and innovation. They are test beds, they're solutions providers themselves, but obviously they're looking for partners in that horizontal and vertical scale, in partners in government and industry and business, and obviously other cities as well. So today's session, we'll hear from a range of those perspectives, but to begin, we start with a welcome from a true friend of the Urban Transition Mission, Dr. Aroma Revi, Director of the Indian Institute for Human Settlements, and also coordination lead author for the IPCC, including the 1.5 report. And Aro is going to set the scene for us, and following Aro's presentation, our UTM Director, Georgia Rambelli, will then take the floor to facilitate the roundtable conversation. So we will hear from Georgia shortly, but the floor is yours, Aro.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm going to be fairly frank, as I always am. We're in deep trouble. We know that, I guess. But the trouble has deepened even more significantly over the last 5 years. So we're clearly above 1.1. We're way off track for 1.5. In fact, those of us who work on this space, I co-led the 1.5 report 5 years ago. We are in the middle of an acceleration towards a 1.5 overshoot. Yeah? We may well go beyond a 2-degree overshoot. That's a fact. We can't run away from it. North India over the last few weeks has been flooded. I just wrote a big op-ed on that on Saturday. And across the world, whether it's Spain, 100-year drought, what's happening across North America, even New York, Wall Street is should be listening, because Wall Street has been in some trouble with breathing over the last few weeks. So the 1,000-kilometer impacts that are there. So that's of course on the impact side, but basically the clear thing for us is we have to work really hard to remain below 1.5, because we know, and the IPCC said this very clearly. I led the synthesis chapter on that, the report on this process. The difference between 1.1 and 1.5 is very severe. Fine? And we're headed way beyond that. Most of us in this room know this. In fact, it's nice to see some faces who are at Sharm el-Sheikh. The negotiations are happening about a world between 2.7 and 3.2. That's where the negotiations are happening. That's what, the agreements and the negotiation between countries is happening. In Paris, about a month ago, we did not see very much hope on the financing side. So we're in deep trouble. The question is, where do we get hope from? And if you look at the evidence, a lot of the hope comes from people who are at the front end of the process. And who's at the front end of the process? Communities, cities, and businesses in association with cities and communities. So we spent all of last year, 60 IPCC authors,
in a dialogue with many colleagues across the room, across the world, bringing these communities together. So we took the 11,000 pages that we produced over 7 years at the IPCC, and we boiled it down to 90 pages, which is called the Summary for Urban Policymakers. Fine? And this was done as a co-creation with mayors and with business leaders across the world, because you have to find the people who are actually taking the action to figure out where the biggest gaps are. Fine? So the unfortunate thing is we know where we need to go to. We have to try and stay below 1.5, but we'd be really stupid if we did not actually prepare. That's the interesting contradiction, fine? Because the negotiations are happening at around 2.7. So if you don't get to 1.5, you don't get to 2, that's where we're going to land. And we're going to land there pretty quickly. This year, because of El Nino, you will find some locations in the world which will go beyond 1.5. Cities, of course, are very clear. I mean, in the IPCC, we've said this. Kolkata has been at 2.3 elevations, etc. Cities have typically been at higher elevations at 1.5. 1.5 is a global average. And as you go to the north and the south, the temperatures are even higher. So the question, of course, is, do we know what we want to do? And I think the answer has been very clear. We laid this out 5 years ago in the 1.5 report. We know what needs to get done. We need to do 5 things simultaneously. Right? We have to do them simultaneously. We have no option of doing them one after the other or trading off against the other. The most critical one, and that's why this meeting is so important, is the energy transition. We know that, and I'll come to that in a second. The second one is dealing with what we call the land, water, and ecosystems transition. That's also very critical because, as we know, a third of our emissions are coming from the affluent sector, and if you don't deal with land, you're in deep trouble. You also cannot decarbonize by using forestation, reforestation, unless you address land-based questions. You can't plant, forget about 1 trillion trees, you can't plant more than a few billion trees because there will be conflict about land, water, and food security. And post-Ukraine, we know that's a real question. Even a small constraint in world food supply is leading to regime change in many parts of the world, including in this region and, of course, in other parts of the world. So the land, ecosystems, and water transition is very important for people who are thinking about mitigation. It's connected. It's not separate from doing photovoltaics and energy efficiency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The thing that's not doing very well is the industrial transition, because if we don't actually deal with cement, steel, glass, everything that we live in, fine, the embodied energy, as far as that is concerned, is going to drive us in difficult places. And that's really tough to do. This is a very important thing. It's connected to the energy transition. It's not separate from that. And it's not doing very well in many parts of the world. To green core materials, which are going to build the cities that we're talking about, especially in Asia and Africa, are going to be very critical questions. And we really want to work very hard on that. And of course, it's tied to the circular economy. And finally, something that we learned during COVID, societal transitions. Dealing with the demand side is actually very important. And this is something that surprised us in the IPCC when we did the assessment. And this is a big new thing that's come to us in the mitigation space. You can reduce between 30 to 60% of emissions by dealing with the demand side. We have very clear answers to this. We know what subsectors need to be dealt with: transportation, food, urban form, et cetera, et cetera. So we know what needs to get done. So these are 4 things: energy, which we're obviously working on in any case; industry that's tied to that, that's not doing very well; the ecosystems, water and land, which is very important and tied to it; and societal. But finally, the master that brings all this together is the urban and the industrial transition. That's what we're talking about, and the infrastructure transition. It's very simple. 55% of the world lives in cities. 70% of or 80% of our emissions come from cities. Most of our economy is based in cities across the world, and almost all of our innovation comes from there, irrespective of where you take it, including the AI and ML revolution happening in 4 or 5 clusters. So basically, this is a space that's going to make the critical difference, at least in the next 7 to 10 years, when we really need all of that. We need the innovation. We need all of these transitions to come together. So in a sense, the master key to this entire process is the urban and the infrastructure transitions. Plus, if we kind of reflect on what's happening in the global economies in terms of post-COVID recovery, the most significant investments across the world, including in this country, certainly in China, in the US after a big struggle, and absolutely in Europe, has been on infrastructure-led stimuli. But the fact is that we are spending less than 20 or 30% of those resources on decarbonized, resilient infrastructure. And I think that is a core question that we have to address. We're making the investment,
It's bringing back the world economy to do whatever it can. It's hopefully creating jobs in some senses. But if you're going to do stuff that is 20th century kind of stuff, it's not going to help us because we're locking in systems for sometimes 20, 30, 40, 100 years in some cases for large-scale port and transport infrastructure, fine? So we need to think very critically about this. Like I said, the answers are very clear. We've identified 50 different options across the world. They've been assessed very clearly. We know what the synergies and trade-offs are. We know what is feasible, what is effective. And most important, and this is the analytical work that scientists have done, both at regional and national and global level, is we know what actually ties this to the Sustainable Development Goals. Fine? So I'm not going to show you slides. If you want to, you can go to the summary of urban policymakers. We can show it to you. You can go down goal by goal. You can look at, let's say, goal 3, which is about health. And you can look at what the options are that actually enables health and mitigation and adaptation at the same time. The analysis has been done. We know what works at global scale, and certainly for Africa, Latin America, Europe, I would say a little bit less from North America and Asia, we actually have assessments done at regional scale. The work that's happening just now is to take this down to national scale. I know multiple PhDs that are happening across the world on this thing. It's a very complex question in some senses. And then most critically, to take it to local scale, because that's where action and investment needs to come. But the challenge is not so much in what needs to get done, the technologies that are in place, etc. The challenge is that our enabling conditions are not lining up. The first and most important one is governance. Governance is not working, we know that. People are struggling in different directions, whether it's in the private sector or the financial sector. We're not coming together in that. And that's why I said we're in trouble because of that. The fundamental challenge is around climate governance and its connection with what needs to happen at national level, at provincial level, and at local level. That means, as far as public systems is concerned, reorganizing the intergovernmental fiscal flows so that we're not incentivizing massive carbon-focused development, which is what we're doing across the world. That's the reason why, even after COVID, we're not seeing any significant change as far as that's concerned. That's the first thing. The second thing is we're in deep trouble on climate finance. We know that. There's a huge opportunity there. This could actually reboot the entire global financial system, but we're not working in the right direction. Risks are building up. Long-term capital understands this, but short-term investment is not flowing in the right direction. Fine? And it's not about the 100 billion. We actually need 6 to 10 times that. It's redirection of national economies in that particular direction. So that's the second thing. Governance, finance, then institutional capacity. You cannot deliver unless you have projects that are pulled together in an adequate shelf to deal with risk, wherever it is, whether it's in any of the G20 countries. And you can see that. So you need to bring that together to make it happen, and that requires institutional capacity. And this is not a question of the global south, fine? We have big gaps in institutional capacity pretty much across the world. You talk to mayors at, of some of the largest cities, the C40 cities, they have exactly the same questions. Procurement, how do you pull stuff together? Do you have an actual shelf that can be funded? Are your financial ratings adequate to make that happen? So we don't have the institutional capacity. And then we're not engaging our citizens who are the key drivers of consumption and choices and want to make those choices to be able to do the right thing as far as we're concerned, fine? So we've got to transform that space, and that's what innovation is about. It's not only about technical innovation, about finding a new app that, does fancy things with you using, ChatGPT or a machine learning process, let's say. It is also most critically, as we've learned from COVID, about societal choices. It's about social innovation. Because when people choose to do things differently, it will cascade into markets, it will cascade into political processes, it will cascade into investment flows. And that connection is not being made. And frankly, from the COVID experiences we've seen across the world, we've talked, Kathy, as we've done over the last year, the front end of that process is happening in local and regional government. So that needs to be strengthened and organized. And the reason I started with Shalman Sheikh was last year there was a very important thing that happened. That is, for the first time in a COP, we had an urban ministerial. We need to keep that conversation going, because energy ministers that work on climate change, people in prime minister's offices, et cetera, need to come together with the folk who are actually doing the stuff on the ground, whether it's the private sector or community-based processes, or most critically urban leaders, to make this work. It's a new form of partnership that we're not used to. But if we want to get out of the mess that we are in at the moment, that's the only way forward. There are no trade-offs. There are no easy ways out. Okay, this is deep systemic change. It's going to take a lot of innovation to make this happen, and we have to create the space to make that happen in practice. So I'll finish off there. Thanks so much.
No, make sure the mic's working. I'm now going to hand over to Georgia, but thank you so much, Arrow. It's a good call to action. Obviously, incredibly evidence-based call to action. I think that's the critical part. It's come from, you know, thousands of scientists and cities and industry and business and governments from around the world. So you come with a strong message and call to action. But now to Georgia to facilitate the roundtable and hear the responses and the interventions from the floor.
Thank you very much to both of you for the wonderful introduction, for setting the scene for this discussion. I think Dr. Ravi here said it very right. We know that we are in deep trouble, and I think the Urban Transition Mission does know that, but we also are very well aware, together with our Global Innovation Alliance of partners, which count some of the member states that are present here in the discussion today, and we will hear more about them from very soon, that it's also an incredible opportunity to really drive forward the systemic change that was mentioned until now. And in particular, we know what the great potential of urban transformation and integration of sustainable urban infrastructure can really bring. And we are working closely already with 48 pioneer cities across the globe that have decided to embark on this journey of transformation together with us. We will hear from a couple of them today as well. And we want to discuss, exactly because of this reason, together with you, how do we bring forward this collective ambition that we have by removing the barriers that are still stopping the systemic innovation that it's needed. We want to discuss with you how do we deliver on the political commitment that we set for ourselves, increasing investment and in particular also the potential of accelerating these financial flows that have already been mentioned to really drive forward investment in sustainable integrated infrastructure. And then finally, how do we leverage innovation? Cities are not only the place where innovation is brought forward and tested, but is also the place where innovation is created. So how do we work together across level, across sector, to really reap the benefits of the cradle of innovation that cities truly are? So this is the topic of a discussion. We have an incredible lineup of speakers and contributors that will join us today. If you allow me, I will prefer to just go right to ask you directly a question and your contribution and introduce you while I'm going to be doing that. And I'm really looking forward to hear all of your different perspectives. But because the cities are very much at the core of the discussion that we want to have today, I would like to start with our host, actually. We are here in the city of Panaji here in Goa. So I would like to go to Mayor Rohit Monsarata and ask, what is the vision that Panji has when it comes to transformation, and what are the challenges that you are seeing right now in delivering on this transformation that we are discussing here today?
Good morning, everyone. So I'm sure everyone's aware of the challenges. Right? There's a lot of things that every city needs to tackle, from efficient public transport, green buildings, to waste management. There are two things that I've noticed, particularly in my state. One is between the government and its citizens. So what I've seen is there needs to be mutual respect between the government and the citizens also. Citizens need to be brought on board, because if you don't tackle that problem of consumption, nothing you ever do is ever going to make a difference also. So until citizens, one, they need to feel like they need to benefit from this transition and not like they're going to lose. Because it seems like it's a very transactional kind of thing. It'll be like everything you need to do. For example, you need to cut down on consumption. You need to, like, say, give up, even basically like give up riding in your car just to use public transport. A lot of people see that as something that they don't really want to do. The government needs to do more in terms of just getting people on board. In terms of when they draft a policy, you need to go out to people, you need to tell people, you know, this is what we're trying to do, this is for your benefit. Because unless you are the ones who affect the change, it doesn't matter what we're going to do. Because the government has every sort of law in the books. It's just that a lot of people don't end up following it. For example, if you look at this year, was a year where even though Goa gets a substantial amount of rainfall, this is the first year where we came close to having a drought. Our reservoir levels were at extreme lows. And this is the first time I think Goans face a reality, even though we're surrounded by water, that we would not have, you know, water running through our pipes. So stuff like this, like, people need to understand. Like with South Africa, for example, when they almost ran out of water in Cape Town, the government got together, they put in stringent restrictions. So I don't want it to get to that point where the government has to mandate certain things. It should come from us, you know, like it's something that, like I have to wake up in the morning, I have to feel like, you know, like maybe as simple as turning off your lights when you wake up in the morning, using less water, that kind of stuff. So I think that is the most important thing. Everyone realizes the challenges, but I still feel that the government has to reconcile its relationship with the people first for anything to get off the ground. That's mostly.
Well, thank you very much. I think your point of making sure that there is a collective ownership of the transition that we need to deliver upon is extremely important, and having the ability to bring citizens on board in making these tough changes, let's be honest, it's really incredibly important. I would like to then move on to another wonderful city, the city of Kochi, that has joined the Urban Transition Mission, and give the floor to Dr. Rajan Chedambath. He's the director of the Center for Heritage and Environment and Development of the city of Kochi, and maybe ask you a similar question. When you decided to join the Urban Transition Mission, what was the vision that the city of Kochi was bringing on the table, and what challenges would you expect to start tackling by working together with us?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you, Georgia. First of all, I come from Kochi. So it's month of July, and June we received only 50% of rain that normally we get. And again in July, it's not even 50%, it's less than around 40%. See, the issue is that every urban center in South Asia is in a sort of climate emergency. And it's time that we got to be very climate sensitive. And we got to be very climate sensitive in our development aspirations. And we need to kind of design our planning process in that way. And we need to kind of bring in a lot of technology, expertise. We got to really move from the conventional urban local government system to a modern system with innovation, technology. We need a lot of young people, vibrant minds getting into our local government system to make a change in order to face these big challenges. And Kochi, there is shortage of rain. And now we have heat islands formed within the city in different parts. And the third one is sea level rise. We are a coastal city, and we are facing serious concern as far as sea level rise is. And it's not very easy, as our mayor said, to communicate with the people, because our political system demands deliverance in short time, in 5 years. And what happens is local governments focus on working to deliver things in a short span of time. I think we go to, there has to be a paradigm shift, and we got to really begin to plan for long term. Then only we can kind of address this big challenge called climate change. And of course, we got to really kind of revamp our kind of financial system. We need to kind of go into, municipal bonds, green bonds, value capture financing. I think a total revamp of the system is needed, and local government cannot do that. The regional government cannot do it. I think the national government should really take initiative in reforming the whole urban scenario in India in order to kind of face the challenges. And we have a vision to be carbon neutral by 2030, but alone we cannot do that. And we need to be hand-holding with agencies like we are with Urban Transition Mission, because we feel that we get a lot of know-how. We can get a lot of good practices from all across, so that we can put that to the benefit of the people of Kochi. So I think it is time that we act, and if we don't act, then we are in a very bad time and space.
Thank you very much also for adding on some concrete examples, also from the mayor's side, of really what does it mean to look for the transition. Ultimately, it's about the quality of life of our citizens, and you can see it in your streets. You can see the services being interrupted. So really, what does it mean for you? It's really impacting on the quality of life of your citizens. And thank you also for talking about this mismatch that sometimes happens, and we are here to try to discuss and remove between the cycle of policymaking, the timing of investment, and the urgency of the action that we need to undertake. And maybe I would like to continue then this conversation and move on to Mani Kumar, is the Deputy Secretary General and Executive Regional Director for South Asia of ICLEI. And maybe ask you a little bit about also this global perspective. Are these issues that we are seeing only in South Asia, or is this something that really cities across the world struggle? And who are the partners that we should bring on board to facilitate some of these transitions?
Thank you, Giorgio. I saw my name at the end of in the list, but okay.
I want to keep you on your toes, so be careful.
I just want to take further what Aro has said, that the 4-5 points. I was just putting them on my paper and see what needs to be done immediately. I think that one thing Aro is talking about from the national government side, they should invest it in correct way. But what I'm seeing here, I'm working not just only in Indian cities, but also in entire Asia-Pacific region, looking after what is happening within the cities. And I think I don't want to repeat that. We need to act. I think that is one thing everybody is saying that. But how do we act on these issues? I think my previous speaker is saying that national governments, yes, they have their own way bringing their policies, but the provincial as well as the local governments, they are not really understanding what is happening at the national level. Yes, they are going to wherever the COPs are happening, the national governments, they are talking that, but linking that to the provincial government and the city governments, I think there is a gap again. I know Aro is talking about the climate governance, but on the vertical front, I think from the national to the provincial to the local government, can we do collectively together? I think that's one point which I want to bring it onto the table on that. My next point is, again, Aro has said that about the climate finance, 100 million or 500 million. Financial institutions are saying that we have the money, but we don't see good projects in front of us. Can you bring good projects? That's where, because I do bargain, I do bridge between all these actors, governments, financial institutions, private people. I do. That's what my institute do globally. But what is happening is that matchmaking is not happening. I'll say, put it that way, actually. Yes, financial institutions have money. Cities are saying, I have this project, but nobody is coming to give me money. So how do I go forward further on this? So can we do that matchmaking? All of us, I think, not just me or not just city or not just financial institution, can we bring that matchmaking? I don't know who will do that. In our Indian marriage system, we say that, okay, God will do that, or yes, I know my wife somewhere has born, but can we do that matchmaking between these financial institutions, where the money is there, where the requirement is there on that? My third point is on to the city governments. What I say that is, city governments, mayors, please don't wait that somebody will come and show me that here is your bride or here is your groom, but here is the money. But I'm saying, please bring that whatever 1% or 10% or 15% or 20% from your pockets to invest onto the climate actions onto the ground. Once the financial institutions see that you yourself is investing into this action, then they're happy to bring that further, whatever 70, 80, or 90%, which is lacking from your side. But unless until they see this 10% investment or a 5% investment from your pockets, they're not going to come on that. And my last point I just want to add here is that we need to, I think Aro is also talked about, and Mayor Panaji is saying that involve the citizens, okay? Unless until, yes, money is there, actions are going to happen, but who is going to follow those actions? Who is going to implement those actions on ground? This is the citizens. Unless until you bring them up into your, whatever you do, I think, if as in the family, obviously you talk to your people which restaurant you want to go in the night for a dinner. Unless until you mayors talk to your citizens saying that what can we do in this city in next 5 years, I think that is where the issues are going to be solved. So bring the citizens onto the decision making and take it forward on that. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much for that. And I think this idea of really unlocking how we can do this matchmaking together and understanding how we can take these projects to a stage that is also appealing for financial institutions, but also think about how we contribute together to setting up this project. This shared responsibility in managing this investment and bringing it forward is very important. And I feel that this is maybe something that we can pick up, of course, very soon with Mr. Jaco Topil. I will give you the floor in a minute. But before I do that, I would like to maybe move on to the other point that you made around linking across level. So maybe I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ignacio Garcia Fenol. He's the Deputy Director General for Coordination of Innovation Policies of the Ministry of Science and Innovation from Spain, a core group member of the Urban Transition Mission, but also a country that has quite a few experiences in working directly with innovation in cities together. So can you maybe elaborate a little bit on your experiences?
Thank you, Georgia. I'm delighted to be here sharing with you our experience from Spain. And I would like to say, first of all, that we are deeply concerned about what is happening in the world. These days, we are suffering a heat wave so strong in Spain and everywhere. So we have to do something, because I think that we are not acting in the right way and with all the efforts that we need. And in this sense, we think that it is so important to gather all the efforts and to bring together all the cities that are struggling with this kind of situations. And for that, we have created a platform that is called CTS 2030 in order to gather and bring together all the cities that are working for reaching this climate neutral objective, this goal, this challenging goal that is I think that is the most important issue nowadays. We have to tackle, we have to know how to deal with all the aspects that are involved in this energy transition, in this climate transition. So this national platform is a multi-stakeholder infrastructure where the quintuple helix, we are talking about a multi-level governments, private companies, academia, mass media, and civil society, of course. It is so important. I want to underline again that it's so important to bring together citizens in this transition, because sometimes we are making decisions that are hurting people in some way. So we have to be able to explain very well what we are going to do in this energy transition environment and framework. Because if we are not able to explain that to people, maybe we are not going to success. And this is so important. So this platform is now supporting 7 cities in Spain in order to develop their climate city contract. That is an agreement between the central government, the cities, and also the regional governments in order to create a real commitment around this climate neutral goal. This platform has conceived this contract from the very beginning as an iterative process in which all the stakeholders that are needed to transform the city towards climate neutrality participate. And in this first phase, emphasis is being placed on the involvement of the national government and regional governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. And 2 out of the 7 cities that you are supporting are also part of the Urban Transition Mission.
Of course.
And we hope
Valencia
to see more coming. We are looking for another 250 ambitious pioneers that are willing to join our journey.
I encourage you to foster that all your cities are going to participate in this initiative, because it is so important to be there. I think that we are maybe more used because we are working from years ago in the European mission for cities. But I think that it's so important to be there in Urban Transitions Mission too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And staying with a country that is enjoying both the participation in the European Smart Cities and Climate Neutral Cities mission, but also in our Urban Transition mission, maybe I would like to stay in Europe and travel a little bit further north and give the floor to Ms. Helena Saren. She's the head of the Zero Carbon Future mission from the Ministry of Finland. So thank you very much for being with us. I would like to ask you, what is the vision that you see, and why are you supporting and working together with your cities to become net zero? What potential do you see, but also what barriers do you think are still there?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all here today. And one comment, I'm working at the Business Finland, which is under the ministry. So, but whatever, one family there anyway in Finland. So when we are talking about the cities and the importance, I would like to go back what Dr. Armar was saying there in the beginning, as the majority of the energy consumption is happening in the cities, as well as cities are the majority source of the CO2 emissions in the whole world. But also very important topic is that a city of the size of Paris needs to be built every week for the next 30 years in order to match the population growth. So we can't continue with the present tracks, but we have to involve and engage new solutions, new services, which are supporting our fight against the climate change. So definitely that is one of the very, very strong drivers. So definitely the climate emergency must be done within the cities and with engaging the citizens. What we have seen is that, or I have seen is that the cities seem to be very, very empowered nowadays. So they have seemed to somehow found their own identity, so are much stronger than they used to be some 10 years back or so. And in Finland, I have to say that we have on a governmental and national level about the climate neutrality target of 2035. But however, the cities have much stricter and much more ambitious targets, going to 2029, 2030, and some even earlier, 2025 or so. And that applies also in our case for the industries. And of course, from the industry's point of view, they see it from a commercial point of view, the benefits there. But from the cities, I would also like to emphasize that not only the nations are competing of the talents and also the businesses, but also the cities are doing that one. And nowadays, more and more people are, and as well as the businesses, they want to be located in the cities which they share the same values as the people and the companies. So that is also one driver there behind why the cities should go there if they want to be the competitive and the winners of the future as well. So that is from the business point of view. So yes, there are two cities actually that participate in this mission, namely Turku and Lappeenranta in Finland. And within the European Union, 100 cities, we have 6 cities there operating. One of these is as well there. I would say that within our cities and quite a lot also in the DNA, I would say in Finland, is that we want to have a very systemic and holistic out of the silos view, so the kind of cross-sectorality. And we definitely I want to emphasize also the city planning stage all very in the beginning, involving all the areas, all the schemes there, so not going to the silos. And within that territory, in the planning phase, to include and involve also the circularity thematics there, to think from that point of view. For instance, in the building sector, not only the construction phase, operational phase, but also the demolition phase. So that is highly, highly, highly important. But also I would like to emphasize the digitalization and involving new kind of solution within that thematics to although, well, sometimes all the solutions and so forth to say, because that is also highly, highly important. But in addition, the obvious sectors of energy, transport, both public and private, and the buildings, I would like to also mention that it's highly important to activate and engage the population and people. And in our cases, as an example, there is lots of communication. And for instance, in energy efficiency, I'm just going to finish it soon. when the electric prices were raising up, actually our national consumption went down quite a lot because of the population reduced their consumption. So there's a lots of things to do within that territory. Also in the recycling, waste management, but also supporting, for instance, cycling or whatever. So that kind of remarks from my side.
Thank you very much. I think your point on really this opportunity, but also potential that we have across different sectors, working together also with businesses. I think it's a very important aspect of facilitating the transition. And of course, citizens, again, as not only the end user, let's say, the target of the support that we are providing to this transition, but really also as people that we can mobilize. Cooling seems to be something that increasingly comes on the stage. And I'm looking now at Mr. Graham Meidman is the advisor to Mission Innovation and also in the Department of Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy of the United Kingdom government. And I'm pointing out about, of course, cooling in particular, because you're also one of the co-leads, of course, of another of our core group partners, the Innovation Community on Affordable Heating and Cooling. So can you tell us a little bit about that, but in particular also how can we work together, national and local level, to really facilitate these transitions?
Thanks very much, Georgia, and great to see everyone this morning. So I'm Graham, and I'm from the UK, and just like to give you a little bit of context from the UK, if that's okay. So we've got around about 400 local authorities in the UK, and if we're going to drive our net zero ambition, we need to make sure that they deliver on the ground. And local authorities are responsible for about 5% of the emissions, directly responsible for about 5% of the emissions in their area, okay? So they've got a small amount of actual traction. However, they're really influential in driving emissions reductions. And they can influence planning, procurement, a whole bunch of things in the area, but they are critical if we're going to deliver on net zero. About 130 of our local authorities have set their climate net zero strategy to achieve net zero by 2030. Okay, so a big number of local authorities have got this amazing ambition, and in the UK we want to support them, national government. Cooling. It's a really big topic, and I've just come from another event which is launching the Global Cooling Pledge, and this is a commitment that's going to be announced at COP, and basically commitment to reducing emissions. Just out of interest, who and what sort of figure do you think cooling constitutes in terms of emissions worldwide? Any ideas? This is a workshop, so. Over to you. You know, any suggestions from anyone? Give me a number. Shout out. What sort of percentage of worldwide emissions does cooling constitute? 20 plus. That's a good number. Thank you. Yeah, go for it. 35. Okay, fantastic. 9. So Rosalinda is in the know, I guess. But she knows. Okay, it's around about 8% of 8 or 9% of worldwide emissions. Okay, she's been cheating. But she's completely right. Individual countries, it varies. And if you go to the UAE, where COP's going to be, I think it's something like 70% of all electricity consumption is down to cooling. It's a big number. And if we're going to get to net zero, we've got to tackle it. Now, how are we going to tackle it? It's tricky. It's really tricky. But it's part of a whole energy system. Okay, we can't just deal with cooling on its own. Okay, it's too expensive. We've got to deal with it as part of a local energy system. And my view is it's part of something which I call MPH. In the UK, we've got MPH, which means miles per hour. Okay, maybe elsewhere it's kilometers per hour, but MPH. Just remember that acronym. Okay, and MPH stands for mobility, power, and heat. We bring them all together in a whole energy system, okay, and we end up with something that's really amazing and really cost effective, and we can deliver deliver emission reductions overnight. So I did bring with me a postcard, okay? So a postcard from the UK, okay, for you all. Hopefully there's enough here. And this is a whole energy system, MPH, okay? It's called Green Skies, okay? It's something we've been working on in the UK, and there's a QR code. You can Google it afterwards, okay? But it actually shows you how you bring together mobility, power, and heat in a whole energy system. And if you can pretty much overnight decarbonise a city. Overnight, it's a slight exaggeration, but you can decarbonise a city using this, okay? And it basically shares infrastructure, it shares loads of stuff, and it does it in a cost-effective way. Anyway, I've probably said too much, but fantastic to be here. Georgia's doing an amazing job with this mission, okay, and great to be part of it. Thanks very much. Sorry, Georgia, I've probably said too much.
No, that's good. I think that absolutely the importance of cooling and the way that it has to be tackled as a challenge in an integrated approach, I think it's particularly important. And we will be indeed working also with Kochi to exactly try to tackle some of these issues. So great to have the opportunity to discuss this further. But of course, systemic transitions, we heard it, it's not easy, right? We need regulatory change, we need knowledge about technologies, we need knowledge about good practices out there. So I would like to go now to Ms. Rosalinde van der Vlies, Clean Planet Director from the European Commission, and ask Rosalinde, what do you think are the key elements, some good practices, some good solutions that you see from your perspective to help cities really make this transition happen on the ground? And what is your experience in trying to support this journey?
Thank you very much, Georgia, and good morning, everybody. I feel so much energy in this room, so I really think you are no longer suffering from a jet lag in this room. I was in a different side event before coming here, and I have to say, don't spread the word. We are Chatham House, but I mean, honestly, there was a very low level of energy, so I'm really happy to be here. I will start with a question to Graham, because I'm a bit inspired by your question. It's a personal question to you. So in Europe, we have the 100 climate neutral cities mission. How many cities are part of that mission?
So thanks, fantastic, Rosalinda. Yeah, I think the question is how is the UK engaging with this? And
No. My question is how many cities are part of this mission?
As part of the 100 cities.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that I can probably cheat a little bit, okay, if I had a bit of time to Google. But but there was, at COP, there was announced, I think it was 49, okay, the cities were going to be part of it. But maybe the answer is in the question. 100 cities, how many of the 100 cities? Is it 100?
It's 112.
112. Okay.
So
well, I was within 10%, roughly.
Yeah.
Okay, so
very good.
Thanks very much, Rosalinda.
Yeah, very good. So no, but basically the reason why I'm asking this question is that when we launched the mission, we wanted to have 100 cities that would be joining us in this journey, that would have the ambition to become climate neutral by 2030. And then, we really wanted these 100 cities to become innovation hubs, experimentation hubs, and an inspiration for all cities to show the way that this is really possible. But when we launched it, we were quite nervous, and we were like, okay, what about, what if we only get like 49 cities that would be putting in their application? Because we had no idea, basically. In the end, we had 377 cities applying. So in the end, we had to apply a quite strict selection process to get to the 100 European cities. And then we also selected 12 cities in the countries associated to Horizon Europe. But this is just to warm up. I mean, of course, this is not about the numbers, but I really think it's really important, to mobilize as many cities as possible also, and in particular for the urban transition mission, because I think, Georgia, you have a call open still, right? So let's all of us make a bit of publicity still for the call that is open until 21st of August. Yeah, exactly. To make sure that at least at global level, we get to the magic number of 250 at least. Anyway, I mean, I think, what we can do as governments, I think from the European Commission side, we basically are focusing on four what we call ingredients for success in order to support the cities in their ambition to be climate neutral by 2030. The first ingredient is that we want to provide a stable and enabling regulatory framework, because it's really important that the rules that are there, in the different countries are really supportive of these climate transitions. And there, at the European Union level, we have our European Green Deal, which provides, a longer-term strategic vision to become the first climate-neutral continent in the world by 2050. And then we have various legislative requirements, including specific targets, that is really providing the cities, but actually all the stakeholders, with kind of like a stable, longer-term regulatory framework in order to then, also stimulate concrete action on the ground to accelerate climate neutrality. For instance, we have this rooftop initiative where we have set a target to dramatically increase the rooftop solar energy by 2025. So we have all kinds of regulatory measures, policy measures in place to accelerate the action. The second ingredient is obviously that we need massive investments. And at the European level, we have Horizon Europe, which is the biggest publicly funded program for research and development in the world, with 95.5 billion euros that we are investing in R&D until 2027. And we have specific budgets set aside for the cities. This year, we dedicated almost 400 million euros for cities in their quest to become climate neutral. And when I speak about investments, I'm not talking about investments only in R&D. Of course, we also need to invest massively in scaling up, in deployment. And there we have various programs, both at the European level, but also at the national level in the European Union. But we really also need to mobilize the private investments. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that our cities are facing. So the European cities, they are working on these climate city contracts, but also a related investment plan, where we are looking at the investment needs in order to achieve this really big ambition. So the third ingredient is a multi-governance, a multi-level governance approach. And we have heard so often from the cities that we are working with that they also really need the explicit political support from the central governments. So we are really also trying to work with the national governments to say, okay, please, look at the cities, because the cities are such important players, such important, movers, inspirations, and really, the right place to have the action on the ground. So we really try to encourage the governments to also break the silos between the different ministries, because I think if we really want to support the cities, we need to make sure that the different ministries are working together, talking to each other. So it's also, again, a silo-breaking exercise at government level, and also, what also our colleague from Finland said, we also need to break the silos across the sectors. And I think, Graham, I'm very inspired by your MHP. I will definitely, when I get the postcard from the UK, I will definitely, look at that one. Oh, yeah, I have it. Thank you so much. I will take that with me. Because I really think, we need this cross-sectoral approach. Also, when we look at innovative solutions. So I'm very curious to learn more about that. But this is also something that we are fostering at the European Union level. And then the last ingredient, and then our dish is basically done. I would mention here the involvement and the engagement of the citizens in the cities. So we've asked the cities that are part of the mission to co-create the solutions that the cities need with the local communities, because we really believe that you need the buy-in, of the local communities and the citizens in order to really accelerate these transitions, because we need a lot of behavioral changes as well. So it's very important from the beginning to also involve the local communities. So I'll stop here, but I think we have 4 ingredients for a very delicious dish, and we add a bit of Indian spices, and then I'm sure we will be accelerating even further. Thank you.
Much for sharing with us your recipe for our successful transition. I think it's made of many different components, as you said, and in particular when we talk about the challenges that we are trying to tackle, regulatory changes, multi-level governance being enabled, working with the private sector. But there is, of course, also a question around when we have even the funds, the structure, we also need to be able to access solutions. So I would like to now go further in our conversation and move on to Ms. Anvita Arora. She's the Director of Transport Urban Infrastructure Program of the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, also one of our core group countries. And I know, of course, the center has been instrumental in trying to help and support cities identifying what innovations are fit for purpose for the specific context. So in your experience, what type of policy levers do we have to really facilitate the national support and the collaboration across sector to help cities transition?
Yeah, thank you, Georgia, and it's a pleasure to be here. CAPSAC is an advisory think tank, and we are working very closely with the Ministry of Energy. And through the Ministry of Energy, we've been working with other ministries like the ministries of municipalities and rural affairs. And there are three things, I think, which are coming through very clearly when we talk about innovations and how at a national level we are supporting innovations. I think the first thing is that the innovation needs a very clear vision. So we have shared goals which are very clear. We have, and the pathway and the end game is totally articulated. And what we see is not only the NDCs which give that clear vision, but for example, the Ministry of Housing and Rural Affairs is working towards identifying what are the heritage solutions for dealing with hot cities, So we have 7 provinces in Saudi Arabia. Some are very hot and dry, some are hot and humid, some are cold, and there are different building and urban planning styles which have adapted to that kind of climate, and those needn't be dropped as we innovate. So the fact that at national level you have strategies that are pulled together like that, which look at energy efficiency and bringing those styles into a kind of modernized context for implementation, those are very interesting initiatives at the top level. So we need a vision, a clear vision. The second thing I've seen is that innovation is necessitated by regulations. And so the Saudi Energy and Efficiency Center under the Ministry of Energy has been very clear about having some strong regulations around, say, for example, CAFE standards in transport have necessitated electric vehicles coming in a certain way, and then the cities adapting to charging infrastructure and things like that. Similarly, for appliances, what are the kind of regulations, buildings, materials, what are the kind of regulations, industry, but also in the urban planning space. So, for example, Saudi Arabia in the SEEC and the Water Regulatory Authority are looking at district cooling regulations, because we need to now talk about, and it's been very successful in the UAE, and so CAPSAC is working with them to identify what is the level of densification that you need to effectively put in district cooling, the water requirement, etc. So regulations really drive innovations. And the last thing that I would say is that innovations follow investment. So we need, there are a lot of great ideas around the table, but there has to be money that is going in the big projects that will allow for all of that innovation to happen. And Saudi Arabia has been investing in large mega projects, whether it is under the Saudi Green Initiative, and you'd be surprised to know that under the Saudi Green Initiative within Riyadh, we have a huge old airport area, which instead of its prime land and instead of building on it, it's being turned into a very large green area called the King Salman Park. And that is setting out a good practice in terms of, not only we are greening and planting trees, but it becomes a great carbon sink, but you bring the microclimate down of the city, because heat is a real problem, and there are multiple projects like the Sports Boulevard, etc. But that's not only within the city. Because we are in the process, Saudi Arabia is one of the countries which is investing in making new cities, whether they are tourism hubs, logistic hubs, marine ports, etc. But ensuring that climate resilience, adaptation, and all the new innovations are embedded by design allows the Saudi Arabian cities to become a living lab to test out a lot of these innovations. And the fact that it's investment that is supporting this, is really allowing for, say, the public-private partnership to come in, industries to come through to support that kind of innovation. So 3 things. We need a vision, regulations, and innovation will follow investment. That would be my
Thank you very much. I think we are adding lots of different ingredients to our recipe books, which is great, coming from different parts of the world. I like this metaphor. By the end of this session, we will have a full banquet, I believe, which is great, and continue to talk about solutions, innovation that is needed. I would like now to move on to another support group partner of our urban transition mission, IRENA in particular, and give the floor to Mr. Juan Jose, is the program officer for the clean energy transition scenarios in IRENA's Innovation and Technology Center. And maybe hear your thoughts around how can we continue to really drive forward innovation, but in particular also the uptake of such innovation. We're talking about infrastructure today, but at large, through holistic approaches. And what challenges do you see from IRENA's perspective?
Hello. Well, thank you for the invitation for this roundtable. A very good insights right now for the participants. I would like to start by saying, or I would like to start by the fact that every city at the end has some sort of renewable energy resources. So our perspective is that in order to accelerate this transition, to accelerate this, let's say, uptake of innovation, cities actually have to maximize the use of their locally renewable resources first. And of course, this implies challenges. For instance, I can say that a more integrated urban energy system planning is required for this, as more sectors will be coupled in this uptake of different technologies in different sectors. And of course, considering that the electrification continues is evolving. So in this sense, a more integrated energy planning in the local level, in the energy system, urban energy system is required. And of course, this brings me to the fact of capacity building. So this is another important issue to have to be considered in terms of capacity building for local authorities, because they will need at the end the skills required to manage and to understand these new energy systems. So on this, I would like to say that IRENA is contributing with the platform of UTM with specific capacity building programs. We also believe that innovation is very important in this whole equation or this recipe in terms of providing, let's say, innovative ways to create, I don't know, maybe new methods for urban planning, perhaps, or these new energy systems, in terms that these have the opportunity to bring the different perspective from, let's say, different communities, different, let's say, even business to the whole conversation, because at the end, with this new solution and these new innovations, new business models will be needed as well. So I think this whole ecosystem is evolving very fast. And so maybe one more thing is, I heard some comments about the importance to matchmaking, or how to bring actually, how to actually provide finance to specific projects or business cases. I believe that, and I have heard these many things in different panels, and I believe that all at the local level, I think the important thing is also to provide some capacity building to local financing institutions, because much of this final decision is based on risk, how the bank will manage this risk. So sometimes, I don't know, the internal staff of this financial institution is not well, let's say, they don't understand very well what will be the revenue of a specific project. So I think it will be a good idea to start thinking also some sort of capacity building for local financial institutions. And yes, I want to stop here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, the role of capacity building is essential. And we have been working together to provide quite technical, I would say, insight for our cities together with IRENA on how to operate, maintain, and create more flexible, resilient urban energy systems. So this has been a very valuable opportunity for all of our cities, of course. Continuing our conversation, so we talked about solution and challenges around regulation, multi-level governance. We talked about technological solutions and important capacity building. Well, we heard the word investment quite a bit. So I would like now to go to Mr. Jakub Topil. He is the External Relations and Partnership Lead at the Climate Investment Funds of the World Bank, and ask how do we unlock this challenge of potential investment, accelerating market flows, and is it true, as was said before, that the money is there, but the projects are not good quality enough, and how do we fix that?
Thanks, and thank you all for having me here. In fact, what you're asking really goes at the heart and soul of our very mandate at the Climate Investment Funds, or the CIF, as we call it, just to add to the alphabet soup of acronyms that you've all heard. But before answering, just for those unaware of who we are, let me just take a second to inform you as to who the CIF is. At nearly $12 billion, we're the largest pool of concessional climate finance multilaterally. That's bringing 6 multilateral development banks together to work as a system and to help accelerate access to climate finance for the developing world. We are pushing those 6 banks into investment areas, such as the ones we're discussing today, that they wouldn't otherwise be able to go. Now, when you see my name up there, I see it says World Bank, but I want to assure you that while they are our trustee and house the CIF, we, as my colleagues who are here with me today, would tell you we are equally supporters of the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Inter-American, EBRD, and IFC. We are agents of concessional financing supporting all 6. And dedicated to this work for over 15 years, we are not just beyond scaling investments, we are the largest knowledge bank and learning laboratory on climate finance and just transitions. When we started looking specifically at urban infrastructure a few years ago, we saw a number of criteria that affected cities' potential to access finance. And some of those issues are creditworthiness and bankability challenges, significant infrastructure deficits, and a lack of a defined project pipeline, which Mr. Kumar has raised and actually Mr. Jose mentioned earlier, not to mention the matching aspect. Those challenges are exactly why the CIF built an investment platform dedicated to climate-smart urbanization and to help address these issues. And through this platform, which we are expecting to launch next year in 2024, we will be quickly diagnosing a city's exposure to climate risk, assessing its level of preparedness, and measuring the gaps in mainstreaming considerations into urban planning and investment pipeline development. We will be preparing climate action plans that are context-specific, gender-responsive, and include the necessary interactions at the national level as well, and then the curation of a project pipeline to scale those investments, not just the technical assistance and capacity building that many players are doing, but taking those efforts and taking them to scale. And we'll implement those catalytic investment projects with the concessional finance we offer. So some of those areas have been highlighted already: e-mobility, green improvements to new and existing buildings, water supply resilience, cooling projects mentioned by Graham, and integrated waste management. This program will support 20 small to medium-sized cities in developing countries where urban infrastructure has not yet been locked in, and where 60% of new urbanized land development is set to take place by 2030. Now, when we're able to kickstart these projects with the concessional juice that we offer, more financing crowds in. That's just been our experience. And we have over 350 project examples around the world, which I can happily bore you all with, that showcase why this platform works. And I don't want you to just take my word for it. This platform has been externally assessed and independently evaluated and shows how this model has created transformational impact. With over 350 projects in over 72 countries around the world, we recognize that these first-of-their-kind projects off the ground get replicated, markets get created, and more finance gets crowded in. So why don't I stop right there?
Thank you very much for sharing with us your experience, but also the work that is already being rolled out to support this process. I have to say, all of our urban transition mission cities do have a climate action plan, but they do have gaps in order to future-proof these plans to climate neutrality as well as resilience goal. And of course, the connection with investment planning is something that sometimes is not quite yet there. So we hope to be able to work together in the future to also see how some of these great projects can be brought forward to implementation. And I would like to give you the floor to maybe react also to all of these different ingredients that we heard about in a couple of minutes. But before I do that, we talked a lot about the cooperation across sector, the importance of working with citizens, and of course, also the importance of working with the private sector. So I would like to go to Ms. Apurva Mitra, a partner in KPMG India, and ask a little bit about how do you feel around this challenge that we have been talking about of engaging the private sector to driving forward the interest of the market in investing in some of the infrastructure at the urban level. What challenges do you see, but also what potential?
Thank you, Georgia, for that question, and lovely to be with all of you in this room today. In my mind, typically, I club infrastructure when we talk about sustainability into three broad buckets, right? One is infrastructure that enables greener growth, right? Which, for example, is renewables, the charging infrastructure, electric vehicles, hydrogen. The second category would be infrastructure that enables resilience or helps enhance our adaptive capacity, right? So that could be flood proofing, drought proofing, cyclone proofing. The third category of infrastructure I would commonly club within this is infrastructure that by itself, whether in its design or in its build or in its operation, has a lower footprint, whether it comes to the environmental footprint or the social footprint, right? So all these broadly, these three categories of infrastructure faces its own set of challenges, right? But I would say our bigger challenge and the broad point here is that we must stop looking at infrastructure as standalone systems that serve any one specific purpose, but more as an integrated ecosystem which solves a number of challenges. So one of the speakers before me talked about cooling and the fact that we must consider it as part of an integrated ecosystem. So for example, if you're connecting clean energy to, for example, urban mobility systems, mass mobility systems, then you're solving a number of challenges around air pollution. You're solving challenges around carbon emissions, but you're also solving challenges around greater convenience at lower cost for developing economies. So the moment we start seeing these economic benefits or factoring these economic costs and benefits into our decision making, that is when it starts making sense from the economic standpoint as well. And this is where the government comes in, where we're able to identify these economically viable projects and infrastructure projects and turn them into financially viable projects through incentives, the right set of incentives, through the right set of investment guarantees or risk mitigation mechanisms. So I think that's very important to consider in the larger frame of things. But there's a lot that the government can do, and we talked about a lot of these different components, whether it's building that kind of demand, helping send the right policy signals that gives investors that kind of confidence, but also helping establish a lot of these credit mechanisms, facilitating, for example, like India has raised one of the largest sort of green bond issuances last year. So these are all the right sort of market signals that helps bring in that private interest into funding in this space, because at the moment, there's a very negligible percentage of financing that comes from the private sector in Indian cities. and it's largely the public sector. And we have to move towards understanding how we can mobilize private sector investment such that the public sector investment acts more as a catalyst that makes this larger transition happen, because the scale of funding that we need is absolutely huge in a country like India.
Thank you very much for this, and it's encouraging to hear, that there is a way forward and a perspective around sending the right market signals, as you're saying, and engaging more closely the private sector in being mobilized, in investing in local infrastructures. And I'm also happy to say that we have officially launched a cooperation between the Urban Transition Mission and KPMG. They will be working together in a number of cities, also in India, but also in Finland and the United Kingdom. So looking forward to, and Norway. Looking forward to also see how we can facilitate really this connection between the public and the private sector and bring forward some of these very much needed solutions on the ground. So I mentioned that I wanted to go back to all that we heard and come back to the mayor. And again, thank you for having us in your beautiful city and in Goa. We heard a lot of these different solutions that are out there. Everyone seems to be working in the right direction. After you heard all the conversation of today, do you feel that there are some levers that you can use to mobilize some action further in your city? Do you feel encouraged? And what else would you like to see in order for you to drive the transition on the ground in your city?
Thanks. So just, again, there would just be 2 points. One, as everyone mentioned, I think, is the role that government has to play in all of this also. As ma'am mentioned from Saudi Arabia, I think we should go back to the past. Like, for example, cooling has been a major initiative that everyone has spoken about. For example, a lot of our architecture was, had evolved to suit the current climate that we were in. So now we've adapted our architecture to basically suit the cooling needs of the time. For example, architecture is just based around, because we have the convenience of air conditioning and everything. We don't really have to basically look into the past. We don't have to see what had proven to be successful in previous generations. For example, in Goa, we have these beautiful Portuguese houses. Intentionally, our roofs were 3 meters or 4 meters or 5 meters high because it helped alleviate the heat during the summer months. We had large windows, which also helped with cooling and everything. So it seems like, I think that is an initiative when it comes to, I think, architecture that needs to change. That's one of the things. Government should incentivize or have policies that basically encourage architects or encourage people to design in such a way. One other thing is basically funding also is another thing. I think one of the major problems that we have as local bodies is basically direct access to the government, like the central government, for example. So a lot of local bodies might have a lot of projects that they think are beautiful, or have projects that are really good. But we have a massive procedure. We have to go to the state government has to approach the center. That causes delays in terms of not just months, but years in some cases also. So we'd like a system, like a feedback system where we can have direct access to maybe the central government. If we have ideas or if we need support with particular projects, maybe they could help with that. International funding also could help if we have projects. If we could directly reach out to such organizations, that also would prove effective. Those are the 2 points that I want to highlight, actually.
Thank you very much. I think also this idea of really supporting the understanding of how we can decrease red tape where it is needed to foster innovation is very important. And the Urban Transition Mission, of course, is looking into also creating sandboxes to foster innovation so that we can really accelerate not only the speed, but also the scale that we can deploy this type of solutions on the ground. But I would like to ask the same question then to Kochi. Any new lever or any new solution that you heard or anything else that you feel you need for your transition?
Yeah, I think the solution is here. Then when everyone spoke, we have all our issues are solved. And the cardinal point is local governments. If you are strengthening the local governments, you really need people who understand this language over here. Normally, the local governments don't understand all these, what is transpired over here. So you really need, especially in the South Asian context, you really need research and development wing in every local government in order to kind of facilitate, in order to get access to all these big talks that is going around over here. So I think if you really want to make this change, you really need to strengthen the local government in terms of not just financing, but R&D. You could have an R&D wing or an SPV, because smart cities do, like, we have around 105 or 10 smart cities. They have a mechanism to kind of tap all these things, but not other cities. So I think it is very important that we build some kind of a bridge wherein the local government talk directly to all these, because when you talk about cooling, I really don't understand that. Not my policy, the maker. I think we need some kind of a communication channel who can really translate this language to the policymakers. That is very important. Until and unless you do that, nothing is going to work. I think it's very, very important in that sense. I think I'll just
Thank
say that
you.
much.
No, thank you very much. I think this is a very important point, translating results, translating innovation to policymakers, translating science, and I'm looking at Dr. Ravi, I will come to you now, to policymakers, but also to citizens, to see why we are embarking in this journey. So maybe we started with this terrible challenge ahead of us, but also this great opportunity. And I think when it comes to translating the results of science to policymakers, that's exactly what the Summary for Urban Policymakers was trying to do. How do you feel after this roundtable and this discussion? Are we starting to see some way forwards? Anything else that you think we should discuss more closely?
I think today has been very positive. We know that because, many of us are implementing these kind of things. It's really happening in some senses. But the challenge, like I said earlier, is not so much that we don't know what the problem is and what the solutions are. Both of those are pretty clear at the moment. The challenge is bringing them together in implementation. That's the core question for us. And for that, I would say 3 or 4 things are very critical. The first thing is the governance frame has to be right, because we have to integrate across various things. You've got to connect in the climate space, adaptation and mitigation. They don't go separately. They're part of the same story. You've got to connect that with doing sustainable development, because it doesn't address poverty in the global south, if it doesn't address questions of access to basic services, it doesn't work, because that's critical as far as. And because we need now, as we were saying, blue-green infrastructure, you've got to bring in biodiversity into the frame. And our systems of governance are from the 19th and the 20th century. They do not see how to make this happen. So that's the core challenge. And that's a big task, not only for people like us who are trying to implement this stuff, but even for people in politics to take that leap of faith and put their next election on an integrated agenda. And that's very tough. That's not an easy job to do. Any mayor will tell you that. It's easy to get elected once, but to get re-elected is not an easy thing to do. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we absolutely have to make sure that the cost of capital at the front end is lower than what it is just now. It's impossible at the current point of time for these things to be implemented because the cost of capital is too high. And it's most significant in the places where we need it the most. So cities in the north need to be retrofitted at dramatic scale. So, the US infrastructure systems are falling apart. That's a $1 trillion problem in some senses. In other parts of the world, you need to build new infrastructure in places where informality is the organizing principle of how urban development actually happens. So how to get the resources into that place is very critical. And finally, you do have to have the institutional capacity to deliver this. And we don't have that, very honestly, whether it is to raise new projects, pull together pipelines of things to get done, build enough capacity to bring citizens in, and enable stuff on the demand side. The institutional capacity doesn't exist at the moment because we're still thinking in a very old paradigm. It's not that we don't have solutions to this in various places. And I think that's the power of city diplomacy and the work that you're doing just now. It is allowing cross-learning and accelerating that process. And I keep saying this to colleagues across the world. Cities do not compete with each other. That's an old paradigm. Firms sometimes do, even that is happening less and less. Cities actually work together extremely well, and they're learning very, very quickly, whether it's diplomacy or setting up innovation or bringing resources together. We have to recognize that and use that as a platform to move things forward much more quickly. But the barriers we know about. Mandates are not in place, the resources are not in place, and your intergovernmental fiscal process on the government side and the cost of capital on the private sector side make it impossible for people who know what to do to get their job done. So I think this is a great conversation. The more we have it across the world, G20 is going to drive this because 80% of the opportunity is here, fine? And so are the challenges. So I'll close there. Thanks, Kath.
Thank you. I would just like to follow on from, we've only got a few minutes left, and I thought actually if we could just reimagine this conversation 12,500 times more for all of the GCOM cities. If we could have, 12,000 mayors behind you being able to speak to this amazing room, all of these perspectives are incredibly important. The interventions are incredibly useful and needed for all of the cities to implement what they're wanting. And you've all mentioned what cities are needing and what they're wanting and what they're needing. And at the Global Covenant of Mayors, through the Innovate for Cities initiative, through the Urban Transition Mission, we're hoping to host lots of these types of conversations. Obviously not one by one, but hopefully through a series of gatherings in regional locations globally, through a global marketplace in October. You can look at the innovateforcities.org website, and at the Urban Transition Mission Global Innovation Summit. These are the types of conversations that we're wanting to have. City-led, coming to bring, cities bring their, not just challenges, actually we want them to bring their ideas and optimism and what they're wanting to achieve, and then bring together the stakeholders that really can help them enable that to happen. So we encourage you to continue to work with the Urban Transition Mission, and obviously Innovate for Cities will welcome you at one of these marketplaces that we're hosting to really drive forward.
Well, thank you very much. And I also want to really mention our co-lead, Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, has been also instrumental in really gathering all the needs, the research and innovation needs that cities across the world, we talk about a community of 12,700 cities everywhere, really have, and try to foster a space through Innovate for Cities to understand where the challenges are, but also where the solutions are. So please do pick up this opportunity to join. And we will be also, as Urban Transition Mission, offering the opportunity to research institutions, think tanks, academia, to join us in really working together with our cities and to see how we can further foster our innovation. We are almost at time. We have been very diligent, I have to say, although we had to start a little bit late. But I would like to give the floor to our other co-lead, the European Commission, to really also get us to a close. And maybe Rosalinda will ask you to give us some closing remark and to share your thoughts about the session and the discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, I think we have prepared together a wonderful dish. So I think we have put all the necessary ingredients on the table. So I think we are, very, very well prepared now for the future. Maybe just to close, I think it will be very important indeed to continue these conversations. I think they have been extremely helpful. I think there's also a lot of convergence in this room, about where we need to go. I also love the positive energy, which I think, also comes from the cities. And I think that's exactly what we need, because I think, at the same time, there are also a lot of citizens that are worried about the future. And I think it's also the role of all of us to give hope, to really show that, if we work together, there is hope for the future, there are solutions, and if we work together, we can accelerate and implement these solutions and make them available for our citizens. I don't know, Georgia, if you want me to close with a few announcements that I would like the colleagues in this room to take away, because of course there are many, many different side events, there are many discussions that are going on also yesterday, today, and the days to come. But maybe I would like to, just for everybody in this room, walk away and remember 3 key things linked to the Urban Transition Mission. And for me personally, it really helps me to remember things if they start with the same letter. So it's a bit artificially, but I'll present to you the 3 things that I would like you to remember from the Urban Transition Mission as you go out and talk about this to your friends and colleagues about the amazingly inspirational session you have had today here. So the first C that I would like you to remember about the Urban Transition Mission is the C of the word call. We already mentioned it before. We have an open call to cities across the globe to join the Urban Transition Mission. The call is open until the 21st of August. So let us all, spread the word, mobilize the cities, and make sure that together we reach the magic number of 250 cities, hopefully, by the time we will hopefully meet again, for example, at COP. So that's the first C, is this call, and please promote the call. Then the second C is the C of the center, and this is the Urban Transition Mission Knowledge Center. I think there's a lot of solutions that are already available that need to be scaled up, that could be replicated across the globe. And there, we have created this one-stop shop, the Urban Transition Mission Knowledge Center, so the C of center. And I, again, would like to ask you to, have a look at the website and, spread also the word of this center, because there's so much information out there, and I think it's really helpful, that we create, one place where we can go and we can find basically, all the knowledge and solutions that are available. And the third C is about capacity building, because I think the Urban Transition Mission has already some very concrete solutions and concrete pilots that were launched. There was a pilot with 11 Urban Transition Mission and the Global Innovation Alliance. Georgia, you also mentioned the new pilot with KPMG that I think is also very, very good to mobilize the private sector. So a lot of capacity building and a lot of successes have already been started under the Urban Transition Mission, and I'm really convinced under the leadership of Georgia we will have many more successes to come. So thank you very much. And from the Commission side, we are really proud and honored to be part of this mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And well-deserved applause. And with this, I want to conclude the session, thanking you very much for your contribution, for your insights, for also your wisdom and your capacity also to put yourselves out there with new ideas and how we can continue to work together. It will be a tough road, of course, not an easy one. If it was easy, we would have solved everything already. But there is a lot of commitment, a lot of power, and everyone wants to walk in the right direction. So please join us in our journey of transformation. We look forward to continue working with all of you. Thank you, and I wish you all a great rest of your day.
wireless. Udah, lihat nih doang. Wire itu jangan. Ayo, teman itu. थोड़ा तुझे कैमरा इकडे घे ना.
My name is Ingrid Amorowska-Tabul. I come from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission that is located in Petten, which is just north of the Netherlands. And I'm also leading the Mission Innovation Insights module. The think tank, which we're going to be discussing today, is the Insights module, one of the Insights module key parts of. The other part of the Insights module is actually focused on tracking clean energy innovation progress via the Energy Innovation Metrics Hub. As most of you who are here today, you might perhaps already know a little bit about the Insights module. The Insights module actually has two work streams at the forefront of it, which one we're talking about the think tank, and the other one, the Clean Energy Innovation Metrics Hub. The module aims to inform MI countries on the state of the clean energy innovation ecosystem. The module also aims to support them in reaching the energy targets and facilitating cooperation and knowledge exchange. That is why on our event title today, you would have already noticed us putting a great emphasis on knowledge sharing. This is, as you will be hearing in the next hour and a half now, this is really one of the key objectives of this Mission Innovation workstream. So during the MI-7 ministerial in Pittsburgh last year, we have actually published the MI Track and Review Framework. This framework recognized that enhancing the qualitative and quantitative evidence of members' clean energy innovation policies and priorities is really of very high importance. So it was indeed agreed to strengthen capability in evidence-based innovation policy through a program of webinars and knowledge exchange sessions and also insight reports the topics of which would be identified by Mission Innovation members. Also then, following that, during the annual gathering in Rio de Janeiro in March, I remember hearing many of our colleagues from MI countries and partner organizations as well, seeking more capacity building opportunities and more opportunities to exchange with one another. And then, following all of that, I'm glad, therefore, that we are launching the Mission Innovation Think Tank today. And I am very glad to see so many of you here in the room. Let me walk you a little bit through what you can expect from the event today. So today we'll firstly be hearing from Franck de Rossier, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister of Strategic Policy and Innovation at Natural Resources Canada. Then my colleague Patrick Macaulay will briefly walk us through the concept and the structure of the think tank. Then afterwards, we'll hear from 4 of our distinguished speakers today. They are all coming from the European Commission, the United States, Canada, and the MI Green Powered Future Mission. They're going to introduce to us 4 different topics, cross-cutting topics, that they have proposed themselves, and I believe that they are of extremely high importance for the Mission Innovation community. A little preview of what you'll be hearing from them about today. Let me present those 4 topics. So first of all, we'll hear about financing clean energy demonstrations. Then we will be diving into the topic of inclusivity and fairness of the clean energy transition. Thirdly, we will be discussing public-private engagement in clean energy RD&D funding programs. And last but not least, we will be walked through the international collaboration on joint RD&D programs topic as well. So as you can see, we have a rather rich agenda planned for you today. And last but not least, in the second part of the event, we will also have a little bit of a discussion where we'll be very interested to hear from the audience your reactions, your reflections, and what you feel should be of the highest priority for the Mission Innovation think tank. Now, without much more further ado, I will give the floor to you, Frank. And thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you, Ingrida, and it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And as I was chatting with Ingrida just prior and Eleonore, the head of the MI Secretariat, this is a bit of a soft spot for me because I was the former chair of the Mission Innovation Steering Committee a few years back in 2019, when Canada was hosting. So having a chance to see the progress of the initiative thus far and seeing all those member countries being so engaged and involved is really, feels great to see so much progress being accomplished. So Ingrida kind of laid out nicely in terms of the context for this session today and the initiative being launched, the MI think tank. So really, if there were to be a word or two words worth emphasizing is knowledge sharing. So that's the whole premise of what this thing is about. And you did describe it now, but it was certainly been the case all along. The desire of MI was all about accelerating innovation, but also engendering collaboration and sharing so that all of us, all of our countries can get to that target that we all are aspiring to faster, quicker, and more effectively. It's true for member governments, it's true for partner organizations, international groups who are involved. All of us are in that same quest. Allow me perhaps to share two concrete examples whereby Canada was really experienced kind of this kind of dynamic which will be discussed throughout the day. The first one, which Amanda Wilson, Director General from our team, will be describing in a minute, is with the Breakthrough Energy Solutions. So we launched a partnership with them so that we can advance such initiative with our US partners, but also all of those private sector organizations. And it turned out to bring a great deal of excitement and new capital and ideas so that we can connect our firms with international investors. Same kind of thing happening with the UK government, where we launched the Canada-UK Power Forward Challenge, where in the area of smart grid, we tried to do those things together across the Atlantic. So we both pitch in about $10 million or so that we can connect our firms and our innovators. So these are a concrete example whereby we've been able to do it for an individual country, but how can we do this at scale with all of the MI membership is really what we're striving to do. So the MI think tank is a new element, something that we'll be experimenting in terms of the format and what works the best way. But what is envisioned is having workshops, having events, and all sort of ways to disseminate knowledge of the kind of projects you're going to be hearing about. So as you was previously mentioned, 4 of those pitches will be presented just now. But really the day-to-day is to trigger a bit of a kickoff of this expression of interest. So we're seeking your ideas today and over the coming weeks of what could eventually be part of that pipeline of the think tank's activities over the year to come. And the hope is to identify those topics that are cross-cutting, the topics that are dear to you and your respective organization, but that would be also of interest to the broad MI membership. So as you listen to the conversation, to the pitches that will be happening today, of course, welcome your candid feedback of what you like or maybe what could be further explored. But if you have other ideas, I'm sure Patrick and Grida and the rest of the team would love to hear what could potentially be done over the year to come. And allow me to do a shout out. So Patrick is part of our team, and Canada has been happy as part of the MI Secretariat to make our contribution to launch this think tank. And we also will be participating in volunteering ideas ourselves so that we can share with every one of you. So on this, I wish you a great and productive session. Thank you all.
Thank you, Frank, for the introduction and for joining us this afternoon to make this important announcement. Certainly looking forward to contributing Canada's ideas to the think tank in the months ahead. So hi, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Patrick McCauley. I work as an Insights Officer with the Mission Innovation Secretariat and as a Policy Analyst at Natural Resources Canada. Over the past few months, I've been working with our colleagues on the Mission Innovation Secretariat to develop the concept for the Mission Innovation think tank. I'm going to spend the next few minutes providing some details on the think tank, including on why we're launching this process and the value we hope the think tank will provide to MI membership and beyond. I will also outline the important technical details for you, what the think tank and its activities will look like, and most importantly, how you can get involved in this process this year. I will begin a bit with how we've gotten here. So as Ingrida mentioned, the think tank is a response to the commitments made by MI members in endorsing the track and review framework last September in Pittsburgh at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum. At that time, members committed to increasing knowledge sharing, and we as the MI Secretariat committed to develop a program of webinars, knowledge exchange sessions, and case studies throughout the year on topics identified by members. But we know we're not the only initiative or organization supporting knowledge sharing on clean energy innovation topics. The IEA's CERT, OECD Committee on Science, Technology, and Policy, and IRENA all have mandates to do knowledge sharing on these topics throughout the year. But we've heard there's still gaps, and we know there's places that MI can still complement, expand upon, and add value to existing knowledge sharing on clean energy innovation topics. By linking up our efforts with our key collaborating organizations, we'll all be able to maximize the impact of this work. So the objective of the think tank is on the screen now, and I direct your attention to the words cross-cutting here. So there's a recognition that really a lot of our work in MI involves some level of knowledge sharing, whether it's on technology-specific topics through our missions, the innovation platform, or other MI activities. The way the think tank will differentiate itself, though, is that the focus will really be on the macro-level clean energy innovation topics that will have relevance for more than just individual MI members or missions. Big issues like financing, public-private collaboration, innovative program design, topics where the sharing of best practices between the MI community and beyond can help us all accelerate our progress towards our collective goals. So why a think tank? I'll walk through some of the rationale for the think tank and with the impact that we hope this new process will have. So as Frank mentioned, at its core, the think tank will help MI members to share knowledge and resolve common challenges. Members of MI are all doing policy, programming, and collaboration in different ways, but there are a lot of common challenges out there. This is really a chance for members to learn from each other throughout the year on the big topics we're all working on. I'll also add that there are cross-cutting clean energy innovation topics that will be relevant to both MI member governments and mission teams. Discussing how governments can work together to establish joint RD&D projects. Funding internationally is an example of that, and I know it's a topic that many of the missions under MI are grappling with. But it's also a topic equally relevant for the national governments feeding into these missions. When we're really pleased to have Luciano Martini from the MI Green Powered Future mission here today to pitch a topic later in that vein. And as mentioned, there's also a chance to strengthen our alignment with the work of MI's collaborating organizations and global partners, a few of which are listed on the slide here. This will help enhance existing knowledge exchange on clean energy innovation and maximize our impact. And finally, there's an important knowledge dissemination aspect to the think tank as well, which will help MI to increase our visibility and global outreach beyond our immediate MI community. While think tank events and workshops are one piece of the puzzle, we plan to disseminate key outcomes and written knowledge materials from think tank events online, where all members of the clean energy community and all members of the global community and those interested in our work can benefit from the knowledge that the think tank would produce. So what exactly is this think tank? I'll turn to some specifics about how we're planning to scope this process. So the activities will primarily be events and webinars, and in all cases we'll be disseminating outcomes from these activities online. And as I mentioned earlier, topics should be broad and cross-cutting. You'll hear 4 examples shortly that we think are high priority and cross-cutting topics that are relevant beyond just one area or one member's interests. For example, a knowledge exchange session on best practices in establishing hydrogen valleys it's a very important one, but that may be a better suited discussion through the MI hydrogen mission rather than the think tank. So the think tank will not replace those technology-specific knowledge sharing and discussions that are already ongoing through MI's missions, but it will provide a place for broader discussion on cross-cutting topics that are implicating more than just one mission or member. And a very important piece here, the think tank will be member-driven. The think tank will rely on members' willingness to identify key topics and share their knowledge and expertise through MI think tank events. That said, while members will drive this process, the MI Secretariat and our Insights team will be there to support members all along the way. And finally, we see this as an open process. While I think our initial focus will be on encouraging members to bring forward topics that are relevant to them, the think tank will be open to contributions from missions and innovation communities of MI, collaborating organizations, or even non-members that are interested in our work. So some specific roles and responsibilities here. The MI Secretariat will lead engagement with members to build out an ongoing program of think tank events. We'll be at the ready to support members in event development and scoping, logistics and operational needs for these events, facilitation where relevant, communications, and post-event knowledge dissemination. Members would play a leading role for individual events to develop event content and scoping, working alongside the Secretariat team on logistics and supporting event delivery. For missions and innovation communities and other collaborating organizations, it's a similar role to members, although less of an expectation on them to bring forward topics initially. However, we certainly see the value of missions contributing actively to this work. So to get this process started, we've launched a call for expression of interest to identify key cross-cutting topics and begin to shape the think tank's activities in 2023. We're asking two specific questions in this call. One, which cross-cutting topics do you see as valuable to discuss with the MI community through the think tank? And two, would you and your organization be willing to contribute to an MI think tank event on a specific topic? And if so, which topic are you interested in? Respondents to the survey don't need to come to us with your fully fleshed out ideas at this stage. All we're looking for is your initial rough idea and your expression of interest. After that, we'll begin to work with you to help shape what these events could look like. Expression of interest, we would reach out and set up an initial meeting to talk through your vision, how your topic of interest, and how to deliver the event. And we would go from there to plan this program and this think tank event. We also recognize that some members may have event ideas that are further along from others. You'll hear soon from our colleagues with the U.S. Department of Energy who have already stepped up over the last year to lead member-driven knowledge sharing through their Financing Clean Energy Demonstration Dialogue series. I'm looking forward to hearing what they have in store for the year ahead, and hopefully on how the think tank can provide a home for this work and help expand the reach of this great member-driven work moving forward. That said, even if you do just have a rough idea for a topic where you think more knowledge sharing with the MI community could be valuable, we encourage you to respond to the call for expression of interest, and we'll start that conversation and start fleshing out some ideas on important topics. The call will be open until the end of September. While it's possible that some think tank events may start before that time, we won't know until we hear from you, so get in touch with us. We hope that by the fall, we'll be able to begin to share our initial program of member-driven think tank events. All right, so you've now heard from me, so now you're gonna start to hear from each other. We're really excited today to present to you a series of think tank speed pitches. Our speakers today are each championing a topic during their intervention, a topic that they think would be valuable for further discussion through the think tank process in the months ahead. Not only will this give you an idea of the types of cross-cutting clean energy innovation topics that the think tank will be looking to advance knowledge sharing on, we also hope that it will spur your feedback and spur your ideas. Following these pitches, we'll want to hear from you about which topics are your favorites, which are the highest priority for your organization, and how we can move forward. And as well, we want to hear your perspectives. Is there a topic that's front of mind for your organization that we're not talking about today? We'll hopefully give you a chance in the later part of this side event to hear those ideas. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to our first speaker, Maria DeJulian from the U.S. Department of Energy. She's the Senior Advisor for Strategic Planning and Engagement and Director of International Science and Technology Collaboration at the Office of International Affairs at DOE. Today, she will be speaking about financing clean energy demonstrations. So the floor is yours, Maria.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here to talk about the work of DOE through its Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations, a new office that we have set up at DOE to take advantage of all the work that needs to be done on demonstrations. We call it OSED for short because we live in Washington, D.C. And so we've done a lot around financing clean energy demonstrations. And so what we're hoping to use and do through the think tank is to create more events like we've already been doing, as Patrick mentioned, over the last year. So for example, last year in September at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum, this event last year, we hosted a clean energy demonstration roundtable where we brought together 9 mission innovation countries to discuss gaps in demonstration programs. And we really highlighted the link between financing and off-takers, and each country brought examples from their own country to share with each other. And then building on that roundtable, when we were in Rio for the annual gathering this year, we convened another meeting along the same lines on financing, really trying to start a dialogue series on financing clean energy demonstrations. And this first session that was held in Rio, we focused on how governments are advancing offtake mechanisms to create demand and economies of scale for products produced by large-scale clean energy demonstrations. So there, participants discussed the key tools and approaches they are exploring to advance these offtake challenges. Mechanisms like advanced market commitments, contracts for difference, and procurement, as well as the challenges and opportunities in advancing demonstrations to decarbonize sectors, hard to decarbonize sectors like the shipping industry, which is a cross-cutting global challenge and one that MI is very focused on through, for example, its shipping mission. And there are obviously a lot of key questions and challenges remaining. So for example, participants emphasize the importance of a holistic approach to measure supporting clean energy demonstrations. For example, measuring on the supply side and measuring issues like contracts for difference or advanced market commitments on the demand side. So really, I guess the key point is that we're really looking to strengthen knowledge sharing across the MI community so that we can help identify new solutions to the challenges governments are facing in supporting clean energy demonstration projects, and which will of course more broadly accelerate clean energy innovation. And then going forward, we want to continue this. Also in Pittsburgh last year, the MI community and member countries committed to deploying $94 billion in clean energy demonstration projects. And so we need to understand the mechanisms that can de-risk project finance for emerging technologies and products as they move from pilot to larger scale demonstrations. Therefore, we're working through the think tank and with the MI leadership and secretariat to create a virtual financing masterclass. And so the concept behind this is that we would bring together experts that are really working day to day on how to de-risk early stage clean energy projects with policymakers who are designing the funding programs that could leverage private capital and mechanisms that can significantly reduce the risk for both producers and consumers of these low carbon technologies. And so we're really looking forward to the masterclass and continuing the dialogue series with different ideas. And we do think obviously it's an important cross-cutting topic for knowledge sharing, and the think tank is really going to help us get there. So we're excited to get that started, and we look forward to having all of you participate.
Thank you, Maria. That was great. Thanks for joining us today. Really looking forward to what's to come with the Finance and Clean Energy Demonstration Dialogue Series in the future. So now we'll move on to our second speaker, Rosalind van der Vlies. She's the director of the Clean Planet Directorate at the DG for Research and Innovation at the European Commission, and she's also a vice chair of the Mission Innovation Steering Committee. So the floor is yours, Rosalind. You're welcome to come up here or speak from the table.
Well, I'm very cozy here. If that's okay for everybody, I'll just stay here because, I mean, I had to think about, this speed pitching. I mean, I knew the concept of speed dating, but I'll kind of like, in the next 3 minutes, speed pitch you on my idea for a potential topic for the think tank, and this is about inclusiveness and fairness of the clean energy transition. And I think there are basically three key aspects that I would like to highlight under this topic. The first one is gender equality. And well, looking around the table, I think we are doing quite well today. I have to say that gender equality works both ways. This is not a woman's issue, but it's really about a balance in gender. And I have to say that at the moment, the Mission Innovation leadership team is kind of like not really gender balanced because we have 3 females in the leadership team, but I'm not complaining about that. Anyway, so promoting gender equality in research innovation, which is basically what I'm talking about here as the first aspect of my pitch, is of course very important, and I think it's still an issue. It's not a matter of social justice, but it's also really an essential driver for innovation and progress. And at this moment, worldwide, there are 32% of women which are employed in the renewable energy sector. So I think it's still very important also, to break down barriers in terms of education. And different roles that are still existing in the energy companies, that the decision-making roles are still not very gender balanced. And if you look, for instance, at patent applications, if you look at the number of investments in female-led companies, for example, I think we still have some way to go to ensure gender balance in the clean energy transition. So I think just maybe to share with you a good practice that we have in our European Framework Program for Research Innovation, Horizon Europe. We have paid specific attention in the gender issue when we adopted our program. So what we basically do, we use a gender equality plan as an eligibility criteria for all our potential beneficiaries. So if you want to get funding for research and development from our European program, you need to submit a gender equality plan to us in your pitch, basically, to get funding. And this is basically the way that we really want to make sure that we have basically integrated the gender dimension as one of the criteria for actually granting research and development funding. The second aspect that I wanted to highlight in this pitch is the issue of energy poverty. And I think energy poverty is still, a very, very important issue across the globe. And of course, we want to accelerate the clean energy transition, but we also want to make sure that clean energy is affordable and accessible for all. And in, zooming into the EU, we have at this moment 9% of the EU population that is unable to keep their respective homes warm, which maybe, in this particular area is not maybe an immediate concern at this moment, even though the room is quite good. I think, we go outside, we're not immediately thinking about how to keep our homes warm, but still, I think, it is really very, very important to address this energy poverty issue as part also of this inclusiveness and fairness of the clean energy transition. And then very briefly, the third aspect that I think is very important is the aspect of skills and the development of skills, in particular in the clean energy area. As the European Commission, we have nominated this year as the European Year of Skills. And we are, paying a lot of additional efforts to build the skills, in particular in the energy sector. And this is basically two-faceted. Of course, we need to reskill and upskill the current workforce, and also we need to make sure that we provide the necessary training for our young people in the different sectors and areas of the clean energy transition. So this was very briefly my speed pitch. So I didn't know that there would be a vote afterwards. Otherwise, I would have brought some goodies from Europe. Too bad. Thank you.
And time. That was a lot of great information packed into a very quick speed pitch, Rosalind. Thank you very much. I will now introduce Amanda Wilson, who is the Director General of the Office of Energy Research and Development at Natural Resources Canada. Today, Amanda will be speaking about public-private engagement in clean energy RD&D programs. So I will give you the floor, Amanda.
Great, thanks. Is this on? Okay, perfect. Thanks, Patrick. And I have to say, I didn't know there was a vote either. But I don't know who I would vote for because I think these are all fantastic ideas. And I really hope there's a way that all of them can eventually be taken up. I see Patrick nodding. Okay, so as Patrick said, I'm Amanda Wilson. I'm the Director General of the Office of Energy Research and Development at Natural Resources Canada. So my office, Office of Energy R&D or OERD, leads the Government of Canada's efforts in delivering energy research and development programming. We try to focus on accelerating efforts in energy innovation, and we try to figure out what are the areas where we need to influence the pace and the direction of change. And in the course of doing that, we have a number of different levers, including granting funding outside to external organizations. And when we think about how to do that, we pay a lot of attention to program design. And in particular, what I wanted to talk about today is how we think about private-public collaboration in the context of our programming. So maybe some of you have probably heard me say something similar before, but when we're thinking about something as important as accelerating the technologies that we're going to need to hit our net zero commitments and our climate targets, that is a really big problem. And Luciano, you heard this earlier, complex problems necessarily require complex solutions. But not all is lost because there's a lot of people who have an interest in finding solutions to these problems. So where we can find others who have shared objectives, with whom we can develop shared outcomes, we stand a chance of having more impact and meeting our targets in a faster, more impactful way. So in particular, with the private sector, what we have found through our programming, and we've experimented with a variety of models, is that when you're working in a particular technology space or energy space, there will be, by definition, actors in the private sector, whether those are companies, whether those are investment partners, who will have an interest in helping you fill your gaps. Not one player, not governments, not private sector, not industry has all of the tools needed to solve the problem. We need to work together and fill each other's gaps, whether that's with funding, with expertise, with knowledge, with convening power, what have you. So I was going to use the example that Frank highlighted earlier of one particular program we did, one particular initiative with the Breakthrough Energy Group, not to be confused with the Breakthrough Agenda, two different things. So this is the group that Bill Gates and colleagues had established in 2015 alongside Mission Innovation. And way back in 2017 or so, they embarked upon working with a few governments to try to figure out how could we work better together. So they worked with the European Commission, with the US, with us, and with some others as well. And the way that we approached this was a little bit different. We worked directly with officials from that organization to identify the areas that we wanted to target. We agreed upon the objectives that we wanted to advance, and we really co-designed the program. And I think that's an important element in thinking about how to engage private sector. It's not enough to inform. I think we really need to work together to develop something together that we can all feel we have a stake in. So with Breakthrough Energy Solutions Canada, or BESC, we worked in the lead up to the Mission Innovation Ministerial in Vancouver in 2019, where we launched the program that had four areas of focus, if you will, four particular sectors that we wanted to advance. We decided that we wanted to invite firms, companies who had clean tech, clean energy technology innovations to submit proposals to us. And the key was we were offering them not just funding, but we were offering them, like listening to what they wanted, an opportunity to come together on an annual basis to get insights in terms of insights from the Breakthrough Energy group, as well as other partners who came on board. The Business Development Bank of Canada joined us. And we had what we called accelerator sessions once a year. We ended up taking 10 companies into this cohort. We very deliberately treated it as a cohort model. and moved the companies along sort of their path toward commercialization over a 3-year period. We worked with them directly, tried to figure out what the areas were where they wanted more insights, whether that was into how to raise funding or whether that was into how to deal with the government. And we offered specialized sessions along the way. We were incredibly happy with the outcome. We had incredibly positive reviews from those who were involved in the program as cohort companies. Almost half of the companies in the cohort went on to raise a significant amounts of additional capital and to move on toward commercialization of their companies. So I offer this just as an anecdote. As one example, I know that we have other examples of how you can design programs to get more toward the outcomes that you want to achieve. I know that you do, and we think for this reason, focusing on public-private collaboration in program design for clean energy RD&D would be a perfect topic for the think tank. So thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. I will now invite our last speed pitch of the afternoon, Mr. Luciano Martini. He is the mission director of the MI Green Powered Future mission. He's also the director of transmission and distribution technologies at RSE SPA in Italy. Today, he'll be talking about international collaboration on joint RD&D programs from some of his perspectives. But I'll open the floor to Luciano. Yeah, you can speak from the podium if you'd like.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Patrick and Ingrid, for inviting me to have this opportunity to present our approach in the Green Power Future mission. I'm representing one of the missions that has been launched in the second phase of mission innovation. We already had a nice approach, I believe, but we want to share it. I like very much the think tank process. I think is a basic of international cooperation, sharing information to avoid that information get lost or not implemented finally. So I would like to share some experience from us. We are very proud of what we have done so far. Still little, so we have to do more, of course, because the challenges are huge. We deal with the power sector, but what we have done can be applied to any other sector. So this is why it could be relevant for the think tank approach. We launched 2 flagship projects. One of them is like to be able to launch 5 demos in 5 different continents, and the other one is related to launching a multilateral research program. Both these 2 flagship projects have been designed to be inclusive, to be also bringing together collaborators from around the world. So this is the approach we want to use. And for example, the document, the report we released this morning is based on a strong contribution from members that are willing to share what is available, because the KPI is not how many demos you make, but what are the innovation priority that you are able to solve, to resolve at the moment. Because the demo is a time-consuming activity. You need investment, so the less demo you need to resolve a situation, the best. So the idea will be really to create what we call a knowledge sharing platform, where we collect all the progress, all the results, all the implementation and demonstration that has been made by each of the national pilots, in order to be able to allow people to pick up the solution they like the most in order for them to replicate in their own context. Because we know we are facing more or less the same challenges, but very much the solutions are depending on your context, your energy mix, you apply the solution in a rural area, urban area, and so on. So I think by having a platform, we had some discussion also led by Eleanor about creating a knowledge platform for mission innovation. We will be happy to contribute, providing some input, providing some suggestion, but of course this doesn't have to be focused on power, could be focused on everything, power, hydrogen, all the other mission topics, because I think the goal for this community is to have information available for policymakers to be aware of solutions that can be applied not in 1 year time, not in 2 year time, but be already tomorrow. So this is the way we are working, and of course we will be supporting this process as much as we can. will be some commitment from our mission to be on your side in the next step for this think tank process. Count on us for anything we can do, maybe little, but maybe some contribution. And I thank again all the members from our coalition, because what we have done, I think, is okay, and it is okay because you were with us on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luciano. So you've now heard from 4 speakers pitching a topic that they think would be valuable for knowledge sharing through the think tank moving forward. I think these are all priority topics. I think the think tank should really look into all of these moving forward. But we do want to get your views on which topics you see as most important. And then especially if there's other topics that are front of mind for your organization that you think the think tank should focus on to really strengthen our knowledge sharing within the MI community. So I will make my last introduction of the day and invite Eleanor Webster, who's the head of the MI Secretariat, to facilitate a discussion for us to really gather your feedback on potential topics for the think tank. Thank you.
Fantastic. Hello, everybody. Right, so a bit of a step change in the rhythm of the event now. So we are going to do some discussions. When we had an MI Secretariat Away Day, I did play clips of Jennifer Lopez songs in between discussions to try to get people going. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that, but I know it was loved. People loved it. Right. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to play clips of Jennifer Lopez songs, don't worry. But hopefully we've all still got your attention. So yeah, thank you for the introduction, Patrick. I'm Eleanor. I head up the Mission Innovation Secretariat. The Secretariat is based all over the world, and we've come together at the events like this, and the team are scattered around, so please do say hello, but with a special thanks to Ingrida and Patrick for really breathing some life into the think tank. I think we're all extremely excited about what the think tank can do next. And from speaking to Frank, we all know MI has a very rich history, and it's gone from strength to strength, and I'm really excited that the think tank is finally launching. We've put so much thought into it, and it was a key part of MI 2.0, and it has a real potential to unlock the vast amounts of knowledge that our multilateral network has to hand, and we'd love to, over the next year, really see what potential we can unleash and what we can learn from each other. Right, so we are now going to get a little bit technical. I believe there's a QR code behind me. Yes? Okay. So if people can scan the QR code, is that right, Patrick? Okay. And it'd be great to get all your views on the Slido, and Patrick's going to capture some of it, and we're going to try and have a little bit of a discussion for the final 30 minutes. The first question is a super easy one. What country are you coming from or representing? So great. So I can see that we've got our fabulous host in the room. So thank you once again for having us all here. I know that certainly we're all enjoying it so far. Great, huge representation there. That's fantastic. That's brilliant. So that means that hopefully we'll get a really rich discussion about what the think tank can do to support all of you in the future. So with that, shall we move to the second question? Fantastic. There are 4 questions, by the way, but they get a little bit harder each time, so be prepared. Okay, so question number 2 is, we heard some fantastic speed pitches. Thank you again to Amanda and Rosalinda for some fabulous ideas. Of the topics pitched today, which do you think is the highest priority for the think tank? And that's very difficult to interpret because it's very neck and neck. Okay. Looks like you're going to be busy setting those ones up. Okay. just give everybody a couple of minutes. Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. All right. Interesting. Rosalinda, Amanda, we won't make this too competitive. There's time for more than one. So financing clean energy demonstrations, very interesting. I hope you're both taking note of this about what comes next. Fantastic. Right, so interesting to see international collaboration on joint RD&D and financing coming up there. I think we can see the result. I'm not going to try and interpret that because it's still moving, but it's also neck and neck. So you're going to have to do all four pretty soon. Yeah? Okay. Awesome. Right. Should we move on to the third of 4 questions? So now we go to open questions, everybody. And I would really love to know what you think here. So the more information we can get from all of you, given the global representation that we have in the room, will really underpin the success of the think tank. So we really look forward to hearing as much from you as possible. So what are the other topics that should be considered? And I'll give everyone an extra minute for this. And I won't play Jennifer Lopez, I promise. Okay, keep them coming in, but we definitely have some results there to look through. Are we? Will it? All right, great. Okay, so interesting. Energy security we've got up there. They're all very cross-cutting, so that's excellent. Okay, but interesting. The stakeholder issues would be great if we could elaborate on that a little bit. Is there any thoughts in the room about particular stakeholder issues that we could focus in on? Is it kind of Alan? No, now's good. If you, yeah, thank you.
Now it's louder. Yeah. Hearing and I absolutely celebrate the need for a think tank. From a missions perspective, we have multiple stakeholders, and each of them, just like it was raised, there are acting groups at the moment, whether it be MPP, whether it be others who actually already have their own knowledge sharing initiatives. It's how we bring all of that knowledge together. So where is the internal focus for the think tank to actually share information between government members, and then what are those external interactions for knowledge, both into that group and out of that group, that could possibly be added to this scope as well? That's what I meant by member issues.
Okay, that's super. So I guess we can tease out in more detail there relationships between public and private sector as well. Would that play into that?
Certainly part of the stakeholders, but with the research community, the service providers, the technology providers, the finance industry, they all, as was pointed out by Amanda, have a key role because no one has the tools themselves to solve everything. So would the think tank consider having both an internal focus and an external focus, knowing that they are very different communications and knowledge that you want to share in each of those scenarios?
I think one of the, just to respond quickly to that, I think one of the great strengths of the think tank is the flexibility that it provides MI to access a huge amount of more different stakeholders and bring a lot of different people together. So obviously we have our member countries, but there's, as you say, Alan, there's lots of different layers within that. There's the public sector, the private sector, research, and that's certainly one of the things we're looking forward to engaging with more as a result of the think tank. And Patrick or Ingrida, did you want to come in on that at all? No? Okay. Great. Investments, would be interesting to unpick that one a little bit. It's something that the Secretariat are looking at, in particular through the Accelerate module, where we're thinking about all different levels from startups to multilateral development banks. Would be interesting to unpick that one a little bit. I'm not sure if anybody in the room has comments on what the think tank could do on investments in particular. Yes.
Yeah, it would be helpful if Mission Innovation gets the banks, the development banks, more convinced about investing in nuclear, especially SMR, small modular reactor, because it has been always a bit of a pain in the neck that these banks, especially World Bank, does not want to promote or doesn't want to hear actually about nuclear. And I think it's very important because CEM is working in nuclear, that Mission Innovation could also, hand in hand, help us get partnership of these banks, if that's okay with your mission.
It's very, very helpful to understand, and I think it's a common, probably fair to say, it's a bit of a common issue with the relationship with multilateral development banks and sectors of the clean energy innovation world. So that's very helpful.
Thank you.
No, thank you. It's very, very helpful. Yeah.
Maybe just to... sorry.
Oh, beg your pardon.
Sorry. Quick comment. I represent the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies. It's, IPAs from around 110 countries across the world. We actually, did a little, challenge for Africa on clean energy, on solar, and the results got announced today. So, having startup ecosystems happening more and more focus on R&D is very much required. So happy to, separately sit and also see if we could also, possibly come in as one of, the partners with, your mission. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Thanks, Andrew.
Hi, Starleen Sharma. I represent a climate investment firm here in India. One of the things I think from the investment perspective that's really important is creating the value chain around investment. A lot of times startups don't know exactly where to fit. They don't necessarily know how to interact with corporates. They don't know what the correct capital structure is. And because many of them have capital-intensive business models, they need not just access to equity, which you'd see in the typical venture model, but access to debt. And so there's a need to build that continuum of capital between early stage investors, mid stage investors, and later stage investors, as well as the larger ecosystem around that, so that there's a smooth transition from funding as well as from adoption.
Thank you. That's a really helpful perspective. Great. We've got a couple of questions. I think a couple more. Yeah, fantastic.
I'm Suhas. I'm CEO of AP Chemi, one of the startups funded by Starleen's organization. From our perspective, and in line with what you said about startups, is that for larger projects to come up, initial de-risking funds of around 3 to 8% for setting up larger projects around plastic to hydrogen or plastic to chemical recycling, biomass to biochar, all these projects require huge amount of finance. So the problem of the startups is that access to de-risking capital, which tends to be 3 to 8% of the capex of these projects, if that is made available, then that just transition as well will happen much faster. Thanks.
That's another really helpful point. And actually, some of these points are really helpful for just generally for our stuff. So this is great. Thank you. Okay, I think there's the final one on there. It might be interesting to discuss quickly is the Global South, and whether maybe some suggestions of the think tank topic around the Global South, like in terms of the discussion points. It's certainly an initial event, because I appreciate this one might be more of a series, but would love to know maybe a first landing point for this particular discussion from the floor, if anybody has any views about where they'd like to see the dialogue begin as part of the think tank. Yes, great. There's a first question just behind Alan. Thank you.
Hi, I represent an organization called Global Green Growth Institute. This is related to the earlier discussion topic about investors. And we did a study about the climate tech landscape, investment landscape in India, and we found out that the overall quantum of investments in climate tech in India, including debt and equity, was around 500 million to $1 billion, while in the US it was about $34 billion. So we see a huge gap in terms of the financing flow to the Global South, even from financial investors. And having spoken to some of the really largest, including Breakthrough Energies and others, investors, they are very, very, even though the largest markets are in India, or emerging markets, if you look at hard-to-abate sectors like cement, steel, and most of the development of infrastructure is actually going to happen from emerging economies. They are reluctant to invest in emerging South, and it's not only because that there is a dearth of innovation here, but more with regard to the regulation, the policies around IP, the whole ecosystem around the startup space in emerging economies. So if there are other ways to really kind of build around that, but also channelize funding to innovative technology companies in emerging economies, I think, that could be great. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I think there was another question. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
Hello, this is Akash. I'm with AAA. On the point of the Global South, I just wish to sort of, share with you that the India Cooling Action Plan development experience, that was sort of, foundational to the development of the National Cooling Action Plan methodology under the aegis of the Cool Coalition. And sort of, our experiences, I feel, have been taken sort of, across the shores and are now being sort of tried and experimented in other Global South countries, perhaps 10 countries. But I'm sure that there is a lot that we can learn from other Global South countries. Say, for instance, I understand that Maldives has an eco-labeling program wherein they've brought together a refrigerant and energy efficiency of cooling appliances into a single label. Which of course isn't there in India or several other countries. So the short point is that perhaps this think tank, through knowledge sharing, can enable more South-South cooperation.
That's a really excellent and very clear point. Thank you very much. That's very interesting. Lots of food for thought here. Great. Okay, so I think we'll move on to the fourth and final question, but it is another discussion point, so I hope everyone's still got their thinking caps on. So the fourth question, is it a Slido? Just open Q&A. It's an open Q&A. Okay, so there's no more Slido. So now this is a more of a general open Q&A session about the think tank. So of course we can continue our discussion for a few minutes about any of these particular topics on the board. But I think we wanted to open the floor to allow people to ask any specific questions about maybe the mechanism of the think tank and how it's going to work, or continue to hear any more suggestions. Ideally, if there's any countries that would like to really, take something on and lead something, if people have got their thinking caps on and really think, great, after this I would like to be in touch and run a think tank event in the next 3 months. If anyone's got that, that would be fantastic. But general Q&A, absolutely welcome. Okay, great. So I'll open the thank you. I'll open the floor first. Is there any thoughts? So there is Slido. There is Slido. Okay, there is Slido, everybody. Okay. Right, let's do Slido then, yeah? Sure. Okay. Where have they gone? Okay, so what are the geographical constraints? Of the think tank itself, there are no geographical constraints. Certainly, can you make it so they stay on? So just to answer that question, certainly there's no geographical constraints. So one of the, as I said, the key strengths of the think tank is that we're hoping to really engage beyond the MI membership to bring in as many different perspectives as possible into the think tank. That's it. That's the whole answer. Hopefully whoever asked that question, that answers it, but happy to take any follow-ups on that. I'll pause for a second. Okay. Is this limited to government involvement? Absolutely not. No, that's again another strength of the think tank is that we want to be as multidisciplinary as possible. Certainly the Secretariat are going to facilitate the events, but we also look to our members to help us run those and help us attract brilliant and robust speakers. But absolutely not. I would actually love to hear from a variety of different audiences, research. Some of the events could be technical, some of them could have more of a strategic focus, some of them could be slightly more working level, some of them could be more at the senior official level. So it's absolutely, the potential is vast for this, actually. So really keen to see what the impact will be. Another question. Again, I think open to lots of different ideas. I think from what we've heard and what we've seen on the screen, I think some of these ideas could sort of be grouped in a dialogue that brings lots of different stakeholders together, and perhaps we might look to have an initial event which does that, and then maybe break out into some more deep dive groups where we really get to the nub of some of these issues. So I think there's different levels in which we can land on some of these topics, whether we land right, let's just get our problem statement sorted and then let's dive into the detail. Or in some cases, maybe we can have a very specific event. Again, lots of options. Ingrid or Patrick, any views at this point before I carry on? No? Awesome.
I'll just add that the call for expression of interest that we shared earlier, that'll be the way to formally submit a lot of these topic ideas. So please get in touch with us that way and we'll follow up from there.
Okay. Okay, so lots of questions here, and maybe we can think of a way to try and respond to some of these afterwards as a follow-up. Do you want to give the option to open the floor for any questions? I don't know. Brian, did you, from a CAPSARC, did you want to?
Oh, there it goes. Okay. So, good afternoon, and thanks for calling on me. My name is Brian Eford. I work at CAPSARC in Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, actually, maybe another way to approach this is to think about the communities where there's a gap in understanding and approach it from that perspective and then go to the topic. So, and the way just to unwind that a little bit, because I'm just spitballing here, actually. I was thinking first about, well, I don't know, if you couldn't tell, I'm not Saudi. I come from the US, but I found it very eye-opening being in the Middle East, being in the Gulf. And so, but one thing I've observed is that there's a clear gap in understanding between very diverse communities. So a producer-consumer dialogue is maybe one perspective. And then thinking through if you think about it in the context of decarbonization pathways, the technologies and requirements that are necessary from a consumer or producer perspective, that might be, and you could then zero in a lot more on what that looks like. Or when the Global South was put up there, I was thinking again about the first one that came to mind was, again, decarbonization pathways, but from the perspective of, in the South, there's this phrase that we like to throw around, you have to carbonize before you decarbonize. And I think there's still, when I go to the developed world, I think, even though it's obvious to people in this room perhaps, there's still a lack of understanding about what's required for a developing country and in countries in the Global South to get to a point where they can even consider getting off of hydrocarbons as a fuel source. I guess from our perspective at CAPSARC, we're ready to help and try to bridge that gap where we can. I'll stop there.
No, that's great. Thank you. Thank you for the offer of support, and look forward to bringing CAPSARC in to some think tank events in the near future, and some really great ideas and good points about linking a few things there, in particular the Global South, and sort of, because that obviously is an extremely cross-cutting theme in many of our discussions. So that's an excellent point. Okay, so I think, are there any other interventions from the floor? Is Per, hello, from the IEA. Is there a roaming microphone for Per? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so my name is Per-Anders Videll. I'm from the International Energy Agency, and of course, since the inception of we started discussing the Insight module, we've also been very supportive of this idea. Learning from the past experience during Mission Innovation's first phase, we're also trying to bring new emerging topics to the agenda of governments. We, of course, in our structure also have, Amanda knows it very well, chairing our research committee. We have a similar structure as Mission Innovation with member countries also responsible for R&D and technology policies. And as some of you might know, we also under that have a number of working parties, expert groups, also linked to technologies and the technology collaboration program. We are saying this because we, from the IEA, see also a great opportunity of trying to link some of these activities when we're talking about metrics and how we build. Not so much, it's probably linked also to the selecting of topics, which I just got the impression is we have a long list now of potential topics. The challenge, of course, how to pick. And I think we would be happy to put our minds to that as well with colleagues in CERT to see how we can bring value as well to the Insight module. Just one example, and I think we all in this room probably have experience of events that have been good and events that have been less good. And I think that's something to think about as well. And I think the right topic would, of course, also make us understand if it's right or not. A few months ago, we organized what we call a CERT thematic discussions on carbon markets for DAC technologies. And that was a topic which raised a huge interest. And we got people traveling from all different parts of the world because they wanted to know what's happening in governments on the policy-making side to support the direct air capture technologies. I'm not going to go into the events that haven't been as good, but we know as well when we have a bit more difficult time and we need to speak to governments, can you say something on this topic? But when we get the right topic, I think that's the thing, and we're happy to support the Insight module on that too.
Fantastic. Thank you, Per. Super helpful intervention. I think there's scope for to extend the IEA partnership with MI within this, and look forward to CAPSARC to working with a number of different organisations to deliver some of these events. I had a super quick scan, and in there are a couple of questions around the mechanisms of the think tank, so how it's actually going to work. So I'll pick up on a few of those and then go for closing remarks. That's okay. And then on some of the more broader ones, we'll come back to you all in some way. So in terms of mechanisms, as we've said, the concept of the think tank is to really try to extend the reach of MI and to engage with as many countries as possible, to bring in as many diverse perspectives as we're able to. This includes lots of different sectors, private sector research, NGOs. There really is no limit to the stakeholders that are invited. And there is no one sort of standard approach for an event. Some events will be very multidisciplinary. Some events will bring together a sort of particular set of experts, for example, to do a real deep dive. So I think that's the strength, there's the flexibility in the think tank. That's what we want it to be. And we look forward to creating a really interesting program of events. Some of them will be a one-off, some of them may be a series. As I said, it's really flexible. There was a question there about engaging with the Secretariat more broadly. Absolutely welcome to contact any of us at any time if you think that there's a link with MI that you'd like to investigate. Often we're absolutely happy to field those questions and really look forward to collaborating with as many as possible. So please don't ever hesitate to contact us or grab us. We're around for at least the next 2 to 3 days. Hopefully it'll stop raining, maybe. Yeah, so we can go and have a look outside. Yeah, when we're not working. Okay, so hopefully that helps answer some of the mechanisms. The main takeaway is that we are now opening a expression of interest. So really this is just scratch the surface today. So it's fantastic to launch the event, and thank you again to Ingrida and Patrick for doing so. But this is just the start. So now we have the expression for interest, which is open until when is it? September 29th. And so the more information we get, the more we can help curate the programme for the future and try and get things planned in with enough notice so that we can get great speakers and we can engage as many people as possible. I think initially we were aiming to do them virtually, but that doesn't mean there isn't potential in the future to maybe have some in person, maybe at the next ministerial or at COP. We can do them hybrid. You know, we really are open to exploring what works for the community. And with that, I wanted to say a huge thank you. This has been really well attended, and I appreciate that people obviously have their ministers probably coming tomorrow, so we're thinking about that and have just had lunch. So thank you ever so much for your engagement. Really do appreciate it. Thank you once again to Patrick and Ingrida, and thank you to Canada and the European Commission for providing Ingrida and Patrick to be able to get this off the ground. I think it's really exciting. It's one of the particularly creative and flexible parts of the MI Work Programme, and I'm really looking forward to meeting as many of you as possible through this vehicle. And with that, thank you all so much, and we can close this event, and maybe there's some of that delicious masala tea outside for us all to enjoy. So thank you everyone, and thank you Frank for giving some wonderful opening remarks. Really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be prompt today since there is a follow-on session after ours. I'm Douglas Arendt. I'm at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory and very happy to kick off this session, which is a joint session among multiple initiatives, the International Smart Grid Action Network, the 21st Century Power Partnership, the Green Powered Future Mission, and Digital Demand-Driven Electricity Networks Initiative 3DEN, which is run from the International Energy Agency. It really is a session to share insights and lessons learned around power sector decarbonization, power sector transformation, if you want to use those terms, from multiple perspectives. And we're very pleased to have quite a packed agenda and a wonderful set of contributors around the table and in the room. And so to get us started, if we may, pop to the next slide, and we just do very briefly so that you can see the outline of the next 90 or so minutes. We have a few opening remarks from some senior delegates. We'll follow with a brief presentation from Dr. Paulo Frankel from the International Energy Agency and a good friend, and then a high-level roundtable discussion of colleagues from around the table and interactive with all of us in the room. We all have lessons and insights to share. And that will be then followed by an inter-initiative roundtable that my colleague Russ Conklin will lead, and then we'll just close in a few remarks at the end. So without further ado, I would like to ask Assistant Secretary Dr. Catherine Huff to provide a few remarks from her perspective, please.
Thank you very much, Doug. Good afternoon, and welcome to this session. I am really honored to be here and to be a part of it. As was said, it's co-sponsored by ISGAN, 21CPP, and the Green Powered Future Mission. I'm Katie Huff, and I am the Assistant Secretary for Nuclear Energy in the Department of Energy in the United States. And I'm here today representing the CEM Nice Future Initiative, the Nuclear Innovation Clean Energy Future Initiative. This is co-led by Canada, Japan, and the United States. And I really am grateful that you're letting me be part of this important discussion today, because you may wonder, why is a nuclear advocate opening for a really renewables-focused discussion? As a representative from the Nice Future Initiative, I really would say that my primary message is one of the core beliefs of the initiative, that there is no one-size-fits-all approach to solving our climate goals and energy needs. It is critical to foster collaboration among clean energy supporters, innovations, policies in support of a variety of diverse solutions, some of them including nuclear energy, both electricity and thermal energy for clean, integrated, reliable systems that can be affordable and accessible and sustainable. Although there are many countries that are taking another look at nuclear energy and reinvesting in nuclear infrastructure, we do realize that nuclear energy may not be part of the solution for every country, or it may not be a part of the immediate solution, and that's okay with us. You know, the primary focus absolutely needs to be the mission, an urgent mission to fight the worst impacts of the climate crisis and to move us into a more sustainable, clean energy future. If it's a better option for a country to reconcile their energy needs with their climate obligations without nuclear energy, that is okay with Nice Future. And in fact, a lot of the work around Nice Future is intended to help nations determine that for themselves. So my related message today is actually that policy and regulation must also recognize this diversity of solutions and think broadly and inclusively in the mission to decarbonize power systems. In 2022, Nice Future conducted a model analysis study on nuclear renewables integration in Kenya in collaboration with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the United States, NREL. NREL examined grid applications for capacity expansion and decarbonization of Kenya's energy grid. And additional analyses were conducted by estimating the job impacts of nuclear applications in Kenya. In all of the scenarios in which nuclear technology was allowed to grow without constraint, The model built more nuclear capacity than is currently planned for Kenya, with wind and geothermal being the other primary carbon-free energy sources for Kenya's clean energy future. It's this kind of work that I'm really most proud of, where we can get real data-driven solutions to demonstrate to decision makers that it's absolutely possible to decarbonize our power systems and to provide some real options for them to consider. So that's why Nice Future is establishing a new technical working group to encourage more work like that Kenyan model study, as well as to collaborate with other CEM and MI initiatives, for example, like this one. We will have an entire work stream devoted to nuclear renewables integration, as well as coal transitions, the repowering and repurposing of retiring and retired coal plant sites into nuclear power holds real promise, but those sites can also be repowered by other technologies as well. And we're really interested in welcoming the expertise being shared today as we join you in our shared mission to decarbonize power systems. So on that note, I'll thank you one last time for the opportunity to speak with you and to be here among you today. And I wish you a very productive side event, and I can't wait for the remainder of the remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice Futures is more than welcome to join us in the future as well to collaborate on more other side events. So also a pleasure to welcome to the floor Paula Pino, who is the Director DG Energy at the European Commission. Please, Paula.
Oh, yes, now it's okay. Good, and thank you very much for this opportunity, and what a pleasure to bring 3 work streams together, 3 groups together, because this should all be about exploring the synergies. Right, so really bringing now the International Smart Grids Action Network and its work with the 21st Century Power Partnership and the Mission Innovation Green Powered Future Mission, the 3 work streams leading to the same result and leading really to the decarbonization of the energy system. So it's really also this I'd call synergetic approach that we welcome and on which we really can build. And looking into the topic of this session, innovation, deployment, policy, you will allow me to look at what the European Union went through last year, because it provides a very good story of the needs of a power system which is up to speed, even in face of unforeseen developments. And you know that when we were faced in February last year with the prospect of missing considerable volumes of gas, then the alternative was, on the one hand, of course, to seek alternative sources, and we had our trading partners and several represented here today, including the US, who helped us diversify, indeed, our sources of supply, but we also had to work on the demand side of it. And on the supply, what we could really achieve was a fundamental increase of the deployment of renewable energy capacity to levels that we could have not expected before. But for this, again, the energy system had to be ready to cope with much more renewable energy load. And to give you some figures, we had last year really a record year for the European solar PV market, with around 41 gigawatts of new installed capacity, and a similar trend in the wind sector, with 46% more onshore and offshore wind installed in 2022. That is 16 gigawatt. And for the first time ever in our history, wind and solar together generated 22% of the EU's electricity, meaning overtaking natural gas in electricity production. So it's pretty impressive. But again, we need to have an energy system which can cope with this, and be it in terms of infrastructure, be it in terms of the balancing of the grid. And here, smartness is, of course, decisive. We do need a much smarter and a more interactive energy system as a whole. It also means having a different way of managing the network. One that relies on data access, one that relies on exchange, on data access, on data exchange, but also on digital solutions and new technologies. Again, which brings us to the work that we are all doing here in this forum. So we estimate that we will require about 584 billion euro of investments in terms of the renewables and energy efficiency in the infrastructure alone to be able to cope with this increased developments between 2020 and 2030. And again here, digital and digitalization of the system is essential and can contribute to very important savings in our energy consumptions. Now, with digitalization, we face new challenges. Cybersecurity, of course. So we also need to tackle those challenges. And here again, access to data and sharing of data, bearing in mind, of course, data protection and privacy is, of course, fundamental. And I'm very happy that within our research programs, we have funded about 100 projects in the areas of smart grids, storage, digitalization, and this also with our international partners. And what would be really my key message here, what is clear is for this energy transition to happen, there's no way anyone can claim to do it on its own. So we really have to put our act together, join forces, because the sheer dimension of the challenge is such that it does not go in a different way other than really cooperating. And that's what we're all doing here. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. Very insightful in terms of a call to action for collaboration across borders and sharing knowledge in particular to move things forward and to be attribute focused and innovation focused as well. So it's my pleasure to turn the floor to Dr. Paulo Frankel, who's the head of the Renewable Energy Unit at the International Energy Agency. So Paulo, a few comments from you, please.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you, everybody, for inviting the IEA to give this keynote. I would like to, which puts the power decarbonization in a broad context, and I would like to start with an old slide, which to me comes from the most important publication that the IEA has ever done, which is the Net Zero Roadmap in 2021. I want you to fix only on three main topics here. First, our Net Zero Roadmap is a roadmap where the whole energy goes down by 10% by 2050, thanks to energy efficiency. Never forget, energy efficiency is and remains the first fuel. Second, electricity goes up. And why? Because electrification goes from 20% in total final demand today to more than 50 in 2050. And this means a tripling of the total electricity generation from now to 2050. And then, coming back to your intervention before, I want to be clear, we will need all form of low carbon electricity that we know today and maybe also those that we don't know yet. But this graph shows one thing. This is driven by solar PV and wind, and it's mainly because of economics, at one condition, that we proper handle system integration. Now, these are scenarios, these are wish lists. What are the real numbers? Now, this was published just 1 month ago. This is our last renewable market update, which shows how much renewables, not just in Europe, but everywhere in the world, are going up at a very, very dynamic pace. This year, we are set to have an increase of new additions by 1/3 compared to 2022. And this is driven by the policy response, of course, to the crisis in Europe, but also to the other programs in the United States, in Japan, and everywhere in the world, also including in China and India. Driven by, guess again, this solar PV and wind. So this is a fundamental point to be kept in mind. And in this slide that we showed already in December, we said renewables will surpass coal as the first generation source in the world in 2025. Well, we are wrong. In our electricity market report published yesterday, we anticipated this to 2024. So this is the dynamics, this is what is going on, and is mainly driven by solar PV and wind. And now, you are, in this community, you are very familiar with this. The IA has, a long time ago, also in collaboration with the NREL, many stakeholders, the Power System Campaign, 21st CPP, developed a framework for system integration, which looks basically at different phases of integration. One thing is if you have only one small percentage, no impact on the system, and a completely different thing is when, like in what is phase 4, you have renewables meeting almost of all demand in a certain time, and then we have a 5th phase, which is the surplus for a day or more, which is going to be Denmark in the coming period. And we have actually a 6th phase, where this becomes a systematic issue all the time. And you have seasonal imbalances, which is the hardest thing to solve. Now, this calls for more investment in all forms of flexibility, all forms. Dispatchable supply, demand-side demand, affordable storage, and grids and interconnections. But I want to pay the attention on the grids and interconnection for one reason, which is the lead time between the investment decision and the implementation. So this we have to be in mind. I've shown you the pace of growth of solar PV and wind. Not needless to say, this is not the case in grids right now, and it's also not the case for other power system flexibility, but this is why we're enhancing so much in grids. Now, we will do a special grid report later this year for COP, but something has been already published in the World Investment Report recently, and it shows that actually, while the investment in grids are slowly going up, in the so-called STEP scenario of the WEO in 2030, they will be 50% higher than today, but we will need to double them, basically, from the current level to be on track on net zero. So we have an important gap. And I insist, I know with discussion from Doug, it's not just the grids, but I insist on the grids because it's complicated. And it takes a lot of more time than from implementation. Now, recently, for the G7, we did a study on seasonal variability of renewables. And we looked at situations where the variable renewables represent from 70 to 90% of total generation. So very, very dominating. Now, when it comes to the flexibility on a short duration, so on a day basis and on a weekly basis, you will have a number of forms of flexibility that can help, including batteries, including demand-side management. But when it comes to months, or even 6 months, and if you are in some climate where there is lack of complementarity between solar PV and wind, like for instance in tropical system, then you start to be a little bit in a trouble if you don't have existing thermal assets or existing hydro plants. And so far, this is the only solution that we know. The rest did not easily help. So it's a very important point in mind in the transition. Before phasing out completely these assets, think about something else, which is keeping them online, but only using them for a few hours during the year. Of course, this will have some costs, but the cost will be less than having a major problem of seasonal imbalance that could come. And with such a buoyant deployment of solar PV, I tell you this will be in particular a problem in solar-dominated systems. And there are some countries in the world, I don't want to say the names, that are developing much more solar than wind. Well, that's not a fantastic solution. It's always better to have a portfolio of renewables, variable or not renewables, in your assets. Now, digitalization is a very other important point, and we are very grateful to the Italian government for their support and to ISGAN for the collaboration to run the Triden project at the IEA. Basically, there are many, many things. I'm going really in a rush here. First of all, to optimize the investment to unlock efficiency in all the parts of the whole system, of the power system, reliability, efficiency, reducing losses and so on. Maintain system stability. I have to say this system stability is somehow also related to the other part of the seasonal variability, because if you still have rotating systems in your power system, you're in a better place than having just wind and solar, and to support resilience from extreme power events. Of course, needless to say, in this community, how digitalization is crucial to change the demand profiles and make sure that, for instance, you don't charge your electric car just at night, but you rather charge it when you have a lot of surplus of sun during the day. I would make another example here to couple digitalization with smart heat pumps that can store cold in thermal energy form, which is a much less costly way of storing. And here, from these three projects, I would like just to highlight one very important point, which I didn't highlight before. It is paramount importance that all these things happens in the emerging economies and developing countries, because this is where the demand is going up. And therefore, one core part of this program is the training and capacity building. We have also case studies done together with UNEP in Brazil, Colombia, India, and Morocco. We hope there will be a second phase where we can expand this to other countries. I insist, it is very important that these investments happen in emerging economies and in the developing world. And I conclude with a couple of points. First of all, we are really in a global crisis today, but this can be a historic turning point, pushing an accelerated clean energy transition, and the policy momentum that we had in many countries in the world is actually going in that direction. However, I stress that all the things that we need in system integration here are not going at the same pace of solar PV and wind, and this requires a strong policy attention to look at faster investment in scale and grids in connection, having more digitalized system, more flexibility from any kind of flexibility power supply, and of course, affordable storage, and we should continue to do R&D in storage. Now, these new challenges, I had not the time to speak with you about the problems of critical minerals and secure supply chains, but this is also in the back. And so it is very important that this transition and power system takes this into account. And so my final point is that the role of government, even if renewables are really becoming or are already the cheapest source of power, is more important than ever to enable an orderly transition. I would like to stress not the transition word, the orderly transition, which will be more efficient and less expensive than any other transition that we may have. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Frank assessment of the situation and some key challenges, and I think leads nicely into the first panel discussion. And if you have time, can you stay for comments and questions? Yeah. So maybe we open, maybe before we run to the panel, because we'd like to have this as an interactive discussion. Let's have a few quick interventions and relatively quick responses, if we may, and then I'm going to turn to the panel discussion. And Carlos, if you could start, please. So please, a very brief introduction and state a question that's brief. And I think we can pass microphones around. You have to turn it on.
There it is. Just let me say that I agree with all about what you say. Just two little things that I would like to add simply, that is all these challenges that you mentioned there, you have to add social and environmental development that through the knowledge of the state. So in this moment, is not all the technologies, not all the possibilities are available, and you have to do it specifically with the definition of the state and put it where they have less social or people controversy. So there is a role of the state that you can provide information for the private sector, so they do it in the way that it is a long benefit for everyone. So that is a simple thing that you cannot install this huge investment in any way or any part of any country, basically, because you have to add this view, so this social view that changes a little bit of the process. But I think that you pointed out that it is amazing. This is exactly what we've seen in Chile, for example.
Sorry, so comment there just to reflect. Don't forget the social and just transition elements of it, including the processes, et cetera. So any other quick interventions around the room or the table? Great. I think we'll very briefly, if you would, please, go ahead.
Hello, yeah. See, only point right now, the growth what you have shown in the solar photovoltaic, the presently it's okay, but the time to come, the only thing which is going to happen, particularly in India, there will be an issue pertaining to the land. So the growth, what is being expected in the next 20 years after that, that will be not the way we are growing right now. So I feel there may be some change in this particular graph.
You're welcome to respond. Yes, sir.
To your comment, can I politely disagree? You said something, you said their technologies do not exist. I think technologies exist today, they are not affordable to everyone. And there are incredible cost differences between emerging economies and advanced countries, which are almost not acceptable, I would say. How can it be that in some ASEAN countries and African countries, solar PV is more expensive than in Germany? How can it be that the main barrier is not technical, but because there are take-or-pay contracts for gas and for coal? This is the problem. The problem is the overall affordability, and then, of course, this is reflected immediately to the final cost to the consumers, which comes to the issue of the just transition. I think we have to take this into account, but I would say that the majority of the technologies exist, and if there is the right policies, they can become affordable to the local context in where they're embedded. In some countries, it will be more difficult. In some countries, it will be more easy. I listed a lot of challenges because this was what I was asked for. I would not like to give just a negative message here. I mean, I remember the times where people were saying, oh, you can only integrate 1%, 2% of solar and wind, and we see where we are now. So the technologies exist. The policymakers need to make them affordable and just. And the other point on land, this is true, but please don't forget the thousands or even millions of square kilometers of built surface that can be used with land. In the morning, I was in a side event looking at agrivoltaics where you have dual solar, so I remain positive on the land, to be honest.
Thank you. With that quick set of interventions, I'd like to turn to the first panel discussion, if we may. And I'm very pleased to have a set of colleagues from around the world join us here at the table. Roberto Boca, who is here, head of Energy and Materials World Economic Forum. Jennifer Lakey, who's the head of energy at the World Resources Institute. Claudio Fachin, the chief executive officer of Hitachi Energy, who I'm sure will shed some light on the grids topic that Paolo just mentioned. And Michio Kondo, vice chair of the MI Technical Advisory Group and also a representative of RD20, another organization that we should be cognizant of. And then Siva Gunda, who's the vice chair of the California Energy Commission, sitting next to Michio. So with that quick set of introductions, I'd like to start with a question to Roberto, please. If you could describe to us, please, the role of the World Economic Forum and some of the elements that you and the team are focusing on relative to clean grids, innovation, and challenges of scale and speed.
Thanks. Works. Thanks, Doug. Well, the first thing I like to say is how we operate as a forum, is also to respond a bit to the DG from European Commission that is we're really trying to foster collaboration. And the way we do it is a bit like here, we try to create insight, we try to identify solution, and then create public-private collaboration in a systemic way to really advance this issue. This is the generic piece. On the specific, there are two areas. I won't speak about the demand or the energy intensity, but it's really a big issue that I think we have to tackle, not just from efficiency point of view, but really redesigning systems. So that's one element. But the piece I want to talk about is this project we are having with 3 accelerator on clean power electrification. So there is a one dimension that is addressing some of the issues I've been mentioning, that is how we accelerate the clean power and delivery, so both the supply and the delivery system. And we are looking at it from the perspective of permitting, and permitting where also digitalization can be a solution. It's not just a technology solution, digitalization, but it's also to accelerate bureaucracy, if I can put it in this way. We are tackling it from the community point of view, so how you address the issues that are local, because this expansion of system require local, as a local impact and as environmental impacts. So the two need to be tackled. So we are having accelerator in this space. The second one is the electrification accelerator. And on that one, we have a specific area of focus that is industrial electrification. So we are working with now 20 clusters, so industrial clusters, so economic zone where multiple industries are co-located, and trying to get them to net zero. So how you develop business solutions that help you in getting net zero, but also being potentially more profitable and creating jobs, as opposite to a transformation that create poverty, if you like. So that's the second piece. And the third accelerator we have is about the clean power for industries. So how we look at some of the issues that we were talking earlier about, how you solve the variability of the renewable energy. So these are 3 activities on which we have started now created the insight and some of the shaping. We actually had a workshop a few weeks ago in Washington, and we are going to do this in multiple locations around the world. And then we would like to help with you to really looking at the next steps, so the shaping of the solution and really creating those collaborations that can accelerate this transition. That is the goal. I stop here, Doug.
Yeah, we'll come back and talk about the digital permitting efficiencies. I think there's some good examples that have come forward in the forum. So let me come back and visit that. But let's do a quick round with everyone. So Jennifer, can I turn to you? Describe a bit of the World Resources Institute portfolio and platform, and then also maybe to Carlos's point, share a bit on the approach to inclusive development of acceleration of transformation of the power systems and how important that is at the policy and regulatory perspective.
Thank you, and apologies for entering late. There are 3 things that I would say about this agenda, and it's grounded in our work at World Resources Institute, which has been very much focused on country-led transitions. Taking a look at how policy and the market interact, and understanding from the perspective of a practitioner, from the perspective of a consumer, where and how energy transition is evaluated, and what the transaction costs look like, and how to begin to engage in a transition that they are unfamiliar with. So there are 3 areas where WRI has worked. One is working with the corporations that have often been leading the way, and through their supply chains to the MSMEs, to the small and medium-sized enterprises that are most of the backbone of the economies of the world. The second is to really think about the place-based opportunities for engagement, right? Where and how do you have an industrial park and connected to the communities around where it works? And what is the opportunity then to create anchor-based institutions, whether that's charging stations for electric mobility, or whether that's thinking about community-based solar farms and the opportunity to create links between the corporate community and the citizens of the towns and cities where they work. And then the third critical part of this is asking and building connectivity between the energy planning system and those communities, communities of corporations and communities
in cities. And that inclusive planning approach, which some have said is not perhaps the strength of most utilities around the world, is actually a really critical part. We have cities setting their targets and building goals that they believe are good for their citizens, but we don't necessarily have an energy planning system that understands what the assumptions are that the cities are putting forward in order to make those goals. When we're looking at things like extreme heat, when we're looking at things like technology introduction, we know that that community benefit and that community risk has to be part of the planning process. And so part of what WRI has been doing in the countries where we operate is moving through this the various communities of actors who are impacted and implementing against their targets and trying to explain into the policy dialogues where and how that where they are facing barriers and where their challenges are so that the policy community can be better informed.
Great, thanks, Start. We'll come back. There are a couple of follow-up questions, at least that I have, and I'm sure others will as well. So, Claudio, may I turn to you? We've heard the importance of grids, the importance of expediting grid development, but I think that is not a best practice, shall we call it, around the world. Talk to us both about that, but also about the technology innovation that you and the company are doing, particularly on the high voltage side, if you would.
Thanks, Doug, and great to be here. I'm pleased to hear that all the messages, I can only repeat and enhance some of those. We see the very same challenges, and to me, it's more of an opportunity to work on all the topics. But let me start by stressing also as a technology provider and one of the key technology providers in terms of great technology, what was just said earlier, that technology is not the issue. We do have technology today available to deliver at least what we need to do between now and 2030, 35. Then, of course, we need to work on some more in order to get to the 2050 and even beyond. Also very important, was mentioned at the beginning, that it is not one size fits all. Although I think it's clear in this forum that where we need to be and where we need to go, it's clear to everyone. It needs to be an energy system that is decarbonized, and it is sustainable also in terms of affordability, reliability, resilience, and so on. The starting point, though, is different. And that's why I think we have to then design roadmaps that are fit for purpose for where the starting point is. And India has a different starting point than Japan, than Europe, than US, and many other countries. Now, what does that mean from a grid perspective, to zoom in? Also very important to keep in mind, and it was also mentioned, balancing this system, which will be much more complex to manage, for the obvious reasons, more distributed resources, variability, intermittency, demand side that also changes with new patterns of consumption, integration of new demands like transport, industry. All of that adds complexity. But we, as a technology provider, together with all the stakeholders, we have to work on simplifying that equation, not so much in terms of technology per se, but how we deploy that technology. We just heard we need to scale 2-3 times, and beyond 2030, we also need to scale 4 or 5 times. Today, we're capable with our current business models to do maybe 20% more, 30% more. That's not going to be enough. So innovation in this roundtable, it's of course a lot about innovation in technology, but also we need innovation in how we collaborate, how we create partnerships, how we design policies, how we update our regulatory framework to be as flexible as the entire energy system needs to develop as well. And you mentioned that the smartness, there is a lot of digital technology that not only can support making this system more flexible, but also support us in creating those business models. When it comes to how we see the energy system, and particularly from a grid perspective, there are three areas that we're focusing on. Number one, of course, that system needs to be secure. And that security is more and more physical as well as cyber, and that was mentioned. The second one, and that of course, I think we don't need to convince anyone about that, is of course needs to be more sustainable. So decarbonizing, not only decarbonizing the source of energy, not only decarbonizing the consumption, but also making sure that the infrastructure we need to build and the infrastructure that we need to upgrade is more sustainable per se. So technology that takes carbon footprint out of the equation is essential, and we're working on that as well. The piece that it's, in our eyes, crucial is the flexibility topic. So that system needs to be secure, sustainable, but flexible. And that flexibility, we mentioned earlier, it means being able to have a system that is capable of adjusting. Now, what is happening because of the climate change, because of the frequency of these unplanned, catastrophic, or major weather events, that flexibility needs to extend not only to the milliseconds, to the seconds, and to the minutes, which is the operational part of the grid. It needs to extend to much longer periods of time. It needs to be able to tackle not only planned events, but also unplanned events. And I really like the direction you're heading, Paolo, with the topic of looking at seasonality, which is a much harder challenge to deal with. But even on that one, if I might just add, and then I conclude with that, if you look at technology today available, high voltage direct current, for instance, the opportunity to interconnect, to integrate further that energy system will help in tackling those challenges of seasonality. Because of course, the more you're interconnected, the more you then can bring in resources to tackle those topics, not only in terms of unplanned events, but also in terms of planned events, in terms of seasonality, and longer challenges in terms of balancing. Last but not least, the backbone needs to have much more attention, needs to have much more focus. We need to scale, but it goes without saying, and it was mentioned, we need to leverage all the technologies that are available today to decarbonize the energy system. Not only on the supply side, for instance, nuclear is one of those options, certainly for certain countries and certain markets, but also within the grid. We have to continue to push technology to allow remote areas, isolated areas with mini-grids, with microgrids, with battery storage, to make them available the same reliability, the same resistance, the same affordability of electricity as all of us can have with the backbone and the transmission system.
Thank you. Plenty to follow up on there. We'll follow on around the table. So, Michio, could you talk to us a bit about RD20 and then also the interface of what that's focused on? And I think there's a slide, if we could get the slide advanced. Perfect.
Thank you. It's my great pleasure to be here to introduce the relatively the new initiative, RD20. RD20 is a global initiative founded by AST under the Japanese government, the support in 2019 during the G20 summit in Osaka. So we are focusing on the clean energy technology through strengthened international collaboration among leading institutions of G20 countries, now that we have the 24 institutes as members. And we have an annual meeting once a year, and there we did a high-level discussion among leaders upon the international collaboration. And we adopt the leader's statement and the leader's recommendation for promoting the international collaboration among members. So actual action items are now under progress. Our task group for the hydrogen life cycle assessment, advanced characterization of high efficiency solar cell, and also that we are focusing on the human resource development for young researchers. So So we did the summer school for our career researchers in France for human resource development. And also we covered a wide range of the topics, including hydrogen, not only the electricity, but also the hydrogen. And we did the gigaton hydrogen workshop, the how to promote the gigaton scale of the deployment of the hydrogen. And of course, we have a potential collaboration upon energy network with GPFM and ISGAM. And I'm now also the vice chair of the technical advisory group of the Mission Innovation, and also we are the communicating with the mission, including the GPFM. And our uniqueness is a group of research institutes expertised in science and technology. So therefore, I think that we have a huge potential to accelerate the RDI in clean energy technologies. And as I mentioned, we cover the broad range of activities, so joint research, workshop, standardization, assessment, human resource development, and also capacity building. So therefore, I would like to invite all of the people here to collaborate with the RD20. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're covering everything from policy, regulatory, to grid requirements, to expansion, to innovation opportunities as well. And now we're going to turn and actually ask Siva to make us a few comments on the policy and regulatory front from, is it the 5th or the 6th largest economy in the world? 4th? Okay, so from California's perspective. He's with the California Energy Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having California here. I want to just elevate and thank Assistant Secretary's comment earlier from DOE on the one-size-fits-all kind of the narrative and kind of really looking at diversity of solutions. So California is really a test case in the great implementation, and I would like to share a few experiences over the last 2 to 3 years in California in the clean energy deployment, and some of the actions we had to take, and some of the initiatives we ought to take, and just want to frame them. So 30,000 foot level, in California, we had the first blackouts in 20 years in 2020. We had an extreme heat event in the west side of the United States, and we just could not supply enough electricity to keep the lights on in California. And that was a wake-up call on 3 fronts, and I want to just talk to those 3 fronts. One is planning and procurement. Second is project development and tracking. And finally, reliability planning and contingencies. To start with planning and procurement, the recognition and the insight is the past is not an indicator of future planning. So you just cannot rely on climate data from the past to think about how you plan for the future, and hence enough buffer has to be developed into that. And when we talk about procurement, it's really important to not think about not 3 years, 4 years of procurement, but really 20 years down the lane to really see the necessary options. For example, if you look at planning from a 3-year perspective, you can retire a lot of the gas fleet. But once you go into the 10-year or 15-year time frame, the gas fleet becomes important because of large penetration of solar and the need for dispatchable energy. So it's important to have a long-term perspective. Second, just thinking through when we talk about some of these technologies, which are long-term procurement or long-term strategies, like long-duration storage, infrastructure development, it has to start today. And hence, long-term procurement pathways could really help you to think about where you need to put the money and when to put the money. And finally, some structural issues such as central procurement function. That's something that California is trying to deploy. The central procurement function is the idea that some of these long lead time resources are too expensive for any single utility to procure. So for example, offshore wind at the scale of 25 gigawatts would be impossible for any single entity to procure. And can we have the state back end and hedge the bonding capacity of the state to be able to procure that and then be able to contract it out to the utilities? So those are the main fronts on the planning and the procurement phase. On the project development and tracking, one of the hardest things for California is that we can't build fast enough. We need permitting reform, land use reform to be able to procure fast enough, and to some of the questions on equity implications on how do you ensure the voices are at the table, but at the same time you're able to build fast enough and unjam that. To that end, we also created something called the tracking of project development under the governor's office to look at every single project in development and see what the issues are. It might be supply chain issues, it could be permitting issues, and taking an all-government approach to solve every single project one by one. And finally, this goes to the point that Assistant Secretary Huff made. California was hoping to retire 6,000 megawatts of resources to clean the grid by 2024. That included 4,000 megawatts of natural gas and 2,000 megawatts of nuclear that we had. So it was all baked in, and we were ready to close that off, and we had to open the discussion again. And the discussion was to now keep the nuclear power plant on for at least another 5 years to give ourselves cushion as we turn around this corner of really understanding what the climate impacts are on the grid. And the second, on the 4,000 megawatts, I don't recall who made this point, but the idea that you remove some of these natural gas power plants out of the RA market, and so California just created what we call the strategic reserve, funded by the state. So the state put in about $5 billion to create about 5,000 megawatts of strategic reserve. That is resources you want to pull out, but you can turn them on in extreme necessity when the state calls on them. So that's something we're doing. And so when you look at those three phases, then think about three parts. Maximize demand flexibility and make sure every electrified load is a good citizen of the grid. 2, build as fast as you can. And 3, institutionalize contingencies in a way that the state can quickly deploy resiliency measures to keep the lights on. And one of the things our Governor Newsom says, if the lights go off, the entire climate agenda will get a black eye. So we need to make sure the lights are on to continue to show that electrification is feasible. So one last piece I want to just make sure I elevate from the IEA. Much of our modeling suggests diversity of resources is extremely critical, both technology-wise but geographically. So that requires, in places like United States, regional markets to be really developed for seamless integration of resources across large swaths of area. Second, the thermal fleets and others, I think it's important for us to think about bridge solutions, potentially suboptimal, but gives you cushion for long-term transition quicker. So those are the lessons learned from California, and happy to add to them as we go.
Great, thank you. I know we've done a relatively lengthy first round, but I want to take a couple of extra minutes. So I want to focus on the solution side. And thank you for getting to the solution piece in your comments as well. I will offer one quick intervention from our side, which is we are now able to take future climate data and downscale it to the point where you can use it in energy planning models. And so if anyone interested in that, please come talk to me and we'll navigate that forward. But let me turn back to the panelists here and just prompt you for maybe a short intervention, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, on what you're doing on the solution side. So Roberto, I'm going to come back to you. Permitting. There's some good examples that I think you and the team are working on in terms of digital permitting, innovation, trying to process that, doing some natural language processing, working with some of the computing companies, and examples there also around expediting grid development as well. Talk to us briefly about that.
Can I just have another angle to it?
Yeah, please.
That is we said one side doesn't fit all, right? There is a parallel statement to that that is linked to what, Paolo, you were saying. That is, we still can learn from the differences and address them. So why putting a solar plant in India take less than 2 years and in Europe and US more than 10? Or why the cost of capital, the work we have done together with IEA, is 1 to 7 between Germany and Kenya, right? So recognizing those differences, learning from them, recognizing that there are different circumstances, but still that gap can be narrowed, right? So this solution you're talking about, like the digital, is one element of those solutions, but there must be the will also to do it, right? Because then you can digitalize to take away bureaucracy and accelerate everything else. But I think this is one of the challenges, really recognizing those gaps and trying to address them.
Great, we'll be quick. Jennifer, on the solution side, what can we do to expedite and yet hold true to the inclusive nature that you talked about? Because it feels to me like there's a natural tension there, that the more inclusive you want to be, potentially the slower the process goes, but at least you hopefully get to yes. How can we do it quicker?
Yeah, I think that part of the challenge that we're facing in terms of our speed and scale challenges come in with these the recognition that often the stakeholders aren't already engaged in the conversation. So you're having them enter into a conversation around the energy transition at a point that's a decision point, rather than earlier on in the process where you actually talk about these where you're bringing people to the solutions and hoping that they're going to accept them. And there are three examples that I would say. One, we're working with several states here in India that are where we're specifically doing sectoral engagement on power sector changes, but we're doing it in a way that helps as an informative process prior to the decision-making choices that are going to be facing those communities and the utility. The second example I would give is really where we've been talking about interconnectivity of the grid in the ASEAN region, thinking about, again, where and how will climate impact the grid in that region, and how do you then begin to engage with the decision makers prior to any discussions about the permitting decisions that have to be taken. And the third that I would offer is that building on conversations that we've already had about transformative energy procurement, part of what we're trying to do is create opportunities for co-benefits, for multiple benefits. And if you can build in the capital allocation plans that allow you to do integrated resource diversification strategies, with energy efficiency, with renewables, with storage, that gives you an opportunity to engage prior to a specific crisis where you have that resiliency already embedded. So I think part of the problem that we're facing is that we're always responding to an immediate decision rather than prepping those communities to be part of that decision at the point where they have a choice in front of them.
Great, thank you. Claudio, turn back to you on the innovation front and the smartness. Talk to us about what you're doing on the solution side to work with customers, clients, maybe governments, to get things built faster.
Yeah, so the two aspects. As a technology provider, I have to address, of course, the technology piece, and there we said, of course, I really want to be clear on that, there is most of the technology needed, it's there. So we need to find the way to speed and scale again to deploy that. But of course, we need to continue to innovate. We need to continue to innovate not only with the next stage of functionalities of, for instance, power electronics to get more flexibility in the system and so on and so forth. We need to innovate also so that we can deploy some of the technology across purposes, across applications, across vendors. For instance, the high voltage direct current technology today is still very much done point to point. It comes as a way of integrating bulk renewables. It comes as a way of interconnecting grids. But in the future, in order to scale offshore wind that we just talked about, we will need to have the capability of having that link with both applications. The same link needs to be able to interconnect different grids and synchronize them, and needs to be able to integrate renewables from offshore and many more. So the multi-purpose, multi-vendor. Why multi-vendor? Because today, if I need to scale my capacity and do it in the way we do it today, point to point, project to project, we will have to replicate almost 80% of what we do over and over, link by link. And that's where the innovation comes in, and again, tying to the need of collaboration. We cannot do this ourselves alone. We need partnerships with our customers. We need partnerships with the regulatory bodies, because they need to allow our customers, in this case, for instance, TSOs, to change the process of defining the technology and selecting the technology and deploying the technology. And one example, which has been communicated not too long ago, with TSOs, after long years of learning, we moved our approach from a project to project into creating framework agreements, long-term framework agreements, going back to the point that was made before on your side, where we then can plan. We can plan our capacity, we can plan our investments, and we can standardize, we can modularize, we can simplify technology so that it serves not the next link, but the next 10 links, not the next gigawatt to be interconnected, but the next 10 gigawatts. And that's very essential. So again, innovation from a technology standpoint on our side, but also innovation from how we deploy the technology across customers, partners that need to come in and complement, and also, of course, the policies.
Thank you. I think what I'm going to try to do is synthesize that message and what we heard before in terms of a real call for a public-private partnership approach, a new one, which takes into account climate resiliency in the planning, both near-term and long-term perspectives, the need for innovation, so pulling in RD20, the ISGAN elements, et cetera, and really pushing forward in a much more comprehensive dialogue among governments, industry, and the stakeholders that are important as part of that dialogue to move this transition forward. So hopefully that's a resonant takeaway from this high-level panel. I'm going to turn at this stage, we're going to thank the panelists, I think at the very end, but let me turn to Russ Conklin, who's going to lead us into the next short panel discussion. And then, Russ, if we have time, we could maybe take a few more questions or comments from the floor as well. So thank you, everyone, and we'll come back around at the end. Hopefully we have enough time to do that.
Great. My name is Russ Conklin, and I am going to walk us through the next part of the session. I am a Senior International Relations Specialist at the U.S. Department of Energy and a founding participant of the International Smart Grid Action Network and one of its vice chairs. Before we kind of move to our inter-initiative panel, we wanted to take a moment to highlight the 2023 recipients of the ISGAN Award of Excellence. Now, we just ended the last discussion talking about solutions, and what the ISGAN Award of Excellence tries to do each year is on an individual theme, recognize some of the exemplars in the solution space, in the project space, and then from those exemplars, take the lessons learned, take the best practices that are emerging, and share those as widely as possible. So tomorrow there will be an award ceremony where we'll honor the 4 projects you see on the screen there. But we have 3 here today that I would like to give a brief moment to each of them to make a few comments. And so I'll start with the winner of the 2023 Award of Excellence. That's the Flex Unity project. And we have Luisa Matos from who's the CIO, COO, and co-founder of CleanWatts, which is based in Portugal and I believe Italy as well, right? And let's give her the floor for a minute. Luisa?
Thank you so much. And it's very nice to be here. Thank you for having me here. And it's a pleasure, and we are quite honored to be awarded with this Award of Excellence. So I'll give you a little bit of insights of what we did and some highlights of the project so that we can share a little bit on best practices. So basically, our main accomplish of this project was actually leveraging on the technology and having combining with the right business models to create value for consumers, prosumers, and grid operators, and also investors. So combining these 2 elements, the focus was actually to push forward on the digital and green transformation, leveraging with business model innovation. So by connecting multiple distributed assets and controlling small loads in energy communities, so assets like EV chargers, HVAC systems, small batteries, smart plugs, and then deploying AI algorithms that allow us to optimize in real time these energy communities, we implemented 3 levels of business models. One level focused on the consumer-prosumer, where we look into energy sharing models with both centralized ownership or distributed ownership. We also look into the level of aggregator or retailer for portfolio optimization and development of new services based on flexibility aggregation. And also we look at the TSO level, especially on the procurement efforts to capture flexibility from these energy communities. So CleanWatts is focused on simplifying, amplifying, and accelerating the global energy transition for local communities around the world. Applying to this award, we had the opportunity to have high-level visibility internationally to show how renewable energy communities with technology that is available today can become a scalable instrument to accelerate energy transition in a simple and inclusive way. Our project was implemented with international collaboration in Europe, was funded by the European Commission, and from the start we look at different country challenges. We need to continue sharing both practices, best practices and barriers to be able to jointly move faster to learn from each other. We still have a long way to go when we look at challenges related to having faster permitting processes, enabling regulatory frameworks in place, low-risk structures to attract capital, and scalable and sustainable business models to accelerate in an inclusive way local energy markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Louisa. That's a really interesting project. I'll note for SIVA that they're looking to expand into the United States and try this here, so I hope you guys can connect after this event, which is one of the reasons why we try to bring people together and we have the award. Our next project, our runner-up, is Cartoline, the new predictive maintenance tool for entities. And we have Sebastian Brun, who is here to tell us about that.
Hello, my name is Sebastian, and I work for the French DSO Enedis, DSO who also became a data manager company. It began with smart metering, 35 million deployed in France, and then with IoT, with monitoring, etc., with data. Smart grids present a real technological breakthrough with a new observation of the grid in real time, in daily time. We developed many data solutions impacting the all DSO activities, operations like real-time fault detection or fault prediction. It is the object of this award. But also historical issues like non-technical losses, frauds, and new issues like energy transition or electric mobility. I think about understand where are the load on the grid to be able to re-optimize it, to increase hosting capacities, for example. We needed data science to develop these solutions. Data science is not such an artificial intelligence than a methodology to structure and extract all the wealth of data. We developed supervised machine learning to train our algorithm to identify future, to predict incidents. Or technician or field technician train our algorithm. So it's not such an artificial intelligence than a collective intelligence. Well, they're not here with me today, but I would like to thank them and to thank the ISGAN for this award, which is a real recognition of our work of these last years. Already. ISGAN is a fine opportunity to discuss with international stakeholders, to discuss issues. We often have we often all have the same one. The opportunity to share our experience, the challenge we face, and how we overcome it. I think we're here for mission innovation, for clean energy ministerial also. I think climate is a too important stake. So we have to work together, to speak together. We can keep our knowledge for ourselves. It is our duty to speak together about this issue. Thank you, everyone.
And congratulations again. And then finally, we have with us today Dr. Jung-Ho Lee from KEPCO and the Korea and KEPCO's Research Institute, whose project AI-based distribution grid load and asset state prediction system has been honored with an honorable mention. And I'm going to pass the microphone to Mela.
Thank you for having me in this very important place. I am the president of CAPRI, and then the CAPRI is AI-based. AI is machine learning, distribution grid load and asset state prediction system, gained the ISGAN Award Excellence. KEPCO has developed an artificial intelligence-based condition prediction system can efficiently predict the load of distribution lines by time and year, as well as the current state and the remaining lifespan of power facilities, such as switchgears and transformers. KEPCO has been using this system for planning and operation of distribution lines and facilities since January 2022. And then the increase in renewable energy has made it difficult to operate the power grid. Especially this year, Korea has some problem because of the inverter coordination, especially LVRT, low voltage ride-through problem. I think it's there will be many problems. In order to solve these problems, it is necessary to refer to the policies and technologies of countries and utilities with similar experience. I believe that these problems have already been experienced by several developed utilities and TSOs. I hope that ISGAN, as a prestigious organization, play a role in providing a platform for sharing these advanced policies and technologies with many utilities and rule makers that need these information. Thank you.
Thank you. And so you'll be hearing more about that at the award ceremony tomorrow and in future ISGAN webinars, publications, proceedings, events. I will also note that we do this awards in concert with the Global Smart Energy Federation, which is led by the India Smart Grid Forum and Reggie Kumar Pillai, who may have seen other events here at CEM-14 and MI-8. And we do not have our theme yet for next year's award, so interested in hearing from the stakeholders around the table at some point what you think we should focus on and what we need to highlight. We've covered everything from consumer engagement down into artificial intelligence for smart grid. So a really wide range of technologies consistent with the wide range of needs that we've heard in the past hour or so. With that, can we move to the next slide? And we are running a little bit behind, so we're going to have to kind of huddle through the next bit, which is the need to accelerate innovation and to promote effective collaboration among global initiatives. We are hoping to have a panel discussion, but I have a feeling we're just going to have a little bit of brief presentations just to kind of highlight the work being done in ISGAN, the 21st Century Power Partnership, and the Green Power Future Mission, maybe touching a little bit on 3DEN, although Paolo already did that earlier. And also just recognize that these initiatives, which all have clean energy ministerial emission innovation connections, are only part of the many, many international initiatives out there on power system transformation, grid decarbonization, however you want to frame it. We've already heard about the RD20, the work from WEF and others. There's the Global Power System Transformation Consortium and so forth. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone to Arun Mishra to my left, and he can give ISGAN in a nutshell.
Hello. I think ISGAN is known, but let me summarize it for you. That ISGAN is the international platform with community of experts where we are dedicated to development, deployment, exchange of expertise on and competencies for smarter, cleaner, and more flexible grids. We are here since 2010, and of course we are initiative for IEA from 2011, 9 award of excellence down the line in 26 countries and plus European Union. So we have a strong community which is developing some of these knowledge for exchange. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is some of the recent activities which are of course organized around working group within ISGAN, and some of which I would like to highlight, be it the flexibility harvesting and its impact on stakeholders, or for that matter, TSO, DSO coordination, and of course, the smart grid evaluation toolkit for every community, set of geographies as well as entities where they can reimagine as well as assess themselves, and reimagining the grid planning process itself in case of accelerated energy transition. So these are the activities which we have recently undertaken, and what we plan to do for this community to know for as a solution is, next slide please, launch of our smart grid first ISGAN Lighthouse project. That will be next ISGAN Executive Committee meeting, which will be happening in September in Netherlands. That is part of top smart grid topics with high impact potentials. Additionally, we have a virtual learning webinars, for example, in network planning under uncertainties, which is planned for September. And for that matter, series of learning from excellence, the 9th award you have listened, but we had series of them, 8, so learning from all those projects. And of course, launch of new smart grid test beds for testing joint research and activities. In knowledge exchange session, and our knowledge exchange sessions are elaborate ones, which can take 16 to 20 weeks for planning, engaging the real exchange, both sides of the parties. That's on digital twins, expected sometime in November. Publication of a report on characterizing the flexibility, as we have noted earlier here. The flexibility is good and doable in days, weeks, hours, but when it comes to seasons, it's different. Now it is time to all the community to understand and agree on the terminology and terming what are the flexibility resources, how do you flag them. And of course, improvement in all of ISGAN's cost benefit tool, which is a multi-criteria analysis tool. We will be improving it in near future because everyone is conscious of cost, especially all the regulated entities, which 100% of grid entities are. And ISGAN promises renewable through grid. So that's where we are active. Now I'll hand it over to Russ.
Thank you, Arun. So that highlights some of the strengths, and as we continue this conversation after this event today, because we are definitely going to bleed over, and then we don't want to impact the next event where we're going to have some very exciting announcements of some action plans. We want to continue the conversations at dinner, at the wings, about how these different work streams can work together. With that, I'll turn it over to Pratik for the 21st Century Power Partnership.
Yeah, thanks, Russ. Hey, this is Pratik Joshi. I'm a researcher, project manager at the National Renewable Energy Lab in the US. Happy to be representing 21st Century Power Partnership, which is another work stream of the Clean Energy Ministerial. So 21st Century Power Partnership, also known as 21CPP, our mission is to accelerate the transition to clean, efficient, reliable, cost-effective power systems. So that's our guiding principle. Of course, that's lofty ambitions, but we do that through peer learning events, knowledge sharing through thought leadership reports, for example, and then technical assistance that can take the form of technical workshops or some of the work that I'll be talking about just on the next slide. And of course, we take into account all of the changes that are happening in the power system, changes in generation portfolios, electrification of end uses, smart grids, all these themes that we've been discussing today, also accounting for the various cross-cutting issues that you see on the slide. So what have we been up to over the past couple years? Well, last year for CEM-14, that was in Pittsburgh, in the lead up of that, we worked with a variety of other initiatives and aligned organizations in the power sector, including ISGAN and others. And we worked together to deliver unified messages to ministers in the form of a collaborative report. There's a screenshot there of the fact sheet. I also have printed out copies of those as well that I'll be distributing outside. And then building off of that, some of the messages or recommendations that came from a ministerial roundtable that we held in Pittsburgh were to develop these action plans based on those best practices, based on, what countries are doing today to transform their power system. And so over the past year, we've been working with the European Union, India, Chile, Australia, and the UK to develop these action plans. They've just been released. We'll have actually just in 20 or so minutes, another side event to highlight those action plans and to talk about them in more detail. And on the road to developing those, we had some workshops on transmission planning, operations, resource adequacy, grid flexibility. So that's what we've done in the past couple of years and where we're heading in the next couple of years, and we hope to continue our collaboration with the other aligned work streams. So to highlight those action plans, because of course we won't have time to dive into all 5 of them just in our short side event, we're going to collaborate with the Clean Energy Solutions Center and others to host a webinar series. Each webinar will focus on one of these action plans. It will be an opportunity for those who developed them. We have some in the room and some joining us soon to talk more about the details. We're also hoping to build on this momentum by working with the second cohort of countries to develop a new set of action plans and then have other events planned, technical workshops, et cetera. So I'll stop there and happy to talk more afterwards and pass it back to Russ.
And we'll actually just go right immediately to Luciano to talk about the Green Powered Future Mission.
Yes, I think we are a little bit late, so I think I will be rather fast. We had 2 events this morning talking about our Green Power Future Mission. What is important for us is to collaborate with you. We see there is a lot of complementarity between CEM and MI. In our case, we are dealing with research and innovation to be implemented, but who is implementing? Maybe you. You are rolling out technology. You are applying technology in real field. So this is our ambitious goal, to prove that there are already solutions to run power system around the world with up to 100% variable renewable energies, and also to make the system resilient, secure, and cost-effective. We want to demonstrate, so that's why we need a coalition that is also relying on a public-private partnership. We have a system operator on board, a transmission and distribution system operator. We have also other organizations that could help us with as manufacturer and so on. Next slide, Pratik, can you help me? Thank you. So what we have done so far, I think it was important to release our action plan for the first 3 years of activity that was released in Pittsburgh at the Global Clean Energy Action Forum. Is a clear message of what we want to do in the first 3 years of activity, where we want to deal with 50 of the most urgent innovation priority for power system modernization and decarbonization. We also launched 2 ambitious flagship projects. Flagship project 1 is on 5 demos in 5 continents, where we want to demonstrate the solution there. And the other one is like to launch something that is maybe very some example in some places, but not everywhere, a multilateral research program, working together on a common project with using our own funding. And then today we released this national pilot report, where the added value is not as the 80 national pilot we collect, but the engagement of a member, 25 members from 12 countries contributed to this report, providing information. So knowledge sharing for us is relevant. Knowledge sharing allowed us to advance faster toward the solution, because maybe one solution is available in one place, will never be applied if you don't make it known these people that there is one that has been already successfully validated. So this is the key message. And the next step for us is really to monitor the advances of those national pilots to make sure that we elevate all the solutions to a continental level, because we know the challenges are quite similar to everyone, but the solution is very depending on the local situation, which energy mix you have, which asset you can base your activity. So the main goal is really to promote this technological advancement, and also to make sure that not only technical, but also regulatory and market solutions have been readily applied. We plan to make everything available and on internet, so not only for Mission Innovation member, but CEM and even beyond. And we are here to decide what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciano. We're almost out of time, so I'd like to turn actually to another colleague of Paolo's from the IEA, Per Anders here, who has both experience at the national level of working on CEM and MI and actually pulling together the ministerials and all of the types of events you say here just a few years ago, but also in his hat at the International Energy Agency, really thinking about technology collaboration and how we work together to more rapidly advance these technologies. Per, some reactions towards what you've heard throughout the day. First panel, second panel, second group of discussions. How do we think we can drive towards greater impact? What are the opportunities to really strengthen or deepen our collaboration? Some reactions?
Thanks,
really
Wes.
easy question.
Good, I have 1 minute. Well, thanks, it's a pleasure to be here. So my name is indeed Per Anders Vidal. I'm with a colleague of Paolo at the International Energy Agency. And I have a lot of notes, a lot of thoughts, of course, on this topic. But knowing that the very short time, maybe just a few things from my side, based on the experience, mainly more with other areas, other sectors. But as you said, I've been following also ISCAN, particularly over the last years, or when I was in Swedish government. So I understand a bit as well what's going on the power sector. But one important thing, and it's of course part of the self-assessment for any initiative, to make sure that any collaboration you're trying to move into is functional and not symbolic. I think this is we are a bit stressed now. We have to avoid duplications, which might end up that we just do things for making sure it looks like we're collaborating. So I think the first advice is to make sure that it's functional. The second one is also, and this, again, I'm saying this as an outsider, sometimes when I look at the power sector and transformation of the power sector, it's of course you have to have a holistic approach to it, but it also makes the exercise quite complicated, because how do you make sure it's not become too academic, but rather also that's something that's linked up to the policy development in different countries, again, acknowledging that you work with a very diverse group of countries. So that comes back to some of the questions you had here. What are the most pressing needs for the power sector transformation, and what is the method to approach and structure the work? Of course, we have the Tracking Clean Energy Progress report from the IEA, where we try to look at both how different sectors and technologies are on track to the net zero emissions goals. Here, the power sector and the smart grids in general is doing quite well. It's not on track, but at least it's not red in our traffic lights. But again, is that the approach, or is it a breakthrough agenda to look at, okay, what are the kind of needs for really helping to get on track? Just the last thing to say that in any case, I think that there could be different mechanisms. If you would like to collaborate, we have the CEM campaigns. That's one method. We also now trying to look within the technology collaboration program of the IEA to create mechanisms where we can ensure both the bottom-up knowledge, but also making sure that there is ownership from the policymakers that whatever topic you put forward, there's actual willingness to receive whatever recommendations comes in. Again, knowing that international collaboration is not national legislation, it's international collaboration to support policymaking. So again, really understanding what are the values of the different projects and activities. Thanks.
Thank you, Per. So clearly, the needs and the opportunities of the power system can't be fit into a 90-minute session. we have established that. We've heard from the beginning about kind of thinking about a diversity of energy resources all the way down to how stakeholder engagement from the beginning, not at the decision point, but really getting the stakeholders engaged and across a variety of needs and questions. I heard cybersecurity, seasonal variability, social aspects, permitting. That came up like 4 or 5 times. Storage and all of its sources. Not to mention critical minerals and supply chain, which is a whole new and emerging and very important area of work. There is a lot of work to be done. The people around the table are doing it in different forms. And so my view of this brief whirlwind tour of these work streams, but also this whirlwind tour of this topic, is that we need to keep these conversations going. And I'll come back to Paris point and something that Claudio said. Paris point, ensuring that our collaborations are functional, not symbolic. If this is the only conversation we're having this around the table, then we haven't accomplished much. We got to continue the conversation and actually think about how do we get decision makers to get them the right information at the right time and their stakeholders the right information at the right time to make the decisions. And in order so we can have, as Claudio said, secure, sustainable, and flexible energy systems. I don't know if there's any further comments from Luciano or from Doug, but I really appreciate everyone's time for sticking around for a couple extra minutes. Please do go to the 21st Century Power Partnership, the next side event. I believe, which ballroom is it in? Oh, it's right here. Never mind.
You don't move.
Make some space because some ministers coming in, and we are very, very excited to be working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross.
that celebrates the release of the first cohort of action plans for power sector transformation and decarbonization. A little bit of quick history here of how we got here today was that actually in Delhi last year, they set out in the Clean Energy Ministerial a call for action and a call for really working on implementation activities. And there was a request to coordinate among the
to other countries. We know that there are challenges. We know that there are constraints, but these challenges and constraints can be overcome through very clear policies at the domestic level, but also through international cooperation and collaboration. And this is what the Secretary General has been insisting over the course of the last few years. We need to collectively work together as an international community to ensure that we strengthen international cooperation and collaboration to achieve our climate goals, that we achieve our development goals. We need to ensure that this race to net zero is just, it's an inclusive one, and it's a transition that leaves no one behind. This September, the Secretary General will convene a Climate Ambition Summit. He has identified two important themes: acceleration and strengthening international cooperation. He looks forward to welcoming all of you to his Climate Ambition Summit in September. It represents an important moment for us to demonstrate to the world the feasibility of meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement, but not only meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement, meeting these goals in a just, equitable, and inclusive manner. So, colleagues, thank you so much. Congratulations to the first cohort of countries that have stepped forward in this really important leadership role. We at the United Nations look forward to continuing to work with you, but also to showcase your really impressive efforts. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very very much for the inspirational comments, and I believe the open opportunity to share the lessons at the UN Climate Summit coming forward. So my pleasure now to introduce Jean-François Gagné, the new head of the CEM Secretariat, who will also make a few remarks and then lead our high-level panel.
Is it? Oh, great. Well, thank you very much, Doug, for the introduction. And I want to underline the 21st Century Partnership leadership in terms of looking at the issue of decarbonization of power systems in a very holistic way and really trying to figure out every step of the way what needs to happen to take us through. Because power systems are not only key in terms of decarbonization because of their own emissions, they're also a key tool to help decarbonize other sectors through electrification. But at the same time, because of the capacity, power systems are also very, very complex systems. And so we need to make sure that we look at all aspects of power system decarbonization in order especially because of their essentiality to maintain their reliability. And because of that, there are multiple set of issues, stakeholders, options to be considered. And if one tries to do this alone, there's a chance that one might miss some of the best practices and opportunities. It becomes a very complex process to map out everything that needs to be done to be successful, and so there's huge value in learning from others. And I think this is where the power of the action plans come into play. I think the methodology that's been developed provides an opportunity to bring collective knowledge into a repository and be able to develop a methodological planning approach to be able to identify and address each and every one issue. That is actually the nature and the value of the CEM. We are trying to propose the CEM as a coalition of the willing who are willing to be the pioneers to basically develop the pathways, go through the pains to basically go to try to do trial and error and basically be at the forefront of the decarbonization agenda, but then are willing to share that knowledge so that others may follow suit. And so because of that, we are extremely thankful to the series of pioneers that we have before us today and to be able to benefit from your experience, your knowledge, and also your plans in terms of moving forward. So without further ado, I would like to maybe invite Minister Bowen to share some of his experiences and views on Australia's experience in that regard.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you this afternoon. Well, when we last met in Pittsburgh under Secretary Granholm's leadership, we had 84 months between then and 2030. And when we gather here in Goa today, there's 77 months, which I think underlines just how rapid this transition is, how rapid it must be, how little time we have to meet the objectives we've set ourselves and set the planet. 77 months will go by really, really quickly. We do not have time to waste. In our context in Australia, in the document that we're presenting today, it underlines the size of the challenge. We start today with around 35% of our energy grid being renewable. Our policy is to lift that to 82% by 2030 in 77 months. 35 to 82 in 77 months is a big lift. We have to, in the Australian context, we already have the highest rooftop solar in the world. We have to more than double that over the next 7 years. We have to triple our large-scale renewable wind and solar. And we have to increase our storage by 7.5 times to meet that standard. Of course, storage, as we all understand, is really, in many senses, the key. The deniers and delayers say the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine, but the rain doesn't always fall either, but we drink water because we store it. We can store renewable energy. But that's the task we have, and it's a big lift. Batteries will do part of the job, but not all of the job, because as we all know, they will not take us through long periods. So, in Australia, as is indicated in the report today, we have a range of policies that are rolling out. We already have the world's largest transmission grid in the national energy market, the eastern and southern states. We have to add 10,000 kilometres to that between now and 2030. As we say, there's no transition without transmission, but it's hard work. It's hard work. There's social licence issues, there's community support. These are big changes to communities. And we're doing a lot of work on social licence and bringing communities with us so that they share the benefits of the journey towards renewable energy, not just host big pieces of infrastructure through their community and no feedback for them. We are providing underwriting certainty through the federal government in Australia. We've just launched auctions for our capacity market investment scheme, which is to provide that guaranteed return to dispatchable renewable. To qualify, you must be dispatchable as well as renewable. We estimate that'll unleash around $10 billion or 6 gigawatts of investment between now and 2030, which is a reasonable part of the task. Nowhere near all the task, but a reasonable part of the task. So these are some of the things that are reflected in the document that we've provided to be launched today, which underline that this journey is not easy, but it must be done. Energy and electricity in Australia is the largest emitting sector, largest proportion of our emissions. As we get it down, then other sectors will spring forward, but we've got to get electricity and energy down first, and that's very much the key and very much represented in the document that we're launching today. So thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowen, and thank you for reminding us how quickly we need to act. And thanks for the leadership in terms of helping others benefit from your experience to help them kickstart and maybe catch up. With that, I'd like to turn over to Commissioner Simpson to give us a little bit of her views in terms of the EU's journey in that area.
Yes, and now it works. Good afternoon, everybody. And last year, I missed the first edition of this discussion in Pittsburgh due to the fact that we were in the middle of the very severe energy crisis in Europe due to the Russian ability to manipulate our energy markets. And due to the fact that they had very dominant role in our gas market, it had also poisonous effects to our power prices. And I want to share with you what we have done since then, because our response was very clear. We declared that where we can replace Russian natural gas, we will use that as fast as we can, and we also stopped buying any Russian coal. As a result, in our power generation, renewables helped us to cut our gas consumption, and last year 40% of power came from renewable sources. We set new very ambitious targets so that by 2030 we do expect that 69% of our power will be generated by renewables. Last year was record year for both wind and solar, and we do expect that this year across Europe will be another year where all the records will be renewed. On top of that, on renewables, that will then represent 69% of power in our mix. We do have also a significant share of nuclear across Europe. And of course, we face several difficulties. First of those was permit granting process. That is a relatively lengthy process. But as we were forced to introduce several emergency measures, one of these measures was to shorten the permitting and to grant renewable projects, but also grids that will connect renewable installations, a overriding public interest status that actually allowed our member states to start planning new offshore and onshore wind farms significantly faster pace than it was possible just 2 years ago. And now we are facing another challenge because the second big topic is getting our grid ready to respond to a large electrification of the end uses and to the new decentralized and variable generation. So we have already redesigned our European networks regulation to help plan and also fund our future energy networks. And right now we are in the middle of the process to reform our electricity market regulation to provide regulatory incentives for a massive investment in grids. And what we want is more smart sector integration, more digitalization, and a better application of the energy efficiency first principle. So we all know that power sector decarbonization might seem a domestic issue, but it is a global challenge, and that's why it is so necessary to share best practices. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Commissioner Simpson. And especially thank you for reminding us that electrification is also a potential energy security resource. But most importantly, thanks to the European Union for showing how an unprecedented rate of change can actually happen, but that it is a complex endeavor. So we're very happy for you to share your knowledge in there. We'll now move on to India's former Secretary of Power, which will give us a little bit of a view to how India is addressing this challenge.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very pleased to share that India's NDCs are very well known now. We have to reduce our emission intensity by 45% by the end of this decade. And more than half of the installed capacity of power generation has to come from non-fossil fuel. So the core of the strategy is that we electrify our economy, more of electricity share. Currently, it stands around 21%. We intend to increase to around 38% in next 2 decades. And at the same time, green the electricity. So our renewable share is going to go up. We have declared our national electricity plan very recently. And it projects that by the year 2032, India's non-fossil fuel based capacity will be 600 gigawatt. So that the solar will be in the range of 364 gigawatt, wind will be 121, and we will have pumped storage projects of 27 gigawatt, and we will have storage of 47 gigawatt. That is the plan which has been formally approved and notified by the government. And we have also taken steps for integration of such large-scale renewable energy in the grid. So we have notified the plans for flexibility in the coal-based power plants to 40% of their capacity in the next 2 years. We have also notified the trajectory for the time of day tariff for the demand side management. So the solar tariff will be 20% less than the normal tariff after 2 years in India. And next, going by the development of pumped storage projects and finally the battery storage projects. So India has also notified its renewable purchase obligations for the utilities and for large consumers right up to 2030. And say in 20th scheme for its Indian carbon market. So that will leverage the demand side, some more demand for renewable energy because India plans to impose, say, carbon emission intensity obligations on the large industrial units. And at the same time, the plan also has a big component of localization of manufacturing required for the solar modules, for the electrolyzers, and the green hydrogen mission is one which will also increase the demand for renewable energy significantly. So that's all from India. India is well on track to decarbonize power sector, and we have notified all our plans, action plans. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sri Kumar. And yes, thank you for sharing India's relentless work toward the 2 major challenges of increasing capacity while at the same time cleaning up the grid. And also how you need to look into all aspects, supply chains and everything, but also political support. And I think this is what this table is showing, is that when you get the political support, you can actually get things done. And so with that, we'll be moving to Lee McDonough, who's the DG of Net Zero, Nuclear and International within the UK government. So Lee, please tell us what the UK government's done.
Thank you very much. And firstly, could I just send Secretary of State Grant Shapps apologies. He's actually in transit as we speak, flying over somewhere. I don't know quite where he is, but he'll be with us tomorrow. So it's my pleasure to be here to talk about the UK's action plan. So obviously we very much welcome the publication of these action plans. They are such an important tool for helping to facilitate and speed up the sharing of knowledge, experience and insights between different countries, crucially at different stages of their power sector transition. And these action plans are also an excellent way of distilling the complex and the interconnected work going on in decarbonising our power systems into an easy to digest package. So just to reflect on the UK's journey, we've made really significant strides in decarbonising our power sector. I think we're up to now 44% renewables, including from bioenergy, wind and solar, and 15% from nuclear. And really, thing that we're very proud of, is our transition away from coal. So in 2012, coal accounted for 40% of the UK's power generation, and it's dropped to less than 2% in 2020. And today, actually, completely coal-free days are the norm rather than the exception. And I just shared two more stats. We had a peak of 80% of electricity from zero carbon sources in May, and for the first time, we had 560 consecutive coal-free days. So, we're really pleased with that, progress that we're making. But having said that, obviously we need to go further, and, we are committed to doing so. And in March of this year, we published our Powering Up Britain documentation, which sets out how we will do that and also ensure that we enhance our country's energy security, that we seize the economic opportunities of the transition and deliver on our net zero commitments. And that documentation forms the basis of our action plan, which we are launching today, and includes a wide range of activities, increasing renewables, increasing our nuclear contribution, and, as others have said, reform of our energy markets. So, really great that we're able to share that. So just to finish, I think, others have said it, but we have a really big challenge ahead of us to decarbonise the power sector. But this is central to delivering net zero. Power sector decarbonisation needs to be ahead so that other sectors can progress their own decarbonisation challenges at pace. And we know what needs to be done. And so, therefore, what we need is a relentless focus on action and learning from others about the best way, the tried and tested ways, different approaches to do that. So that's why these action plans are so important, and I hope that they can pave the way for more countries to identify valuable opportunities to learn from each other and collaborate on actions to support this collective decarbonisation challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee, and also thank you for reminding us that decarbonization is an ongoing journey. Even after you think you've done it, there's actually something else to be done. This is why it's very important that these action plans will be evergreen document, and we will continue to gather information and knowledge. And in that light, I'm very, very happy to hand the floor over to Secretary Granholm for the US, who I think has very interesting news for us in that front.
Well, thank you so much. I'm so thrilled to hear about the plans. I mean, as you're talking, I'm thinking, this is sort of like, sort of like the teams in the World Cup. In the sense, in this way, I mean, we all want to achieve the prize, but the prize for us is for all of our people. But inside of each of these teams, you all have a different playbook. We share the same technologies, but we may use them. You have your MVPs, if you will, of technologies that you may be using, and you've got your game plan. And as all good teams do, you want to poach from the best, whether it's technology or game plan. And so I am so pleased to be able to say that the United States is entering the tournament and is going to be part of this. And there's plenty of room for more, too, for other countries to join as well, so that we can learn from one another. We are without knowing the best practices, and that's why it's so exciting to be part of this group. I look forward to crafting our action plan, learning from you all, and I look forward to hearing how not just the plans, but the results of those plans fare in the next time we meet, right? We will all have demarcated the next steps. So, so pleased to be here, and good luck to the U.S. women's soccer team on Saturday.
Thank you very much for that beautiful metaphor, Secretary Granholm. Maybe I can return one of my own that is maybe closer to your heart. I also think that just like at the Super Bowl, each player has his own game plan, and once you put it all together, that you get to the end to get a touchdown. So with that, I will just take a minute to thank again our panelists, but mostly thank again all of your countries in terms of willing to be moving forward, helping to get the goalpost a little bit further so that others can also try to achieve their own goals. So thank again for all your contribution to this.
So I really thank you all very much. Thank you, Jean-Francois, for navigating that. I realize you all have very busy schedules. What I'd like to ask is just for 30 seconds, if you could stand
with the celebration of the release of these action plans for a quick photo, and then we'll release you from for further meetings at the end. So, Secretary Kumar, please. No, this is for you, not for me. Jean-Francois. Wonderful. Thank you all very, very much for honoring us with your comments today. Thank you. We'll take just a minute for the heads of delegation to leave, and then we'll transfer to our panel discussions. And others are welcome to come join us at the table if you'd wish. How do we do it? Close. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. No, I was. Please, we now have a few free seats if you'd like to come and join us at the table. We will transition here shortly. We'll just see if we can get the doors shut at the back. Thank you. So it's a pleasure to lead on to the next part of the agenda, which is an annotated roundtable discussion with delegates from each of the first cohort of countries. And so at the table in multiple different locations, there we go, moving around, we have Mr. S. With us from Australia, John Grimes, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Smart Energy Council. Next to me on my right, Carlos Toro Ortiz. He's the Head of Energy Planning and Innovation Unit at the Ministry of Energy in Chile. Paula Pino, who's the Director of DG Energy at the European Commission, and a great dancer, by the way, on the side. And from the UK, Megan George, Senior Policy Advisor for the Breakthrough Agenda, the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. And the intent here is to have a discussion around the development of the action plans. And so the action plans are currently available online. We will not be presenting them in detail because each of them are actually relatively lengthy. But we want to provide context for you all and have a discussion around how they got developed and what are the key insights and key challenges of developing an action plan, and frankly, how they are being used both in the country but also in this collaborative peer-to-peer exchange dialogue. So if I could have the next slide, please, as we go forward. Yeah, keep going if you would. There are 3 sections to the action plans, and these follow from the collective report that was released last year by all of the clean energy ministerial power sector initiatives. And they follow planning, building, and operating. And so we're going to follow that arc of discussion as we go through this and ask each of the country representatives to reflect on some of the practices that were in the report, and you can see them here on the slides. There are 10 suggestions and ideas that came from across the power sector initiatives for consideration in developing action plans. And there were some very emerging, interesting developments, I think, from each of the country perspectives, i.e. each of the playbooks, as just discussed. And so we'd like to work through those frameworks and discussions, and we will go from planning to building to operating. We're also welcome to have interventions and questions come from anyone who's here in the room as well. So with that, maybe we'll just turn and really ask the question, as you considered the options for planning, what were the most important considerations given the conditions and the situation that your country faces, and how did those situations and the conditions affect, if I can use that term, your approach to planning? And so maybe I'll just turn right to my left, Mr. Saxena, to start from the perspective of India.
Thank you, Dr. Doug Arendt, and it's a pleasure being here to be, and I'm thankful to the organizers to be a part of this discussion. I would present the planning part of the action plan that has been worked out, and there are different facets to this. To begin with, let me just summarize that we are the single largest geographical synchronous system in the world. 417 gigawatt of installed capacity, 223 gigawatt peak that has already been met, and 1400 plus billion units of energy. In terms of renewable energy penetration, we have 126 gigawatt of RE and 46 gigawatt of hydro that is installed in the country. Having said this about the size, one more aspect that is worth mentioning is that we are a federal structure and electricity is a concurrent subject. Now, with this, the center and the state both have jurisdiction on the power sector, the regulations, the policies, the implementation, everything needs to be coordinated to be successful on the national level. So the first enabler that is required is transmission planning, for which we have the Central Electricity Authority, which carries out a coordinated planning at the national level, taking inputs from the states as well as the interstate levels. They develop a perspective plan. Apart from that, the targets that have been set, 500 gigawatt RE by 2030, 50% non-fossil fuel penetration. So elaborate transmission plan has been developed for evacuation of the renewable energy by the Central Electricity Authority. There is a plan that has now become available. This would give sighting signals and of course would help go ahead in this. The second aspect that is taken care of is the resource adequacy. That is a very, very important aspect. We must be adequate at all times, and the simulation capabilities are being enhanced. Resource adequacy as a subject has been taken up in right earnest, and 8760 hours simulation, different scenarios are being carried out, and these are being focused upon. Apart from that, on the operational planning horizon, the National Load Dispatch Center is responsible. Given that the high penetration of RE is expected, it is already happening, importance is also being given to storage, and pilot project at the Government of India's initiative for deployment of storage has already been undertaken. The cost is still very high. So, but then given the policy push, we would be able to see more penetration of storage. In addition, as already mentioned by former Secretary Mr. Alok Kumar, the renewable purchase obligations have been notified right up to 2930, and a trajectory has been given up to 43% penetration in 2030. So this would help drive the demand as well as the investment in the RE. Hydro purchase obligation has been separately notified, and as also the storage purchase obligation. So with this, these are expected to drive investment in hydro as well as the hydro and storage and the demand side also. The green hydrogen mission itself has been announced. It's a massive exercise, 5 million metric tons by 2030, this would drive 125 gigawatt of RE investment. Demand side approach has also been taken up. Various interventions are happening on the demand side also. a bottoms-up approach right from solar pumps at the agricultural level are also being promoted. Special schemes are there for solarization of pumps and demand response, time of day metering. Such interventions are being carried out. On the efficiency, energy efficiency and energy conservation front, this is a multi-pronged approach that is being taken. So energy efficiency, energy conservation are also being targeted. Massive exercise to lead the LED lamps integration programs. Energy Conservation Act has been implemented and targets for clean energy use have been provided, again to drive the demand side. On the RE and the increasing inverter-based resources, the standards have been notified by the Central Electricity Authority, and compliance to these standards is a challenge that we would be facing. And of course, there are many other policy level interventions like waiver of transmission charges, grants and subsidies that are also being taken. So this is what on the planning side I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you gave us a set of insights that it's complex and broad, but you have to deal comprehensively with both supply, demand, and I think most importantly, transmission planning, which is kind of a key message. It came from also the earlier panel we were on relative to the importance of grids. So I think we're going to go from left to right. Carlos, in the development of the Chile Action Plan, I was quite impressed with the fact that you looked a long way out, and you also reflected on other demands and interests of the country, including the hydrogen development. Could you share with us a bit of insights in terms of kind of the process and the importance of different aspects in the planning process?
Yeah, of course. For instance, the energy planning is something really nice for me. I do that as a living, but I think the consequences of that is something that is really abroad of the energy sector. There is a biggest point that you have to mention in this process, that really the consequences have to include these things like hydrogen and other perspective. And because energy planning is not just for the definition of the new infrastructure that the country needs, it's also for the education, because you have to ensure that the new technologies, the new investment on generation and transmission, it has always consequences that affect people, that affect the environment, that affect different aspects, that it is a reality, but you have to confront that in a proactive way. And in that case, it is the way that this kind of process, the energy planning, for example, it is a way to pick it up all these aspects and put it into people and related that, for example, we are commitment with this decarbonization process. We are commitment with the carbon neutrality, but of course, it has a cost. You will pay the cost, but you have to show you, because the benefit that is this process is basically that it will be to everyone, not just Chile, even in the world. But with that flag, you can go to every part and say this, for example, this transmission development, it will help us to reach this carbon neutrality. And in that case, maybe your electric bill will go up, but basically the emissions that we will have in the country will be less 22% or whatever. So there is it is a nice job, I think, in this case. The way that you have different approaches from this, not just in a technical way, you even get to the education of the people, the enterprise, because in the beginning, for example, this thing that the hydrogen team wasn't pretty famous. It's basically through a report where we can investigate about how we can achieve carbon neutrality. It is an awesome report, but basically you discover there with that view that is have a great opportunity, a great market. It is the way we feel that we complement just to decarbonize the electrical sector, but we have to also decarbonize the non-energy sector. So there is a big challenge, a process there that is led by a technical way, with prioritizing the best option that is most cost economical, and trying to give a base that every market, every sector is agreed with. So That is kind of the challenge in this.
I know that just skimmed the surface, but I'm going to encourage people to reflect to the Chile action plan on the web, because there's an incredible amount of detail, which includes in almost all of them deep technical analysis as we go forward. I'm going to go left to right and right to left again. Paula, I'd love to turn to you and really reflect. There's a very different jurisdictional framework to think about from the European Commission standpoint. And I think the action plan that you all put together reflects that. And can you share with us a bit about how does that affect what the Commission does relative to maybe some of the member countries and then the tools that you have to play with?
Yes, Doug, thank you so much, and really congratulations also for leading us into this and for taking the initiative. And it's, I think, really thanks to you that we're here today sharing our experiences. And indeed, in the European Union, you could say that it's different. But then when I hear Mr. Sahin, I go, well, the need for coordination. You have the many regions in India. We have the 27 member states, and indeed, the coordination is endless. It's we become champions in coordinating, and become champions also in addressing very difficult and different starting points, right? So where each member state, in our case, comes from very different energy mixes. Where we go from a country like Poland having 60% of its electricity coming from coal, and another one like Sweden having 60% of its electricity coming from renewables. And still we want to converge. So what is the plan? What was the plan? The plan was set by our president of the European Commission, Ms. von der Leyen, back in 2019, the big European Green Deal, with the idea of Europe becoming a climate neutral continent by 2050. This was the plan, this was the big vision, and then how to get there was set out in what we call the Fit for 55, meaning that by 2030, if we are to reach climate neutrality in 2050, where do we need to be by 2030? And that means we need to at least reduce by 55% the greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990. This is not enough. We also need to have a certain share of renewables in the final energy consumption, and the plan was 40%. This is also not enough. We need to have energy efficiency, at least 9% of energy efficiency gains again compared to 1990. And a number of other pieces of legislation which composed the puzzle, which would lead us to this decarbonization by 2050. Now, plans are there to be revisited, right, as circumstances changed. Now, we did not think, to be very honest, back 4 years ago, when we set out this Green Deal, that we would need to revisit so drastically the plan already 3 years, not hours, 3 years later. And last year, when we were faced with the imminent gap of at least 70 BCM of gas from our main supplier, we very, very quickly had to adjust and revisit this plan. And as a result, the interesting thing is, and it's an irony if you look at it also geopolitically, it's really an irony that we ended up increasing the renewable energy target for 2030. So no longer 40%, but 42.5%. We ended increasing the energy efficiency target, so no longer 9%, but 11.7%. And we see it on a number of other sectors. So there was a clear understanding by all member states that not only we had to keep up the Green Deal plan in terms of decarbonization of the energy system of the European Union, we had to even accelerate it and increase the ambition. This is the irony towards as a reaction also of the war in Ukraine, and many thought that was the death of the European Green Deal, and in fact it turns out that it was the acceleration. And when we look, and as I could say also in the previous event that we had, when we look at the record deployment of renewables, solar and wind last year, it's pretty impressive how much sometimes a crisis can be turned into really an opportunity. And in our case, it was really, we've seen levels of increase of deployment of renewable energy that we could not have imagined only 2 years ago, to be very honest. So that was the plan. That was the revisited plan. And here we are, and now need to also address what does it require, this plan. When we talk of a grid, when we talk about the flexibility of the grid, what does it mean? But this will be for another round, I suppose.
Yeah, thank you. A really excellent, I think, reminder that plans need to be revisited and need to change with circumstances and are not set in stone, but they're meant to be guideposts to hold ourselves accountable, but also to help guide us to move forward. And I really appreciate the turning a crisis into an opportunity reflection, which is a really interesting lesson, I think, for everyone to think about, because the choices that were made are really reflective of a robust set of decisions and a robust pathway going forward. So congratulations to you and others. Megan, the UK just published a very ambitious set of documents that the action plan reflects a bit. Can you talk to us a bit about how planning has evolved and is evolving, I guess, in the UK?
Yeah, sure. So before I put my UK hat on, I'm going to put my Breakthrough Agenda hat on quickly and just say thank you to 21st Century Power Partnership and everyone here today for producing these action plans. And they are going to be pivotal in helping achieve the goals of the power breakthrough, which is making clean power affordable, available and accessible to all. And this knowledge sharing is really critical to that. And so like Secretary Granholm said, encourage other countries who haven't done this so far to join in. So UK hat back on. So yeah, I think like a lot of the countries here the biggest driver of our planning has come from the need for greater energy security. The UK for decades has relied on imported fossil fuels, and around the time of the publication documents, we had a bit of a restructure and formed the new Department for Energy Security and Net Zero. And part of that new department's mission is to replace these fossil fuels with cheaper, cleaner and domestic sources of energy. To have energy security, we need a smooth transition to abundant, low-carbon energy. And if we don't decarbonise, we're less energy secure. And so the March publication of Powering Up Britain, as you mentioned, has kind of been built from a foundation of work that has been going on for many years. And the main drivers of change would come from the Climate Change Act, which established legally binding targets to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and also set a system of carbon budgets. And secondly, the electricity market reform, which incentivises investments in secure, low-carbon electricity. And this has been really successful so far. It's helped us cut emissions by 48% between 1990 and 2021, and at the same time, grown the economy by 65%. However, like with the EU, things change, we need to go further, and this is where the plan kind of comes into place. And so the Powering Up Britain package was published, and it sets out how the government is going to enhance our country's energy security and seize the economic opportunities of this transition and help us deliver these net zero commitments. It sets out a series of ambitious timelines that will help us fully decarbonise the power system by 2035, subject to the security of supply. And this is going to allow for cheaper and cleaner domestic energy and address our underlying vulnerability to international fossil fuel prices. And how this is going to be implemented is outlined zero, and how we can achieve this in the most pro-growth and pro-business way.
Thank you. Reflects on a couple of core principles that I think we're hearing consistently from each of the contributions, which is around security, decarbonization, economic prosperity, and economic opportunity as well. And so those themes continue. You can see some of them built into some of these 10 principles that were there and reflected of different circumstances. So John, turn to you from the Australian perspective. There's some very ambitious elements going on in Australia in terms of growth of generation, growth of transmission. I think you've reflected earlier, a small population and a very large continent to deal with. How is that coming to play in planning?
Excellent, thank you. Well, in Australia, we've had a new federal government in place for just over a year. And so we have a federal government that has a very ambitious agenda. And so I think while the states and territories in Australia have been moving very quickly, for the first time we have genuine harmonisation at every level of our government. And that's reflected in those very ambitious targets that you spoke about. The 82% renewable energy target by 2030, we're currently sitting at about 35, 36%. In Australia, we've actually done long-term planning pretty well. We have something called the Integrated System Plan, and this is where the market operator looks out to a time horizon of 30 years and says, what do we need to do? What do we need to put in place to make the transition over that period of time to meet our objectives? And so that's been updated, and the Minister touched on it before, but out to 2050, we've got a very, very significant agenda and a really detailed plan of how we're actually going to implement that and achieve it. The next level has been a detailed assessment of what we're calling renewable energy zones. So 13 zones identified around the country where we're going to put in the transmission infrastructure to allow the build out of renewables. So really targeting the best resources, system strength, communities and the rest of it. So 13 renewable energy zones. There have been some practical things done along the way. So one of the constraints we have in Australia is actually a skills and workforce problem. We actually don't have enough skilled people to implement this transition and this plan. And so really supporting more people into the industry, supporting local communities in the transition. As the Minister said, actually making payments to farmers who actually host this transition, the transmission lines, and bringing communities with us, is a big part of the agenda. Also making sure we have the environmental planning laws to fast track, what is essential, infrastructure, while still being sensitive, of course, to the broader environment. The other thing that just might be of interest as a final note, in Australia, we're not just thinking about transitioning our national energy sector, but we're thinking about the opportunities for Australia to harness renewable energy to export to the world, this renewable exporting superpower agenda. And so in a lot of our scenarios, of course, we have both the national transition, but then we have the exporting superpower scenario, right? And it's very, very ambitious indeed, and gee, I hope it comes true.
I think there's a race to the top in the making here if we're comparing World Cup teams going forward. So if we could have the next slide, we want to transition to the reflection on building. And so here again, 10 kind of components to be considered. And we heard some of these already being built in. There's actually an interesting reflection on the use of renewable energy zones. That's also part of the India element. I'm not sure if it's actually part of any of Chile or the UK just because of the development aspects as well. But I think in Australia, it's building off of some experiences for the last maybe 10 or 15 years. Texas, for example, California, the Western US, some other places as well, that where transmission is built, developers will come in and have access to it. And so I think that's actually quite interesting. So these 10 elements, I think we'll change order here a little bit. And Megan, maybe I turn to you to start us off on just reflections on building, and then we'll again ask for comments and reflections from each member as we go through this. We have only about 20 minutes to get through building and operating, and so we'll be expeditious.
Great. Okay, so I'll be quick. First of all, I think what needs to be said is that you need all of these to make a transition to a decarbonised power sector, and you can't prioritise one over the other. And within our own Powering Up Britain packages, we have got an incredibly wide range of technologies that are being considered as part of the building for a decarbonised power system, ranging from renewables to hydrogen to carbon capture and storage to nuclear. If I just very quickly focus on the renewables and the nuclear, as this is what Deidre McDonough brought up earlier, our ambition is to achieve 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. We're currently at around 14, so there's quite a big uptick. And this includes 5 gigawatts of floating offshore wind. And we are launching the floating offshore wind manufacturing investment scheme, which is a £160 million investment scheme to kickstart the important infrastructure that is needed to get that going. On the solar perspective, we want to increase it by a factor of 5 by 2035, which will give us 70 gigawatts, which is enough to power 20 million homes. And then on the nuclear side, our ambition is to have 24 gigawatts of nuclear by 2035. And to help achieve this, as part of the Powering Up Britain package, we have launched Great British Nuclear. And this has got the responsibility to lead the delivery of this new nuclear programme and backed with the funding that it needs. We've made progress so far, but we have got a lot more building to go.
Thank you. And Paula, may I turn to you at this stage? Reflection on kind of Commission approaches and anything else that that maybe reflects from some of the country members, because they all do, as you mentioned, come from different perspectives in terms of building.
Yes, and of course there we sometimes need to, well, we need to factor that in general, and that sometimes reflects, for instance, in bigger transitional periods or in certain derogations, but at the end, we should all arrive at the same point. But to give you also an idea, I mean, I mentioned that we now landed on an agreed objective to have, take for instance, the renewables target, 42.5% by 2030 from the share of final energy consumption, the share of renewables in final energy consumption. We were at 22% in 2020. So that's 10% in 10 years. It's massive. And it's massive, not just in terms of deployment, it's then massive also in terms of the grid. So we mentioned the grid before and what this means for the transmission grid. So there it's one aspect that can really not be overlooked, because very often we speak of the targets, we have the deployment, it looks very great, but then how do we make that happen? And how do we have really as we say, the hardware to make it happen? So on this, we have the so-called 10-year network development plans, where we look into, and of course, within 27 member states, we need to look also at the interconnections between member states. How do we bring electricity? How do we bring the renewables offshore, onshore, and onshore from one country to the other? How do we make sure that countries in Central Europe can benefit from the sun and the wind of the south, and from the hydro, etc. So it's really, really important. And again, aspects that we mentioned in previous discussions, optimizing the grid. It's not just about creating new grid, it's also about optimizing the grid through digitalization, for instance, through the necessary interconnections, and through one clear issue, which is always, wherever we look and whoever we talk to, it's not just in Europe, one common bottleneck is the permitting, right? So we did a lot also. Last year, we were already working on accelerating the permitting for renewable projects. We had to accelerate even further to make it possible to have these increases that we are looking into. And then just to John, because you were referring to skills as an issue in Australia, let me reassure you, it's not just in Australia. It's really, I think, everywhere. And that's where I also believe that we can join efforts, because these skills, the skills that are needed in terms of the energy transition are really common and are missing everywhere. Everyone I talk to, everywhere in each region of the world is saying this. So we really need to make sure that it's very clear from very soon on, not at university level, even earlier, what are the skills of, it's not the future, it's of tomorrow, literally tomorrow, that are needed, and where we need to build skills and capacity to really implement all this ambition, which is going there throughout the world.
Mr. Saxena, here in India, you have very ambitious growth targets, and you are building rapidly. So please share with us a few reflections from the building.
Yeah, thank you. In the interest of time, I would keep it brief, but yes, flag a few issues here. Planning, we have planned, transmission is, of course, is the basic fundamental requirement that is there, and we have identified renewable energy zones. We've made out a plan for evacuation of renewable power. There is one more aspect. Traditionally, power flows were unidirectional, basically. Now the power flow directions are both ways. So a paradigm shift in the building part is also going to take place. You have to accommodate everything, plan accordingly. In fact, the transmission planning criteria was reviewed in 2023, focusing on transfer capability, resilience, reactive power support, inertia, and such other things that we are likely to face in the future. While we strengthen at the interstate level, we also strengthen at the intrastate level within the states as well. So this was on the transmission side. Coming to electricity markets, we need to review our markets to accommodate more RE. And new opportunities, new avenues, new products are required in the electricity market. The design itself may have to undergo a change as compared to our conventional, traditional way of thinking. And in India, we have recently introduced dedicated segments for renewable power trades. For instance, green day-ahead market, green term-ahead or bilateral market. And we also have introduced green open access, wherein the access to the grid has been, minimum quantum required for accessing the grid has been reduced from 1 megawatt to 100 kilowatt. So those are kind of measures we are trying to take to develop the market to increase the penetration of RE. Ancillary services is going to become more and more important as we go forward with increasing RE penetration. And we have introduced market-based ancillary services very recently. Of course, momentum has yet to pick up. With this, there is another aspect is that as we go along, I think optimize, economize, these are the keywords for the future also. And we have been doing certain pilot projects which on things which have not yet found their way into the regulations. So some of the pilots that we have carried out are fast response ancillary services, wherein given 15-minute scheduling time frame, we did scheduling at 5 minutes for hydro to provide balancing, 5-minute metering, automatic generation control, which was earlier not being considered. A pilot has been implemented since 2018 or so. We've also introduced a security constraint economic dispatch pilot, given a decentralized, multilateral coordinated model of scheduling, yet this security constraint economic dispatch runs 20 minutes ahead and causes economy across the country as a whole. These pilots have provided us a lot of learning, and the future regulations are going to capture these learnings and improve the systems upon. Battery energy storage I mentioned while talking about planning. One has been already awarded, and this is going to be a unique award in the sense this battery is being split into 3 parts. 500 megawatt battery is there for 2-hour storage, and this is being split into 3 parts. One is a regular purchase by any distribution utility. One component is allocated for ancillary services dedicated to be used by the system operators, and the third component is merchant. So each of these are going to get simultaneously implemented, and given our different structure from elsewhere, we would have a lot of learning as we go ahead and implement this. 11 renewable energy management centers are there, which monitor 95 gigawatt, 96 gigawatt of renewable in a real-time basis. Last but not the least, there are 2 more things: building institutions and building human capacity. So building human institutions, independent system operator has been established at the interstate level. Likewise, states are also following this model to be able to ensure non-discriminatory, neutral access to the market. Strengthening of load dispatch centers is also being undertaken. And the planning agency, CTU, the Central Transmission Utility, which was earlier part of one of the transmission licenses, is being hived out, and it would become an independent entity. The last point that I wanted to make was about capacity building and the skill set that is also being talked about everywhere in the world. So we have got it through our standards that we need trained and manpower, and certification of that manpower is being made mandatory, and we are required to get certified to operate. Thank you. This was on the building part.
Great, thank you. I realize that's a compressed time frame. So Carlos, reflect from the Chile experience. I know you have if people aren't familiar, a very long, thin country and a big challenge, I think, building out transmission as well as generation. So please, reflections.
Well, there is a huge context for that. Another one, 10 years ago, we have 65% of our generation from thermal power plants. That was 45% of coal power plants. At this moment, almost 40% of those capacity is already phased out on a clear commitment by 2040. Of course, it's a happy problem for us because we have to now defend the security of the system and how we can sustain this, retirement of this capacity. And in Chile, we have the opportunity to have a lot of renewables in that case, but there is a lot of little words about this, and this, especially when we are trying to develop this through just energy transition way. So there is a lot of megawatts that they want to install, but install where? You have to reduce the impacts of the social, the environmental, and climate change impacts through the work of the development of the same government, where you have to define or reduce the risk of the disinvestment to the privates, basically. So you are working hard, for example, to pick up all these variables and deliver to them. So this is investment that we need, because we are phasing out all the power plants in our country. Renewables are cost efficient, so they are coming and coming and coming, that it's no way to stop it, and we are glad of it. So in this case, we are trying to secure this investment through this way, and we are doing it before they are already installed. So there is something that we are trying to define. But of course, there is some different ways for this and different problems. In generation, we have a lot of solutions for cost. There are a lot of technologies. We have to, for example, supply this phasing out of this inertia that is coming out through these power plants. And we are trying to impose, for example, battery with grid forming that replace in these renewables that normally it's supposed to be a problem because it's variable. They are part of the solution also. So there is a law that is coming recently, a couple of week or 2 weeks ago, that it was published, that we are trying to make a licitation of $2 billion that is trying to install storage in the north of Chile, where is some of the context is because we are a really long country. We have a transmission that is also through all. The north is there is a lot of sun. Some spot an excellent wind. In the south, we have a lot of hydro, and extreme south, that is, you have a lot of also wind. You can speak about 70% of offshore winds power factor, and even in land also. So there is a lot of challenge over not just the sector of generation, the security, how we implement that. And this law is trying to give more tools to the planning level, so this commitment that we know in the future can be really implemented into infrastructure, and trying to give different ways to facilitate the process of make security to the system, including transmission. So of course, there is always a challenge in this case, because normally when you're looking this into a country way, of course, transmission is always important. But when you define this cost, it has to be paid by clients. Of course, the client will say, in this moment, I don't have enough money to pay this transmission. Please delayed a couple of years, and delayed a couple of years, that the decision is always in a short term because it is the money of their pocket. So this law is trying to define strategic transmission, so this view overpowered these client views, so we'll see the futures in the near future. We'll see these benefits and will be more strategic. Of course, this in the distributed, there is I think in the distributed infrastructure, there is a thing that in Chile we are not still developed. There is something that we have to still working, but the hydrogen product is something that it is in another level. Just to mention that infrastructure, what we need to build here and prepare, of course, and planning is, for example, in Magallanes, we have a 20 gigawatt potential of air wind farms to produce exclusively hydrogen. The demand of that zone is 20 megawatts. Our installed capacity in Chile is 32 gigawatts. So we are thinking that it is a huge compared with the rest of the country, and you have to prepare not only infrastructure related with the power sector, also you have to infrastructure the roads, the policy, the docks that is needed to develop this deployment of hydrogen that is huge. So in building it is something that with this new law that apply more power to the planning is especially useful for us. So we are trying to think and try to make it a more concrete advance on this.
Thank you. So I'm reflecting on the time and recognizing we were overly ambitious on our agenda. So maybe just reflect to the last slide, if you would. These are the components of operating. No, just stay here. We won't have time to go through these and the reflections from each country, but what I would like to ask is just a brief comment on kind of the reflection of the process that you've gone through and where you see the utilization of the action plan, both for your purposes within, for example, member countries or the states, so domestically, but also in this peer-to-peer exchange internationally as well. We heard a lot of enthusiasm for expanding this out to other countries. There will tomorrow be an announcement of other countries, a new cohort coming forward, but an incredible amount of enthusiasm. So I know we're just about out of time, so maybe, Paula, if you could just comment briefly on reflection on kind of where you're going with your plan and how you see value in doing so.
Thank you. Well, it was such a nice opportunity, because we've been going through, it's been a race, really. We haven't stopped since the very original European Green Deal and the adjustment of the plan. So this really provided us an opportunity, sit down, look back, what happened, where are we, and how can we make it palatable to be shared with others who may not have, do not know the EU experience. So already internally, it was excellent opportunity to really, okay, let's put it down on paper. And as I go through our own action plan, I say, well, this is good, it's succinct, but also so interesting to see, to recognize, hearing all the other members of this cohort, that actually the challenges are pretty much the same. And we may have different ways slightly to address the issues. Of course, we need to, again, take into consideration the national specificities, but very much the challenges are the same. So it really makes sense not to reinvent the wheel and to identify best practices wherever they are, and each country can offer some best practices, and so that we can basically gain time, because it's so fast, everything that is happening, that we can only benefit from sharing best practice, identifying first the best practice, sharing it, and really then replicating it.
Quick reflections, Megan?
So I think domestically, the documents that I have been talking about are several hundred pages long, and so it's far too much to read and digest in one go. So I think domestically this has provided a really great opportunity to succinctly explain all of those 700 pages in 7 slides instead. But I think on an international level, this is just really an excellent source of knowledge sharing other people can learn from. As part of the Power Breakthrough, we have another product that's being produced, which is this electricity transition playbook. And these action plans that have been produced today could be used as supplementary material to this to help countries who may be further near the beginning of their electricity decarbonisation pathway to learn and so that we can all be pushing forward together.
Xena, a couple of reflections, please.
Thank you. This of upward integration in the sense of sharing the plans with the countries across the globe. In India, we do have a system of the Forum of Load Dispatchers, wherein we talk to the states, share best practices, and with the states also, since they are to be brought up along this journey, so we do share the plans and everything with them also. So, of course, it's a pretty complex thing. Everybody needs to be taken along. And this is a good way to disseminate the best practices. Thank you.
And Carlos.
Well, for us, this is not something that we are speak of softly. We have a law that they have to apply that define the carbon neutrality of 2050. That is something that we have to give us a tool and a budget, of course, from the public sector to try to pick up any tool that you have around and try to explain through this law to the other sectors. Because, of course, in energy, we have these kind of tools from several years. It's something that we do, but when you have to explain to the other sectors, do they have to achieve carbon neutrality, there is a long way to really understand your point in this case. And you are starting to speak this in agriculture, telecommunications, finance is something that it is this kind of institutions, this kind of openness with other markets help you to define how to reach those sectors and try to work together, basically. That is the point.
Thank you. I realize we're out of time, so if you could just flip to the last question. We won't spend 5 minutes here. I just do a few reflection remarks. So first off, a huge round of thanks to the panelists, their team members, and others. And their confidence, actually, in putting together and being part of this first cohort. I think that it is raising ambition for many other countries to do so, to share lessons, incredible sets of insights, commonality, but yet adjustment of that commonality to national circumstances. And I hope that the base report that was put together last year was helpful, both as framing, but both as recommendations or a set of suggestions or ideas to be included in doing that. We are welcome also to update that. All plans and all lessons learned reflect the state of knowledge as we go forward. I'm very excited that we had such a head of delegation here to celebrate the release of these first cohort of action plans, as well as announce intent. One of at least 3 countries that will announce intent tomorrow. You'll hear more about those after the ministerial session as well. So again, a big round of thanks to the panelists and to thank you all as well. And we appreciate you staying toward the end of the day on a long day as well. So thank you all.